the 4th Academy of Sucheng, is packed with students today, the entire campus filled with excitement for the job change ceremony. On the stage, Principal Shi Jinlong stands with authority and announces that all students will enter another world today to awaken their professions and become official players. Once they step into the formation, the system will decide each of their future paths, while his gaze sweeps across the eager crowd below. He continues encouraging them, saying that whether they become swordsmen, knights, or mages with different powers, every class has its own chance to shine. All outcomes are determined by fate, but he believes everyone can achieve success in their own field. After speaking, he immediately orders the activation of the job change formation. Qiao Yu Ming stands calmly at the center of the glowing formation. After 18 years since reincarnating into this world, he has finally reached the moment that decides his fate. To stay focused, he recalls what he knows. This is Kaiwu Star, a parallel world similar to Earth, but everything changed after countless other worlds suddenly appeared. Since then, dungeons of all kinds have emerged everywhere with different difficulty levels. At 18, humans become players, using their professions to fight inside dungeons, kill monsters, level up, and increase their stats. As the thought ends, Qiao Yu's soul is pulled into a mysterious system space. A cold mechanical voice welcomes him into the other world for the first time and asks if he wants to begin the profession draw. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu immediately chooses to draw. In his mind, he keeps praying for luck, hoping to get a powerful class. The moment the system confirms it, the surrounding atmosphere turns dark. A giant skull slowly emerges from the void behind him, spreading eerie death energy that fills the entire space. Shortly after, the system announces that Qiao Yu has obtained a hidden profession in the mage class. Qiao Yu stares blankly at the death energy surrounding his body. When he sees the words Necromancer Mage on the panel, he bursts into excitement, laughing in pure joy at his incredible luck. Countless pieces of information flood his mind. Necromancer Mage is an extremely rare profession, with only a few known users in the entire world. As long as there is enough mana, the user can summon powerful souls from the underworld to fight entire armies. Full of confidence, he quickly opens his personal status panel, believing someone who draws a hidden class must have perfect stats. The status screen appears. Name Qiao Yu, profession Necromancer Mage, rank Beginner LV1, Strength 10, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 1010, HP 1010, Skill Points 010. But the moment he sees his spirit stat, his smile disappears. He freezes completely before letting out a desperate shout, unable to accept that a mage has 0 spirit. The hope that just appeared is instantly crushed. Qiao Yu collapses to the ground, knowing that initial stats are randomly distributed within the class limit of 10 points. For mages, spirit is the core stat. Below 5 is already weak, and 0 is almost useless. Just as he falls into despair, the system asks if he wants to draw a talent. With tears in his eyes, Qiao Yu gives up and tells it to just pick randomly, thinking even an rank talent cannot save his situation now. A blue progress bar slowly completes, and the system announces he has obtained the talent, Courageous Heart of the Mage with an unknown rank, along with bonus-free attribute points. Instantly, radiant pillars of light burst up beneath him. The interface reveals the talent details. The passive effect grants free attribute points whenever Qiao Yu kills enemies with melee attacks. The active skill allows him to copy and synchronize all stats based on one selected attribute before activation. After reading the full description, Qiao Yu widens his eyes in shock. He cannot believe what he is seeing, because free attribute points are extremely rare, usually only gained when leveling up or through intense training. He takes a deep breath and carefully rereads everything. The passive effect clearly states that killing enemies in melee grants extra free points. More importantly, although the active skill can only be used once, it can raise all stats to match the highest chosen attribute. Looking at his status panel again, Qiao Yu immediately understands the value of this ability. If activated now, his defense, agility, and spirit would all rise to 10. For a beginner, a perfectly balanced stat sheet like this is almost impossible to find. He stroked his chin while thinking, if he waited until his strength reached 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 before using the skill, then all his other stats would also become insanely high, making a Necromancer Mage with fully boosted attributes something truly terrifying. A calculating smile appeared on Qiao Yu's face. To gain more passive talent points, he needed close combat kills, and in melee fights, raw physical strength was the deciding factor. Without hesitation, he ordered the system to allocate all 10 free attribute points into strength. The system confirmed the action instantly. Strength increased by 10 points, and the status panel updated with strength reaching 20, while all other stats remained unchanged. After adjusting his clothes, Qiao Yu told himself the next step was to complete the procedure and clear the beginner mission, since only after finishing it would his profession be officially recognized. As soon as the thought appeared, the system sent a notification and prepared to teleport him to the beginner quest area. In an instant, his body turned into countless light particles and vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a completely unfamiliar place. He was greeted by a beautiful elf woman with golden hair. She smiled warmly, introduced herself as Ailan, and asked how she could assist him. Qiao Yu paused for a moment, slightly stunned by her appearance, even wondering if NPCs had become this realistic. He quickly regained composure and said he was here to register and receive the beginner quest. Ailan politely bowed and handed him a small gift box, saying it was a special reward for new players. The moment he accepted it, multiple system notifications appeared. Qiao Yu received a beginner mage robe, a beginner staff, and an Frank skill book called Summon Skeleton. He looked at the worn mage robe with little interest. Even the skill book felt nearly useless, since his spirit stat was 0, making it impossible for him to cast magic. However, the staff satisfied him quite a bit. Holding it in his hands, he smiled confidently, thinking that with his 20 strength, smashing monsters with this staff would probably be more effective than casting spells. He then asked Ailan about the quest details. The elf gently opened a dark spatial rift and explained that his first trial was to escape the misty cave. Ailan's tone turned more serious as she began warning him about important dangers inside the mission. She emphasized that he must avoid fighting skeleton soldiers and escape the cave as fast as possible, but before she could finish speaking, Qiao Yu had already rushed into the portal without hesitation. Ailan stood frozen, staring at the empty space and helplessly realizing the player had already disappeared. At the same time, Qiao Yu appeared inside the trial area. Thick fog quickly spread everywhere, turning the misty cave into a dark and barely visible environment. He scratched his head, vaguely remembering that Ailan still had something important to say. But the thought was quickly dismissed. He assumed a beginner quest could not be too difficult, then muttered about the dense fog while walking deeper into the cave. Just as he finished complaining, eerie sounds came from behind him. The ground cracked open as a white skeleton slowly crawled out and charged toward Qiao Yu with a sword. A sense of danger hit him instantly. He turned around in a flash and entered a combat stance. What is this thing? A status panel appeared above the monster. Common monster skeleton soldier, level 1, HP 20, strength 5, defense 0, agility 1. Facing the incoming enemy, Qiao Yu showed no panic at all. He gripped the beginner staff like a melee weapon. Channeling all his strength into the first strike, he smashed the staff directly into the skeleton's head. The attack was so powerful that the enemy's HP dropped to 0 in a single hit. Unable to withstand the impact, the skeleton shattered into pieces and dissolved into light, leaving only a skull rolling on the ground. Qiao Yu leaned on his staff and exhaled, looking at the monster's remains and joking that since he could not use magic, he would just fight like a melee mage instead. At that moment, the system continuously sent notifications. Qiao Yu had killed a skeleton soldier in melee combat, gaining 1 free attribute point and 3 EXP. Since it was his first melee kill, he also received an A-rank passive skill called Miracle Strike. Qiao Yu was stunned by his overwhelming luck. The skill description appeared quickly. Each point of Qiao Yu's strength would be converted into 2 points of physical damage. He immediately understood that strength determined damage output, while defense affected survivability. The status panel updates again, and his strength rises to 21. Qiao Yu quickly calculates the effect. With his new passive, every point of strength converts into 2 physical damage, meaning he can deal up to 42 damage to a target with 0 defense. The effect is terrifying, but he does not have time to celebrate. The ground beneath him suddenly shakes violently as countless skeletal arms burst out from the black soil. In an instant, hordes of skeletons with swords and spears crawl out of the ground, forming a tight encirclement around him. Assessing the situation, Qiao Yu immediately drops all other thoughts. Clearing the beginner mission is still the top priority. The skeletons stabilize their formation and let out a unified roar before charging at him. Qiao Yu shifts his stance, steadies himself, and takes the initiative to fight back. Without any fancy technique, he simply swings his staff like a blunt weapon, smashing straight into the incoming monsters. Each strike instantly drains 20 HP from a skeleton. One after another, they turn into dust while kill notifications ring non-stop in his ears. The system confirms he has killed 4 more skeleton soldiers in melee combat. gaining 4 free attribute points and 12 EXP. He then levels up successfully, receiving 5 additional free attribute points. A wave of light restores his condition. With the points he just gained, his strength jumps to 30. For a beginner, this is already beyond genius level. The updated status panel shows Qiao Yu at LV2, Strength 30, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 40/40, HP 20/20, and EXP 5/20. Qiao Yu scans through the thick fog, starting to suspect whether this place is just full of weak monsters, meant for beginners to farm levels. That thought barely forms before a massive shockwave erupts from beneath his feet. Rocks explode outward as a giant skeleton slowly rises. A status panel appears. Common Monster Skeleton Captain, Level 3, HP 50, Strength 15, Defense 20, Agility 1. Seeing its massive frame, Qiao Yu feels a rare sense of pressure. With 15 strength, a direct hit from this monster would be dangerous. Even so, he does not hesitate. Gripping his staff tightly, he charges forward, instantly noticing the enemy's biggest weakness, its extremely low agility of 1. Deciding to strike first, Qiao Yu unleashes a full-power blow, but the captain raises its shield to block and immediately counters with a heavy slash. Thanks to his superior agility, Qiao Yu leans aside just in time, narrowly dodging the attack. He retreats to create distance and quickly analyzes the enemy. The skeleton captain's offense and defense are well coordinated, each swing of its weapon shaking the ground. After observing for a few exchanges, he notices the shield shifting slightly, revealing a fatal opening. Without wasting the opportunity, Qiao Yu instantly changes direction, slips into the blind spot, and swings his staff hard into the enemy's side. The blow knocks the massive skeleton off balance, sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing his chance, Qiao Yu leaps into the air, locking onto the target below. He channels all his weight into a downward strike, shouting as he smashes the staff directly onto the captain's skull. In a single hit, all 50 HP are erased. Before the dust even settles, the system announces the result. Qiao Yu has killed the skeleton captain in melee combat, gaining 3 free attribute points and 10 EXP. He leans on his staff to catch his breath, wipes his sweat, and admits the opponent was not easy at all. Still panting, he mutters that he has no idea how other players clear this kind of beginner mission. Before he finishes speaking, a glowing orb rises from the monster's remains. Qiao Yu picks it up and recalls the principal mentioning that monsters sometimes drop soul cores containing random rewards. He immediately opens it. The light fades, revealing an item called skeleton gloves. It is a on-time drank consumable that guarantees a critical hit on the next attack. Qiao Yu clicks his tongue in disappointment, thinking that if it were a permanent item, its value would be much higher. Before he can put it away, more growls echo behind him. Another wave of skeletons begins crawling out of the ground. He turns around and freezes. Still more? Not only more, but far more than before. Qiao Yu tightens his grip on the staff and shifts into a defensive stance. Even at level 2, his HP is still low, and a single mistake could be fatal. With that caution in mind, Qiao Yu still charges straight into the monsters. His staff swings non-stop, taking down skeleton after skeleton, as EXP and attribute notifications flood his vision. After a full sweep, the system announces another level up and rewards him with 10 free attribute points. After clearing the entire skeleton horde, he wipes the blood from his face and lets out a relieved breath. Luckily, these monsters were too slow. If their speed had been even slightly higher, the fight would have been far more dangerous. He then eagerly opens his status panel to check his gains. The updated information appears. Qiao Yu, Necromancer Mage, Level LV3, Strength 46, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 80/80, HP 30/30, EXP 20/30. His talent remains Courageous Heart of the Mage, and his skill is still a rank Miracle Strike. Meanwhile, at the school grounds, the atmosphere is extremely lively. Students keep asking each other about their professions. One boy proudly reveals he awakened as a warrior and believes he will bring honor to his family in the future. Many realize that almost everyone has already completed their job change. A female student wonders why the principal has not announced the end yet, while a boy beside her guesses that someone might still be inside the trial. Some immediately laugh it off, saying that is basically impossible. In their view, the beginner trial is so easy that you just need to run to clear it. Since skeleton soldiers are too slow, if anyone still fails or dies inside, it would be unbelievable. Amid the laughter, Xiang Yangdi stands quietly with visible worry. She keeps staring at the spatial gate, feeling uneasy because Qiao Yu has still not returned. Back in the misty cave, Qiao Yu continues searching for an exit. He taps his staff lightly on the stone floor, while wondering if he has already cleared all skeletons, and the system still hasn't registered completion. Just as he finishes speaking, a cold and resentful voice suddenly echoes through the cave, accusing him of bullying the skeletons too much. Qiao Yu is instantly startled and quickly steps back into a combat stance. A bizarre scene unfolds before him. Countless skulls scattered on the ground are suddenly pulled upward by an invisible force. He looks up and sees bone fragments colliding and continuously assembling together, forming a massive entity floating in midair. Qiao Yu mutters in disbelief, wondering if all these skeletons are merging together. At the same time, the ground shakes violently. Cracks spread everywhere as waves of death energy surge upward like a tide. Black energy gathers more and more intensely, finally forming the complete shape of a giant skeletal figure filled with oppressive pressure. The newly appeared monster roars, shaking the entire cave. A black-bordered status panel appears. Boss Monster Skeleton King Wounded State, Level 10, HP 4500, Strength 45, Defense 60, Agility 1, Skills Bone Spikes and Bone Explosion. Seeing the stats, Qiao Yu's expression changes instantly. He cannot believe a beginner mission would include such a terrifying boss. The Skeleton King gives him no time to think and immediately swings its massive blade downward. The terrifying strike crushes the ground, creating a huge crater on impact. Instinctively, Qiao Yu throws himself aside at the last second. Landing safely, he takes a sharp breath. If he had taken that hit head-on, there would have been no chance of survival. Still, he quickly regains his composure and analyzes the situation. The boss attack power is absurd, but its massive body makes it extremely slow. That is his only advantage. The real concern is its defense of 60, and whether his current damage can even break through it. Without hesitation, he pushes off the ground and charges in at full speed. His staff pierces the boss' body, showing a damage number of 32. Seeing that his attacks still deal damage, Qiao Yu becomes energized. Each strike only removes 32 HP, but if he can land over 10 more hits, there is still hope to end the fight. Using his speed advantage, he circles the giant boss and unleashes continuous attacks. Repeated 32 damage numbers appear as the Skeleton King's HP is gradually worn down. After the relentless assault, the Skeleton King loses balance and crashes heavily to the ground, shaking the entire cave and kicking up thick dust. Seeing the boss fall motionless, Qiao Yu almost assumes victory is secured and even feels a bit smug, thinking the enemy was only intimidating in appearance. But the next second, his smile vanishes. The Skeleton King slowly rises and speaks in a hoarse, vengeful voice. It says that no player has ever killed its minions in all these years, and because Qiao Yu slaughtered so many of them, it has now entered a wounded, enraged state. As it finishes speaking, a massive surge of dark energy erupts, and its aura skyrockets at a terrifying speed. The Skeleton King's burning red eyes lock onto Qiao Yu. It coldly declares that since a rookie can break its defense, it cannot allow him to leave this place alive. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Qiao Yu keeps retreating and realizes the boss power has increased significantly. Without giving him time to adapt, the Skeleton King rushes in with a barrage of slashes. Its speed is now much faster than before, forcing Qiao Yu to roll and dodge continuously. While dodging through the muddy ground, he tries to think of a counterplan. If he keeps fighting head-on, defeat is inevitable. He needs a way to restrict the enemy's movements. His eyes scan the battlefield and suddenly spot a massive rock formation behind the boss that is cracking and could collapse at any moment. Not missing the opportunity, he quickly weaves through the attacks and circles around to the Skeleton King's left side. Standing directly beneath the unstable rock, Qiao Yu looks up to confirm the position, then smiles and provokes the boss to come closer. As expected, the Skeleton King enrages and swings its great blade at him. This time, Qiao Yu does not dodge and directly raises his staff to block. The terrifying impact sends him flying backward, instantly losing 26 HP. The blade even embeds itself deep into the stone ground after the strike. Qiao Yu struggles to stand, his face twisted in pain as he sees his HP drop to 430. Seeing its wounded prey, the Skeleton King raises its weapon again, preparing a finishing blow. Qiao Yu grits his teeth, cold sweat running down his body, but his eyes never leave the violently shaking cliff above. The already cracked cave wall, weakened by the battle, finally gives way under the force of the clash. At the moment the rocks begin to fall, Qiao Yu seizes the opportunity and dashes out of the danger zone at full speed. Massive boulders rain down like a landslide, burying the Skeleton King underneath. A deafening explosion echoes as dust fills the cave, and the boss loses another 70 HP from being crushed. The Skeleton King roars in agony. Its status updates instantly, showing only 129 HP remaining out of 500. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Qiao Yu realizes This is his final chance. The boss is trapped under the rubble, and if he does not finish it now, things will become extremely dangerous. He channels all his strength into his legs and leaps into the air, activating the skeleton gloves with a loud shout. A burst of light engulfs Qiao Yu's fist. The system confirms the drank item has been activated, guaranteeing a critical hit for his next attack. His glowing fist descends like a meteor, aimed straight at the skeleton king's skull. Trapped beneath the rubble, the boss can only stare helplessly at the incoming strike with its hollow eye sockets. The empowered critical punch lands directly on the skeleton king's skull, erasing its remaining HP in an instant. The massive body collapses into countless bone fragments and turns to dust. The system announces that Qiao Yu has cleared the Misty Cave trial and officially become a player. As the first to defeat the Skeleton King in this dungeon, he is also rewarded with 30 free attribute points. A teleportation gate appears to bring him back. At the boss location, a glowing soul core drops. The system grants additional free attribute points for melee boss kill, 50 EXP, and 3 level ups as the first clear reward. When Qiao Yu picks up the soul core, he also receives a special reward, Skeleton King Ring, which surprises him. The item details appear. Skeleton King Ring, Grade C. It increases the first attack's damage by 50, with a 24-hour cooldown, usable by any class. Wearing the ring, Qiao Yu smiles in satisfaction. Although not as explosive as the skeleton gloves, it is a long-term equipment piece. A single Grade C item alone could sell for an extremely high price. Putting the ring away, he suddenly thinks, if he was the first to defeat the Skeleton King, then how did previous players complete this mission? Unable to figure it out, Qiao Yu decides to set it aside for now. He steps into the teleportation gate, while his final status panel appears. Qiao Yu, Necromancer Mage, Level LV5, Strength 76, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 2200, HP 50-50, EXP 0, with the talent Courageous Heart of the Mage, Skill A rank Miracle Strike, and crank item Skeleton King Ring. The light fades, and Qiao Yu returns to the crowded academy grounds as before. The moment she sees him appear, Xiangyang rushes forward and hugs him. Qiao Yu is startled, quickly pushes her away, and asks blankly what she is doing. Xiangyang impatiently scolded him for taking too long in the mission, even thinking he might have died inside the dungeon. Qiao Yu then learned everyone else had already cleared it long ago, while he came out last, delayed by a full 3 hours. Wanting to change the topic, he asked what profession Xiangyang had awakened. She proudly answered that she had become a mage. Qiao Yu grew even more confused after hearing that. He started to suspect they might not have even entered the same dungeon instance. At that moment, a sarcastic voice came from behind, calling out Qiao Yu's name and mocking him for being the last one to exit. The speaker was class president Ma Fei. He crossed his arms, lifted his chin, and sneered that looks meant nothing. In this world, only profession and talent mattered. He then asked if Qiao Yu even knew what he had awakened. Hearing Ma Fei keep picking on him, Qiao Yu's face darkened. He felt irritated, not understanding why this guy kept targeting him. Before they could argue further, the principal interrupted. He announced that all registration in the other world was complete, and tomorrow the class would begin beginner training. Everyone would first introduce their profession and talent for future coordination. The entire schoolyard immediately became noisy. Some revealed they were warriors with D-rank talent, others became assassins, while many sighed over having only F-rank talent and a bleak future. Next, a brown-haired girl smiled and introduced herself as a healer mage. The boys behind her cheered loudly. Her status panel showed her name as Jiaozi Yue, LV2, Strength 3, Defense 6, Agility 5, and Spirit 6. Then a small white-haired girl nervously introduced herself as an Azure Knight with B-rank talent. Her status panel showed the name Shi Zhu, LV2, Strength 5, Defense 9, Agility 6, and Spirit 3. It was Ma Fei's turn next. He confidently stepped forward and declared himself a sword cultivator with B-rank talent. His status showed V3, Strength 9, Defense 6, Agility 8, and Spirit 4. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. Everyone knew sword cultivators were among the strongest classes in the other world. So many looked at Ma Fei with admiration. The principal nodded in satisfaction. He said that anyone with B-rank talent was already considered a genius, and this year's batch looked very promising. Then his gaze fell on Qiao Yu as he called his name. Slightly startled, Qiao Yu hesitated before answering that he had awakened as a necromancer mage, but when it came to talent, he paused and then said he could not disclose it yet. Even he himself did not know how to explain his strange talent. Hearing the term necromancer mage, the principal showed clear shock. It was an extremely rare hidden profession. The students were all stunned. Some even recalled legends of a necromancer who once destroyed an entire guild alone, making the atmosphere even more intense. Unlike the others, Ma Fei narrowed his eyes in suspicion. In his view, even as a hidden class, a Necromancer mage was still a fragile caster with weak close combat ability, easily targeted and dependent on teammates. Moreover, its summoning skills required long casting time. Without protection, it could barely function, which was why sword cultivator and assassins were considered the real core forces. Thinking this way, Ma Fei looked down on Qiao Yu even more. He believed hiding his talent only meant it was too useless to reveal. Meanwhile, most classmates thought the opposite. Many praised Qiao Yu, believing that despite having a rare hidden class, he remained calm and low profile like a true genius. Hearing all the praise, Qiao Yu could only smile bitterly inside. He knew very well that he was a Necromancer mage who could not even use magic. If this secret got out, he would become a joke. The principal, however, was even more satisfied. He believed that after the beginner trial, Qiao Yu's future would be wide open, possibly even entering top universities. After everyone finished introducing themselves, the principal ended the session and told them to return and rest for tomorrow's training preparation. On the way back, Xiangyangdi smiled and wrapped an arm around Qiao Yu, teasing him non-stop, saying he had hidden his strength well and unexpectedly rolled an extremely rare Necromancer mage class. Xiangyangdi excitedly shows her status panel. She is a LV2 mage with 5 strength, 6 defense, 3 agility, and an impressive 8 spirit points, which makes her quite satisfied. Seeing Xiangyangdi with 8 spirit points, perfectly fitting her mage class, Qiao Yu can only smile bitterly since he has 0. Even though he comforts himself that brains might compensate, he cannot ignore his 76 strength. A mage with such insane physical power is something no one would believe. In the afternoon, Qiao Yu returns to his familiar home. As he opens the door into the silent space, he instinctively calls out that he is back. His eyes land on a family photo covered in a thin layer of dust. In it are his parents in this world, the ones who once gave him a real home. A memory from when he was 6 suddenly floods back. Back then, they said they were going to the capital city, and then they vanished, leaving him alone for years. Gently picking up the frame, Qiao Yu wipes the glass and sighs softly. 10 years have passed, but he still has no idea where his parents are. His eyes grow firm. He silently decides he must get into Capital City University to uncover the truth behind their disappearance. The next morning, the schoolyard is packed with students preparing for the first trial dungeon. The headmaster stands on a high platform and announces there is only one rule today. He scans the crowd and stresses that anyone who cannot continue must immediately leave the instance. His tone turns even more serious as he says, "Failure is allowed, but life must never be the price." Seeing the students tense up, the headmaster calms them. Normally, beginner dungeons are not very dangerous, and deaths are rare, but exceptions always exist. His expression darkens as he mentions a past serious incident involving a beginner dungeon. A class of 40 students entered that dungeon and vanished completely. No survivors, no traces. The only known name was Dream Nightmare Village. Hearing this, the atmosphere among the students instantly drops, fear clearly showing on their faces. The headmaster quickly reassures them that as long as they exit the other world in time, they will be safe. He then orders everyone to prepare for teleportation. A countdown echoes across the Ursund. When it reaches 0, the headmaster declares the trial has officially begun. A black pillar of light suddenly descends from the sky, tearing open space and pulling all students into a teleportation vortex toward the dungeon. When their vision clears, they stand before the entrance of an old, decaying village, filled with a cold and eerie atmosphere. Several female students cannot hide their fear. At that moment, Ma Fei steps forward, taking the lead and loudly claiming that as long as they follow him, they will be safe. While Ma Fei is still speaking confidently, a figure slowly emerges from behind a broken wall, its legs tinted a strange purple. Seeing Qiao Yu behind him, Ma Fei grows even more smug. He thinks even a Necromancer mage like Qiao Yu cannot compare to him, and he will prove he is the true leader of the class. Unlike Ma Fei's confidence, Qiao Yu quietly observes everything. What he finds strange is that the system has not issued any notifications since they arrived. The silent atmosphere is suddenly broken when an old man with gray-green skin and a gaunt, corpse-like face slowly steps out from the darkness. The old man looks at the students and speaks with regret, saying it is a pity to see such young people in a place like this. Ma Fei is startled and draws his sword, asking who he is. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu remains calm, stepping forward and politely asking for the meaning of his words. The old man reveals a yellowed grin, his hoarse voice sounding like it comes from the grave, and slowly says, "Welcome to Dream Nightmare Village." Immediately after, the sky turns dark and purple lightning flashes across it. the system finally appears, confirming this is a beginner dungeon called Dream Nightmare Village with S rank difficulty. A mission panel follows. The system explains that S rank for beginners is equivalent to E rank in normal dungeons. The objectives are survival and uncovering the secret of Dream Nightmare Village. After reading the mission, the students fall into panic. Knowing this is the same dungeon that once made 40 people disappear, many turn and run, desperate to escape this terrifying place. Ma Fei panics and rushes forward, shouting while running that he will find a way to get everyone out. Qiao Yu calmly studies the situation and quickly concludes this is an E-rank dungeon, and at minimum they need novice-level strength to clear it. Hearing that, everyone falls into despair since they are all only trainee students. The system ranks power from apprentice level 1 to 10, then novice level 11 to 20, and beyond that it keeps rising. Clearly, this dungeon is far beyond their capability. The weaker students desperately run toward the village gate, but the moment they reach it, an invisible barrier knocks them back. They keep banging and screaming for help, yet every attempt to get close is forcefully repelled. The green-skinned old man leans on his cane and calmly tells them to stop wasting effort, because once they enter Dream Nightmare Village, no one can leave. His words completely break the group. Some sit on the ground crying, some scream about ghosts, others shout that they are rich and do not want to die. In the chaos, Ma Fei still loudly insists he will save everyone. While everyone panics, Qiao Yu observes the old man and analyzes silently. The last group was likely wiped out not by monsters, but by failing to uncover the dungeon secret. This old man is strange, but shows no killing intent, so he may not be the main threat. The old man taps his cane on the ground and calmly says that since they are already here, they should not be so afraid anymore. Ma Fei immediately thinks he understands and rushes forward, asking if the old man means they should stay calm and face the trial confidently. The old man gives him a tired look and bluntly says no. What he means is that since they are here, they might as well prepare their burial here. That chilling answer freezes everyone in place, and the atmosphere turns dead silent. Seeing their pale faces, the old man chuckles and says he was only joking. He introduces himself as Aura, the village chief of Dream Nightmare Village, and states there are 2 strict rules here. Aura explains the first rule in a serious tone. Everyone may choose any house to stay in, but they must never touch the black stone placed in front of the door. After a pause, his voice turns colder as he explains the second rule. Before night falls, everyone must return to their houses, lock all doors and windows, and no matter what happens, they must never open them again. Niben steps forward and asks why going outside at night is forbidden. Aura gives a strange smile and replies vaguely that once night arrives, they will understand on their own. Soon, night fully falls and darkness covers the abandoned village. The 40 students split into groups and rush to find shelter. Once inside, they immediately lock the doors tightly, as if something is chasing them from behind. A small night girl suggests that for safety, they should all stay together on the 2nd floor tonight. While everyone heads upstairs, Zhu Ziyue quietly approaches Qiao Yu and softly asks him to protect her if danger appears. She deliberately blinks flirtatiously and introduces herself as a healer class, able to continuously restore Qiao Yu's vitality if they cooperate. Seeing this, Taju frowns and steps in, coldly telling Zhu Ziyue to behave since many classmates are watching. Interrupted, Zhu Ziyue fires back sarcastically at Taju's figure. Unwilling to back down, Taju retorts that big breasts do not mean beauty, and the two begin arguing fiercely. Taju mocks that it is just excess fat, while Zhu Ziyue keeps provoking her. In the middle of their argument, Qiao Yu suddenly notices something wrong, and his expression changes. Near the window, one male student is acting extremely strange. He presses his face against the dark glass, tears streaming down non-stop. His eyes grow increasingly dazed as he cries out for his grandmother in deep longing. Outside the foggy window, the silhouette of an old woman slowly appears. She speaks gently but eerily, saying she is cold and asking Awu to open the window so she can hug him. Completely losing awareness, Awu smiles foolishly and obediently says he will open it for her. Sensing extreme danger, Qiao Yu shouts to stop him, but it is too late. Awu has already unlocked and thrown open the window. The moment the window opens, the kind old woman disappears completely. Instead, a monstrous face appears with blood-red eyes, a mouth split wide to the ears, and a terrifying grin that chills everyone to the bone. Awu is still trapped in the illusion, staring blankly and calling out for his grandmother in tears. At the moment of danger, a golden light erupts violently. A roaring blast mixes with swirling dust, instantly binding the demon inside a vortex. Not far away, Xiang Yangdi struggles to maintain the spell. His hands form seals non-stop as sweat pours down. He yells for everyone to come closer, saying he is about to lose control. Wu finally breaks free from the illusion. His face turns deathly pale as he runs desperately back toward his teammates. The yellow talisman begins to crack, forcing the monster to reveal its true form. The system displays its info in red. Dream Nightmare, Common Monster, Level 3, HP 50-50, Strength 25, Defense 5, Agility 25, Skill, Charm. Seeing those stats, the students feel a chill. A female student trembles, saying if even a common monster in an S-rank beginner dungeon is this terrifying, then stronger ones must be unimaginable. Breaking free from the restraint, Dream Nightmare lets out a piercing screech and leaps into the air, charging straight at Xiang Yangdi. Realizing he is the target, the chubby mage turns pale, stumbling backward while screaming nonsense about cholesterol, diabetes, and high blood pressure if it eats him. Just as the monster's claws are about to strike, a massive light shield suddenly appears, blocking the attack completely. The one who steps in is Taju. Even as her HP drops rapidly, she grits her teeth and holds the line. Taju immediately gives orders. Xiang Yangdi retreats, Zhu Zuyue handles healing, and Qiao Yu summons Undead to restrain Dream Nightmare. Hearing the command, everyone quickly moves into position. Zhu Ziyue steps back and raises her hands to cast healing magic. A soft green glow surrounds her as healing energy flows continuously into Taju, restoring her HP. Feeling her strength recover, Taju thinks that with good teamwork, this monster is not too hard to handle. They just need to stall until Qiao Yu makes his move. That thought vanishes when she realizes Qiao Yu is already standing right beside her. Instead of casting spells like a normal mage, he grips his wooden staff and charges straight at the monster head-on. Seeing this, Xiang Yangdi panics and shouts that a staff is not meant to be used like that, and close combat will get him killed. Qiao Yu ignores all warnings, pours all his strength into his arm, and smashes the staff directly into Dream Nightmare's head. In one hit, all 50 of its HP instantly disappears. The monster is killed instantly, leaving everyone frozen in shock. The room is so silent it feels like a needle could be heard dropping. A female student keeps rubbing her eyes, stammering that the Dream Nightmare had only 50 HP and still got on-shotted. Another person dazedly wonders if Necromancer mages always fight like this. Qiao Yu calmly lowers his staff and stares at the dissolving corpse. After death, Dream Nightmare drops a black stone before fading away. Everyone gathers around to inspect it. Taju notices its shape is identical to the black symbols on the village doors and is not too surprised. Ignoring the discussion, Qiao Yu looks down at his hand in confusion. He clearly killed the monster himself, yet the system did not grant any attribute points. Noticing his silence, Taju gently asks if he found something. Qiao Yu startles, quickly smiling and saying he is just overthinking. The next morning, sunlight finally breaks through the dark atmosphere. The students gather again in the village, talking about what happened last night, and feeling relieved they are still alive. A male student excitedly says, following Qiao Yu was the right choice since he on-shotted Dream Nightmare. A girl also praises Taju for tanking the attack for everyone. Hearing everyone talk about others, Ma Fei stands aside with an annoyed expression. He scoffs inwardly, thinking a man hiding behind women is shameful, and if he were there, things would be different. Filled with confidence, Ma Fei swings his sword dramatically, imagining himself effortlessly cutting down Dream Nightmare like vegetables. Seeing him practicing so enthusiastically early in the morning, Qiao Yu teases that the class leader is really hardworking. Xiang Yangdi also agrees, saying just that effort alone already surpasses many people. Praised repeatedly, Ma Fei looks pleased but still pretends to be calm, coughing a few times and modestly saying he is just practicing for fun. His gaze shifts to Taju. He confidently walks over and suggests they share a room tonight, promising he will not let her take damage again. Taju coldly replies that she is a tank by role, and if even she cannot handle it, he has nothing to offer as a shield. Rejected outright, Ma Fei quickly explains he meant he could handle the monsters without Taju stepping in. Taju sighs and seriously warns him that this thinking is too arrogant. Their teacher already taught them teamwork, and he should learn from Qiao Yu. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a thunderous roar that shakes the entire courtyard. Qiao Yu turns around and sees village chief Aura leading a large group of villagers, armed with hoes, shovels, and wooden sticks, all rushing forward with murderous intent. Aura points his staff at the students and roars an order to capture them all and burn them alive to cleanse their sins with fire. His eyes are bloodshot as he declares anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Sensing danger, Ma Fei steps forward, shielding the group and asking if there is a misunderstanding. Aura slams his staff into the ground and shouts there is no misunderstanding. Have they already forgotten what happened last night? Meanwhile, Qiao Yu quietly observes the villagers. What stands out is that their numbers match the students exactly, and even their ages and appearances seem strangely similar. Before he can think further, Ma Fei blurts out that they killed Dream Nightmare last night. Upon hearing this, Aura erupts in rage, ordering him to shut up and declaring Dream Nightmare is the village guardian spirit. He claims the students violated the rules and were punished by it. Aura becomes increasingly hysterical, shouting that killing the guardian spirit will bring disaster to the entire village and that the students deserve to die 1,000 times over. Seeing the situation spiral, Ma Fei cautiously asks if there is any way to fix things after accidentally killing the guardian spirit. Aura coldly snorts and says there is indeed one way. The culprit must atone by standing outside alone all night to await judgment from the guardian spirit. He then asks if they have the courage to do it. Hearing this, Ma Fei turns pale. The thought of standing outside in the night, surrounded by unknown dream nightmares, is enough to make him hesitate. In contrast, Qiao Yu calmly steps forward and says he was the one who killed Dream Nightmare, so tonight he will stay outside until morning. Ma Fei looks at him like he has lost his mind, urgently trying to stop him and telling Aura that his friend is just talking nonsense and not to take it seriously. Qiao Yu simply smiles confidently and says he is fully sane. He needs to verify something, and those findings may allow everyone to leave this world. Without further discussion, Aura immediately orders Qiao Yu to be bound. Cold iron chains wrap tightly around his body. The villagers quickly erect a wooden cross-shaped stake and hang Qiao Yu in the open field. Seeing their teammate restrained, Ma Fei anxiously asks about his earlier words. Ta Zhu also looks up worriedly and asks if he has discovered the secret of Dream Nightmare Village. Hanging on the stake, Qiao Yu only gives a faint smile and says more or less yes, but everything must wait until nightfall to be confirmed. Soon after, night falls again, and the entire world sinks into suffocating silence. On the roof of an old house, a dream nightmare silently appears. It crouches and crawls along the edge of the tiles, before suddenly leaping down, aiming for a sneak attack on Qiao Yu from behind. As if waiting for this moment, Qiao Yu suddenly opens his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile. A sharp tearing sound echoes through the night. Golden sand from all directions surges and turns into chains that bind Dream Nightmare midair. From a distance, Xiangyangdi urgently shouts for Ma Fei to act immediately, saying he can only hold the monster for 1 second. As if waiting for his moment, Ma Fei bursts out from hiding and proudly declares he will protect everyone as a true sword cultivator, saying 1 man and 1 sword is enough to sweep all enemies. But before his performance even finishes, Dream Nightmare breaks free from the sand chains and counters with a powerful strike. Ma Fei hurriedly raises his sword to block, cold sweat pouring as he realizes the monster's speed far exceeds expectations. A shocking thought flashes through his mind. Could it be that Qiao Yu really killed this monster alone last night? However, his pride quickly suppresses all doubt. He grits his teeth, telling himself that if Qiao Yu could do it, then he has even less reason to fail. He pours all his strength into a sword strike with armor-breaking skill. The hit lands, but it only removes 5 HP from Dream Nightmare. While Ma Fei struggles to hold the monster back, Zhu Ziyue and Ta Zhu quietly run toward the stake. Zhu Ziyue calls out to Qiao Yu, while he helplessly asks why everyone is outside, when he clearly told them to stay inside the house. Ta Zhu checks the chains and explains they came out because they were worried about him getting hurt. She tests the lock and shakes her head, saying it is too strong. Only Ma Fei's sword could break it, but he is still busy fighting, and they have no solution. Qiao Yu gives a faint smile and calmly says it is not necessary. He casually twists his wrist, and the iron chains instantly explode into fragments. He brushes off the dust on his clothes and raises his hands as if nothing happened. The 2 girls freeze in shock, unable to understand how a necromancer mage has such terrifying physical strength. Before they can recover, a scream echoes out. Ma Fei has just taken a heavy hit from Dream Nightmare and is knocked to the ground. Ta Zhu immediately raises her shield and rushes to help. Zhu Ziyue also hastily prepares healing magic, almost calling her own name out of habit before casting recovery on Ma Fei. Despite his injuries, Ma Fei forces himself up and rejects all help. He shouts that he does not need saving, because only life and death battles can forge a true man. From a distance, Xiangyangdi urgently yells for Ma Fei to stop fighting head-on and aim for the monster's head, saying Qiao Yu killed it instantly yesterday with a single strike there. Hearing that, Ma Fei's eyes light up with excitement, thinking he has finally found the winning strategy. He immediately slashes repeatedly at Dream Nightmare's head. Qiao Yu sighs and says the weak point is not the head, but Ma Fei ignores him completely and mocks him for being afraid of being outshined. In his mind, Qiao Yu only won because of team support, while he can do it alone with a sword. Ma Fei continues swinging his sword and loudly tells everyone to watch closely and witness his true strength. A powerful slash cuts through the air, dealing another 10 HP of damage. Ma Fei strikes a proud pose, mostly because the attack looked impressive. But reality hits hard. Dream Nightmare still has 35 out of 50 HP, while Ma Fei is left with only 15 out of 45 HP. He stares blankly and stammers, asking why it is not dead even after hitting the weak point, then accuses Xiangyang Di of deliberately misleading him. Taju is also confused, since Qiao Yu killed it in one hit yesterday. Xiangyang Di thinks for a moment and concludes the problem is not the monster, but the attacker. In other words, Ma Fei is not as strong as Qiao Yu. That statement feels like a blade to Ma Fei's pride. He freezes and mutters in despair that he lost to a necromancer mage despite being a sword cultivator. As Ma Fei spirals into shock, Taju urgently calls for him to retreat. With his current HP, continuing the fight means certain death, and no one can save him in time. She suggests letting Qiao Yu take over. Completely shattered, Ma Fei erupts in rage. His power surges as he throws himself at the abyssal demon, chanting and forcing through its defenses. His blade tears through the air and lands a critical strike, directly removing 30 HP from the abyssal demon. Seeing the monster left with only 5 HP, Ma Fei raises his sword in excitement, believing he can finish it and prove he is not inferior to Qiao Yu. But just as his blade is about to fall, a wooden staff flashes like lightning and taps the monster's head. Its HP instantly drops to 0, and the creature disintegrates into dust. Ma Fei's eyes widen in disbelief as he screams in rage, unable to accept what just happened. Qiao Yu calmly bends down, picks up the soul stone, and puts it away before turning to leave. Ma Fei, furious and red-faced, points at him and yells that his hard-earned kill has been stolen. Seeing Qiao Yu ignore him, Ma Fei shouts even louder, insisting everyone saw him defeat Dream Nightmare and calling Qiao Yu a thief. Xiangyang Di rushes over to stop the argument, while Qiao Yu silently watches the fading stone in his hand, confirming that the system here is indeed malfunctioning. At that moment, 2 bursts of black energy rush out from the bushes. Zhu Ziyue panics, warning that 2 more Dream Nightmares have appeared, while Xiangyang Di immediately starts to panic. Qiao Yu does not hesitate and signals everyone to retreat into the house. He says there is no need to continue fighting because he has already found a way to leave this place. The group quickly rushes inside and locks the door tightly, while the 2 monsters outside claw at it wildly. Taju leaned against the wooden wall, panting and curiously asking Qiao Yu what his plan was. Qiao Yu just smiled meaningfully and said they would know tomorrow, and they only needed to follow his instructions. The next morning, the village chief led a large group and slammed on the door. He accused them of not repenting and killing another guardian spirit, condemning them all to hell. Ma Fei immediately turned pale. Chief Aura angrily declared that no matter what they said today, none of them would leave Mengyan village alive. Qiao Yu calmly stood with hands behind his back and asked if Aura was sure these people were truly native villagers of Mengyan village. The question startled Aura, but he still denied it loudly. Qiao Yu stepped forward with overwhelming pressure and said it was time to reveal the truth of Mengyan village. Suppressed by his Aura stammered and asked what exactly he meant. Qiao Yu pointed at Aura and then everyone behind him, stating none of them were real villagers of Mengyan village. He coldly said all of them had already died long ago inside the village loop. Without giving them time to react, he explained that the group had entered an illusion from the moment they arrived, and that was why they could not escape. Aura twisted his face into a sinister smile and mocked Qiao Yu, calling it all nonsense made up to survive, claiming he had no proof. Qiao Yu smirked slightly and took out a black object from his pocket, calmly saying of course he had evidence. Upon seeing it, Aura screamed that it was a guardian stone and went insane as Qiao Yu removed it. The others dropped to their knees, believing it was a sacred relic protecting them from night monsters, and that anyone who defiled it would be punished. Immediately after, the classmates also pulled out identical stones from their bodies. Qiao Yu exposed the truth, saying these were not guardian stones at all. The black stones and the runes carved on them were what maintained the entire illusion, and destroying them would collapse the dream realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered everyone to smash all the stones, and cracking sounds echoed everywhere. Once the runes were fully destroyed, the dark sky suddenly shattered, and a huge rift tore open the space in front of everyone. In the courtyard, the villagers clutched their heads in agony. Their distorted disguises faded away as buried memories surged back. Cries and laughter mixed as they remembered their old promise to protect everyone. Complete the beginner mission, enter Jingdu University, become powerful mages, and escape Mengyan village together. Many people looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Some even asked where they were and why they were the village chief. The twisted monster bodies gradually returned to their original human forms, revealing missing students. Aura also regained her memories and cried uncontrollably as she remembered she was the class leader. At that moment, the system announced that someone had uncovered the secret of Mengyan village and rescued all villagers, completing the main mission and awarding rewards based on contribution. The students burst into tears of joy and hugged each other, finally clearing the instance. The thick fog disappeared, and a glowing teleport gate opened. The system announced all players would leave the dungeon, while trapped souls turned into lights and drifted upward. Before vanishing, the former class leader turned back and smiled in gratitude. Ma Fei crossed his arms arrogantly and asked Qiao Yu how he knew how to clear the stage. He then reluctantly admitted Qiao Yu had some skill this time and said they would talk after returning. However, contrary to expectations, the 5 of them remained in place and were not teleported. Taju looked around in confusion, not understanding why they had not left after completing the mission. Before anyone could guess, the system announced that the 5 had destroyed the Black Stones of Mengyan and triggered a hidden mission called Seize the Heart of Mengyan Village, difficulty rank E. In the academy hall, the principal was shocked to learn most students had cleared Mengyan Village, but Qiao Yu and 4 others had not returned. After thinking, he guessed they had activated a hidden mission. If completed, it would be enough to attract top universities. However, his relief quickly turned into concern. Hidden missions were notoriously dangerous, and this was the hidden mission of Mengyan Village. For rookie players, the chance of success was extremely low. Back inside the dungeon, all 5 gathered with tense expressions to discuss. Yang Xiangdi bitterly laughed, saying their strength was too low, and entering a hidden quest was basically suicide. Ziyue also worried because they did not even know what the heart of Mengyan was. Taju turned to Qiao Yu, hoping he had answers. He asked if waking Aura and the villagers was enough, and maybe breaking the black stones was unnecessary. Hearing this, Qiao Yu coughed awkwardly to hide his discomfort. Just as they hit a dead end, Yang Xiangdi suddenly slapped his thigh as if realizing something. He excitedly said hidden quests were extremely rare, and Qiao Yu must have intentionally triggered it to share the rewards with everyone. Faced with that confident logic, Qiao Yu could only nod along. Yang Xiangdi immediately hugged him emotionally, believing Qiao Yu had given everyone a precious opportunity. Meanwhile, Ma Fei grew even more jealous and silently vowed to surpass Qiao Yu next time. The atmosphere barely calmed before something terrifying appeared. From the old rooftop, a thin, blood-covered arm suddenly reached down. In an instant, 4 dream demons crawled down. Their red eyes locked onto the group as they screamed in unison. All of them must die. A status panel appeared. Dream Demon, Common Monster, Level 5, 50 HP, 25 Attack, 5 Defense, 25 Agility. Without giving them time to react, all 4 monsters charged in like starving beasts, still repeating their death curse. Yang Xiangdi turned pale and stuttered, asking how they could fight 4 at once. Taju stayed calm and ordered no one to act recklessly, while Ziyue prepared to heal. Taju slammed her shield into the ground, raising a light barrier that blocked the first strike. She shouted for Yang Xiangdi to control the enemies. He quickly formed seals and used sand to restrain one monster, while she ordered Ma Fei to attack. Ma Fei seized the opening and rushed forward, his sword flashing in a clean arc. His armor break skill triggered, dealing 10 damage to the Dream Demon. However, such low damage, Ma Fei was stunned. He could not understand why Qiao Yu could one-shot monsters, while his strongest hit only did this much. The battle intensified. Ziyue kept healing while growing anxious as her mana ran low, and Ta Zu's HP dropped rapidly. Under relentless attacks, the barrier began to crack as healing could no longer keep up. Just as their defense was about to collapse, a figure rushed in. A familiar staff smashed down on the monster attacking Taju, instantly destroying it. The system announced Qiao Yu killed a Dream Demon in melee, gaining 1 attribute point and 10 EXP. Taju quickly warned him that 2 more were coming. Qiao Yu calmly stood up, brushed his hair aside, and faced the remaining 2 monsters. He used no fancy skills, only swung his staff twice. 2 impacts echoed, and both monsters turned to ash. The system rewarded each kill with 1 attribute point and 10 EXP. When the last Dream Demon vanished, a golden light orb appeared. Qiao Yu rubbed his hands in excitement, curious about the hidden quest reward. The orb opened, revealing an rank item called Fairy Girl Necklace, which increased skill damage by 5 for mages. Qiao Yu looked disappointed since he did not use skills, then decided to give it to Yang Xiangdi. While Qiao Yu checked loot, the others finally relaxed. Taju said the fight was risky but well coordinated. Ma Fei immediately boasted about his strength. Qiao Yu stored the necklace and urged the team to keep hunting. On the way, he opened his status panel. Qiao Yu was now level 5, only 10 EXP away from level 6. Thinking about better gear after leveling up, he grew more excited, seeing this hidden quest as a huge opportunity. Along the path, Yang Xiangdi suddenly remembered the hidden quest objective was to steal the heart of Meng Yan, not just kill monsters. Qiao Yu remained confident, insisting the item must be on the dream demons, so continuing to hunt them could not be wrong. Just as he finished speaking, Qiao Yu accidentally stepped on a slightly raised brick. The brick instantly sank, triggering a mechanism underground. Qiao Yu's expression changed as he realized he had activated a trap. In an instant, the ground collapsed into a massive pit, swallowing all 5 of them. Screams echoed through the space, as the group had no time to react, and fell straight into the abyss. After a long fall, Qiao Yu landed with a thud. Strangely, he was completely unharmed. He muttered in confusion, wondering why the ground felt so soft. At that moment, Yang Xiangdi's painful groan came from beneath him. It turned out Qiao Yu had landed directly on him. Realizing he was standing on a human cushion, he quickly jumped off and awkwardly apologized. After fixing his clothes, Qiao Yu checked on the others. Taju rubbed her arm and confirmed no one was seriously injured. The group began observing their surroundings. Yang Xiangdi immediately covered his nose, saying the smell was unbearable, and guessed they had fallen into a sewer system. Taju scanned the damp space and analyzed it as a place filled with waste and remains, which explained the stench. While everyone was still looking around, Ziyue suddenly trembled violently, her face turning pale. She shakily pointed into a dark corner and told them to look at the source of breathing. Hearing this, all 4 turned toward where she pointed. In the deep darkness, a massive mountain-like body slowly rose and fell with each breath. Each exhale released a wave of foul stench. At that moment, the system interface turned red, revealing a rare boss. Dream King. Sleeping state, level 10, 1000 HP, 65 strength, 20 defense, 60 agility, skills, charm and dream illusion domain. A warning appeared below. If the Dream King is awakened, all players will become its hunted targets. Looking at the towering monster like a 2-story building, Qiao Yu felt a chill as well. Even though it was the same level 10 as the Skeleton King, its power clearly far exceeded the previous boss. Yang Xiangdi guessed cautiously that the heart of Meng Yan might be the heart of this boss. Taju went pale and suggested forcing an exit from the hidden quest, since, with 65 strength, even her shield might not withstand a single hit. Ma Fei was equally frightened, but still tried to save face, pretending to be generous and saying they would let the Dream King go this time. Qiao Yu immediately shut down any idea of retreat, stating they had no way back. The group looked at him in disbelief. Ignoring their reactions, Qiao Yu quickly calculated. With 101 strength and doubled damage from his passive, his base attack reached 202. With a 50 crit effect from the Skeleton King reward, his opening strike could take more than 1/3 of the Dream King's HP. If they kept hitting weak points, they had a chance to win, though a single mistake could wipe them out. Seeing Qiao Yu standing still for too long, Yang Xiangdi even touched his forehead and worried he might have a fever, since thinking of defeating a 10-meter boss seemed impossible. Qiao Yu pushed his hand away and looked at everyone seriously. He explained that although the Dream King had high stats, its defense was relatively weak. If they could land attacks on vital points, they still had a chance. Hearing this, Taju immediately understood the plan. She guessed Qiao Yu intended for them to act as bait to draw the boss' attention. Qiao Yu confirmed it, saying he would handle the finishing blow if they created an opening. He stressed that this was an extremely dangerous plan. The Dream King was faster than all of them and could kill anyone in a single strike, so the 4 of them had to coordinate perfectly to hold it back. Seeing Qiao Yu's determination, the group regained some confidence and agreed to trust him. Ma Fei still acted reluctant, while Yang Xiangdi forced a bitter smile, saying his life now depended entirely on Qiao Yu. Even after agreeing, Ma Fei could not help but add that if things went wrong, they should retreat immediately, since running from such a powerful boss was not shameful. Qiao Yu simply smiled confidently and told them to relax. After a few minutes of rest to recover their condition, the group officially began the assassination plan against the Dream King. Qiao Yu held his breath and slowly approached the sleeping boss. His only thought was that as long as it stayed asleep, it was just a stationary target. He climbed onto its rough skin and carefully moved toward a weak point. While observing its back, his eyes locked onto a strange protruding object. It was a glowing sphere, wrapped in a thin membrane that pulsed with each breath. After a few seconds of observation, Qiao Yu immediately concluded that this was most likely the true vital point of the Dream King. Without hesitation, he raised his old staff, preparing a finishing strike. At that moment, the system announced that the Skeleton King reward effect had been activated. Qiao Yu poured all his strength into his arm and smashed the staff down onto the glowing sphere. A loud explosion rang out, and a red damage number 508 appeared, instantly removing more than half of the boss' HP. Below, Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Ma Fei stammered without words, while Yang Xiangdi kept wondering how a staff-wielding mage could deal such absurd damage. The system continuously issued alerts. Qiao Yu had awakened the Dream King, and the mission was immediately updated. The boss' massive eyes slowly opened, burning with rage and killing intent. The system coldly confirmed a new objective: defeat the Dream King, difficulty rank A. Awakening in pain, the Dream King roared and threw off the small intruder, clinging to its back. Qiao Yu flipped in the air, landed safely, and immediately shouted for everyone to execute the plan. The Nightmare Sovereign rose slowly, its colossal body blocking out all vision. It roared in contempt, calling humans insignificant insects. Sensing the moment, Qiao Yu pointed at Ma Fei and ordered him to draw the boss' attention. Ma Fei immediately rushed forward with his sword, snapping back that he did not need to be told. He used his armor break skill, but the blade only scratched the boss' skin. The damage number showed a single point. Ma Fei's face darkened in rage. He could not understand how Qiao Yu dealt over 500 damage while he only did 1. Still, he refused to give up. Driven into frustration, Ma Fei slashed repeatedly at the boss' leg, but the damage numbers remained 1, 1, 2, 1. Only then did the boss finally look down at the annoying human and sneered, deciding to crush him first. Facing death, Ma Fei still raised his head proudly and declared that a man in chaotic times must forge his name with his sword and fear nothing. After successfully drawing aggro, he immediately shouted for Yang Xiangdi and Ta Ju to support him. The two did not hesitate and unleashed their skills. Earth and light barriers combined to block the boss' heavy swing. Ta Ju gritted her teeth and held the line. With damage reduction and Ziyu's healing, they barely managed to withstand the attack. Ma Fei coughed blood and screamed that he could not hold much longer, urging Qiao Yu to finish quickly before he died. Seeing the opening, Qiao Yu shouted for the final phase to begin. He kicked off the ground, leapt into the air, and swung his staff with wind-breaking speed toward the boss' ribs. A red damage number 182 appeared mid-air. But before relief could settle, the system issued a warning. When the Dream King's HP dropped too low, its Dream Domain skill would activate. Its HP was now 33,610,000, and Qiao Yu immediately became alert. Before anyone could react, the Dream King entered a berserk state. It threw its head back and unleashed a purple shockwave across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire team took unavoidable AoE damage. Ziyue lost 11 HP, Ta Ju 9, Yang Xiangdi 10. The mage panicked, shouting that it was an unavoidable area spell. Qiao Yu also lost 10 HP. He immediately realized they could not let the boss finish this skill, likely the reason Aura's group had failed before. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu twisted mid-air and slammed another strike into the boss, forcing it to stop casting. The hit dealt another 182 damage, dropping the Dream King to 1281,000 HP. Qiao Yu's eyes turned bloodshot with focus. After calculating quickly, he realized he still needed a finishing blow, so he gathered momentum and leapt as high as possible toward the boss' massive head. Seeing him risk everything, Zhu Ziyue nearly burst into tears. She shouted for him to be careful, saying she had completely run out of mana and could no longer heal him. Mid-air, Qiao Yu raised his staff, revealing a determined smile, and replied that in that case, there was no need for healing anymore. Using the full force of his falling momentum, he delivered the final strike directly onto the top of the Dream King's head, completely wiping out the remaining HP of the Nightmare Sovereign. Upon landing safely, a series of victory notifications rang out. The system confirmed Qiao Yu had defeated the final boss of Mengyan Village, awarding him 30 free attribute points, an additional 10 points for melee kill, 50 EXP, and multiple level-ups. The system then announced that each player's contribution would be ranked before distributing rewards accordingly. Watching the Dream King collapse and turn to ash, The entire group was overwhelmed with emotion. Zhu Ziyue burst into tears of joy, cheering loudly as victory was finally achieved. Moments later, floating skill books and a contribution ranking appeared in front of each member. Zhu Ziyue received rank D, and the drank skill Spring Breeze Caresses Willow. Ta Zhu reached rank C and obtained Thorn Armor, Injury Resistance Drank. Yang Xiangdi was ranked C and received Earth Collapse Technique Drank, while Ma Fei also reached C rank and obtained World Severing Sword Drank. The most outstanding reward belonged to Qiao Yu. The system confirmed an A rank, granting him 50 EXP and a Brank skill book called Spirit Summoning Technique. Holding the reward, he thought the skill could wait, and what mattered more was whether the Dream King dropped anything valuable. Searching through the ashes, Qiao Yu picked up a golden long sword. The item info appeared. Brank weapon, Dragon Piercing Sword, 100 attack, 30 armor penetration, 20 sword aura damage, no cooldown, usable only by level 11 beginner warriors. Looking at the rare weapon, Qiao Yu showed little interest and complained that it was another item he could not use. In contrast, Ma Fei stared at the sword with undisguised desire. Qiao Yu casually tossed it to him. Ma Fei caught it in shock, unable to understand why Qiao Yu would give away a Brank item so easily. Qiao Yu simply said the team only had Ma Fei as a sword user, so it was more useful in his hands. Still stunned, Ma Fei explained that Brank gear was extremely rare, often worth a fortune or even an entire house. Qiao Yu waved it off and told him to use it properly, then continued searching the boss remains for more loot. After finding nothing else, he sighed that the boss was surprisingly stingy. He opened his status panel to check gains. His strength had increased significantly, but HP was still only 70, far too low for survival. Status: Qiao Yu, Necromage. LV7, Strength 151, Monster Power Rampage X2, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 300, HP 70, EXP 3070. Talent: Brave Heart of the Mage. Skills: Miracle Strike A, Skeleton Summon F, Spirit Summoning B equipment, Skeleton King Ring C. After reviewing his talent, he realized his passive only allowed attribute gain through melee combat, while active skills could synchronize stats to a single attribute. He concluded he must increase survivability first and avoid rushing. The system announced that the hidden quest had been completed. All players would be transported back to the real world, as glowing portals appeared and enveloped the 5 of them. In an instant, the surroundings changed. The group reappeared in the sunlit main hall of the academy. Outside the hall, cheers and applause erupted. People shouted Qiao Yu, Ma Fei, and the others' names as they returned safely. As they stepped out of the portal, Principal Tixi Jinlong rushed over, panting and sweating, but visibly relieved that his students had returned safely. Qiao Yu smiled to reassure him. After calming down, the principal said they had been missing for 2 days, and he feared they would never return. Hearing their full story of Mengyan Village and the battle against the Dream King, he laughed in excitement, confirming his prediction that they had triggered a hidden quest. He added that with this achievement, all 5 would become top targets for major universities. After the school-wide gathering ended, the 5 of them walked out side by side, under the admiring gazes of countless students. Everywhere, people were talking about them, amazed that their class now had 5 geniuses being recruited by top universities, and many even dreamed of becoming as strong as Qiao Yu's group and Ma Fei. Amid the praise, Ma Fei quietly glanced at Qiao Yu, who was chatting with the principal. In his heart, he silently resolved that once he reached level 11 and equipped the dragon-piercing sword, he would defeat Qiao Yu the next time they met. The lively atmosphere was suddenly interrupted when a man in a black suit rushed in with urgent news, reporting that representatives from Huqing University and Kindle University had arrived. The moment he saw Qiao Yu's group, the man immediately pointed at them and said both prestigious universities were here specifically to meet these 5 students. Principal Tixi Jinlong was shocked. He had not even submitted his report yet, but the universities had already arrived. He silently admired their intelligence network and felt that before retiring, he might still achieve a proud final record. Without keeping the guests waiting, the principal quickly led the 5 students to the VIP reception room. Upon meeting, both sides exchanged warm greetings and handshakes. A bearded man with a cigar laughed loudly, calling the principal an old friend. Beside him, a refined man with glasses also greeted politely. The principal responded warmly, clearly familiar with both. After observing the 5 students, both representatives nodded in satisfaction. They confirmed these were indeed the ones who survived Mengyan Village and even unlocked a hidden quest. The refined man stepped forward and introduced himself as Peng Liangji, an admissions teacher from Kindle University. He stated that their school urgently needed students with such potential. Before he could finish, the bearded man interrupted mockingly, saying the other side had not even tested their abilities yet and was already trying to recruit them. Peng Liangji simply smiled and said he was only showing sincerity, and if they wanted proof, they could begin immediately. The bearded man extinguished his cigar and introduced himself as Pei Huoquan, an admissions officer from Huqing University. He reassured everyone not to be too tense. After clapping to get attention, Pei Huoquan explained the test. They would evaluate occupation, strength, and personal attributes to determine admission eligibility. Hearing about the assessment, Qiao Yu's expression subtly changed. He worried that revealing his class and skills might expose too many secrets, especially since his goal was to enter Kindle University and investigate clues about his parents. Just as he was thinking, Pei Huoquan asked who would go first. Ma Fei stepped forward confidently, resting the dragon-piercing sword on his shoulder. He introduced himself as a trainee sword cultivator with rank talent and level 5. Peng Liangji immediately praised him, saying it was rare for someone, right after a beginner dungeon, to already reach level 5 with rank talent, calling him a true genius suitable for Kindle University. Pei Huoquan smiled and summoned a light shield around his body, signaling Ma Fei to attack. His status panel appeared. Pei Huoquan, Spear Cultivator, Intermediate Rank, Level 25, Strength 300, Defense 152, Agility 53, Spirit 24, HP 500. Facing such overwhelming defense, Ma Fei remained calm. He raised the dragon-piercing sword and told the examiner to prepare for the strike. In an instant, he shot forward like an arrow and unleashed World-Severing's sword, piercing through the shield and striking Pei Huoquan's shoulder, dealing visible damage. Pei Huoquan could not hide his surprise. Although he was not a defensive specialist, being injured by a student with a level gap of 20 was beyond expectations. He withdrew his shield and applauded sincerely. He praised World-Severing's sword as a rare technique capable of concentrating power into a single piercing strike to break defenses. Ma Fei respectfully bowed in thanks. Peng Liangji further analyzed that aside from the skill itself, Ma Fei's damage output suggested his strength was around 35 points, and his attack speed indicated decent agility as well. Hearing this evaluation, the surrounding students erupted into discussion. They were amazed that a level 5 sword cultivator already had such strength, and many regretted not awakening the sword class like Ma Fei. Peng Liangji grew more and more satisfied and decided he must recruit Ma Fei into his school at all costs. As expected, Pei Xiangguo immediately invited Ma Fei to join Huading University, and Peng Liangji quickly countered with an offer from Kindle University, promising top resources and conditions. Being fought over by two top schools made Ma Fei feel proud, so he asked for time to think while secretly planning to follow Qiao Yu to whichever school she chose so he could surpass her. Pei Xiangguo nodded and continued the evaluation as Chu Ziyue stepped forward, introducing herself as a healer. Without any weapon, Chu Ziyue formed hand seals and released a soft green light that quickly spread around her body. After watching her performance, Pei Xiangguo praised her, saying a level 4 healer with that level of recovery ability was already impressive. Next was Zuo Zhu, who raised a massive shield and took a defensive stance as Pei Xiangguo launched heavy punches directly at it. After dozens of strikes, Pei Xiangguo felt his arm going numb and was shocked that a level 4 student had such strong defense and even reflected damage back. Lighting a cigar, Pei Xiangguo asked if that was her skill, and Zuo Zhu confirmed it was a drank skill called Thorn Armor Counter, which reflects 20% of received damage. Pei Xiangguo praised it as extremely practical for a tank-type fighter with counter-damage abilities. After Zhu Zhu stepped back, Pei Xiangguo turned to Yang Xiangdi and assumed he was also a shield user due to his massive build, but Yang Xiangdi awkwardly said he was actually a mage. That answer almost made Pei Xiangguo lose his composure, since a 300-pound student claiming to be a mage sounded unbelievable, but he still told him to begin. Yang Xiangdi quickly raised his staff and chanted, his face turning red, but nothing happened for a long time. Pei Xiangguo crossed his arms, suspicious, unable to sense any mana fluctuation, and began to think the boy was just showing off. Just as everyone was confused, a burst of golden light erupted around Yang Xiangdi as he unleashed Earth Tunnel technique. The ground under Pei Xiangguo suddenly exploded as sharp earth spikes shot upward, hitting him and lowering his health again. Pei Xiangguo stepped back in shock, realizing there was almost no warning before the attack, making it dangerous, even for a level 25 fighter if careless, and he found it hard to believe this was the power of a level 5 mage. Looking at Principal Shi Jinlong, Pei Xiangguo silently acknowledged his strong training ability and decided to investigate him after returning, suspecting he might be a hidden expert. Yang Xiangdi happily returned to the line and gave way to Qiao Yu, who calmly introduced herself as a necromancer, level 7, with unknown talent rank. Hearing that, Peng Liangji considered that Qiao Yu had the highest level among them, but her unknown talent made him wonder if she was hiding a low rank. Pei Xiangguo said he would first test Qiao Yu's combat ability directly. He stepped back and told her to summon her undead, still determined not to lose face after being injured twice by students. Before he could finish thinking, Qiao Yu suddenly dashed forward like lightning, surprising Pei Xiangguo as he wondered why a necromancer was fighting in close combat instead of summoning. At first, he looked down on her, but after a few exchanges, he immediately sensed that something about Qiao Yu's striking technique was not normal. Overconfidence paid the price instantly. Just as Pei Xiangguo reacted, Qiao Yu's fist was already in front of his face. Qiao Yu coldly said that if he wanted to know how strong a melee mage could be, he should feel it himself. A heavy hammer-like punch slammed straight into the examiner's jaw. Pei Xiangguo spat blood and was sent flying like a broken kite. In an instant, he lost 200 HP and crashed onto the grass in front of Peng Liangji. The entire field fell into silence for a few seconds before exploding into shocked screams and chaos. No one understood what just happened. With just one punch, Qiao Yu knocked down a level 25 teacher. Peng Liangji rushed over to help his colleague and stammered, asking how a level 7 necromancer could end up like this. He even suspected Pei Xiangguo had intentionally held back due to knowing Qiao Yu. Pei Xiangguo, clutching his swollen jaw, angrily denied it. Spitting another mouthful of blood, Pei Xiangguo looked at Qiao Yu like a monster. The only question in his mind was whether this kid was truly level 7 or hiding real power. The students below were also in an uproar. Some even seriously speculated that the Qiao Yu in front of them was just a summoned undead, while the real body was hiding elsewhere. No one could accept that a supposedly weak necromancer had taken down a teacher with one punch. Peng Liangji quietly wiped sweat from his forehead, feeling lucky that Pei Xiangguo was the one testing Qiao Yu today. Otherwise, he would be the one humiliated now. Amid the chaos, Qiao Yu calmly dusted off his hands and politely asked if the test was over. Pei Xiangguo swallowed hard, and Peng Liangji confirmed he had passed. However, since he had not used any necromancer abilities, they still could not fully evaluate him. Qiao Yu immediately stated his decision. He wanted to enroll in the martial cultivator combat major under the warrior system. He had already planned it, keeping his necromancy hidden for now, and prioritizing entry into Jingdu University. That request stunned Peng Liangji. He quickly called the principal, as no precedent existed for a student studying outside their awakened class. On the other end, the principal immediately reacted in shock after hearing about a powerful necromancer wanting to switch to martial cultivation. Peng Liangji briefly reported that Qiao Yu, only level 7, had sent a Huiting University teacher flying with one punch. The principal immediately stood up, ordered fullest acceptance of all conditions, and demanded Qiao Yu be recruited into Jingdu University at all costs. He also decided to join the video call personally, while Pei Xiangguo hurriedly reported back to his own school. Before Huiting could respond, Peng Liangji handed the phone to Qiao Yu. A 3D projection appeared, showing an elderly man with white hair and a calm but authoritative presence. The old man introduced himself as Ji Pingyang, principal of Jingdu University. He then began promoting the school's history and faculty, inviting Qiao Yu to join. Seeing the long introduction, Qiao Yu politely interrupted and said there was no need to continue persuading, as he had already decided to join Jingdu University. At that moment, Pei Xiangguo's call finally connected. The Huiting principal's sleepy voice came through. Pei Xiangguo awkwardly said it was already too late. Unable to compete, he shifted focus to the remaining students. However, Ji Pingyang acted even faster and invited all 4 of Qiao Yu's companions to join as well. Without hesitation, all 4 agreed. Watching Jingdu University take all 5 top students, Pei Xiangguo could only stomp in frustration. Peng Liangji stood beside him, smiling uncontrollably. For him, this was the most successful recruitment ever. After everything was settled, Qiao Yu seriously asked Ji Pingyang about a personal matter, wanting to know if he knew a man named Duan Qing, his father. Hearing that name, Ji Pingyang froze slightly. He realized Qiao Yu was the son of Duan Qing and Bai Xixia, and suddenly the familiar feeling in his face made sense. Qiao Yu stepped forward anxiously and immediately asked if Ji Pingyang knew where his parents were now. Ji Pingyang let out a soft sigh. He said both of them were once his students, but he had lost contact with them over 10 years ago. The only thing he could confirm was that they were extremely outstanding. Before disappearing, They had repeatedly mentioned a place called the Privileged Dungeon. Hearing that, Qiao Yu clenched his fist. He silently decided to conquer the Privileged Dungeon, sensing that it held clues left behind by his parents. Before ending the call, Ji Pingyang smiled at the 5 students and said their admission letters would be sent soon. He also advised them to clear their respective class dungeons before enrollment for a stronger start. With that, the principal encouraged them and promised to meet again at Jingdu University. A week passed quickly. In a special classroom for mages who had cleared the beginner dungeon and been directly admitted to elite universities, Principal Shi Jinlong began a lecture about the Mage Privilege Dungeon. He explained that this type of dungeon mainly tests mental strength. The challenges are usually logic-based or puzzle-oriented, so teamwork greatly increases the chance of success. Tapping the ruler on the board, he emphasized that the next points were the most important survival tips for clearing the dungeon. At that moment, in the mission hall, a massive stone gate emitted a mysterious blue glow. Only Qiao Yu and Yang Xiangdi were waiting in front of it. Yang Xiangdi nervously asked if entering early like this was really okay. Qiao Yu simply smiled and said listening to lectures would never compare to first-hand experience. Besides, the more people enter the privileged dungeon, the higher the difficulty becomes. Understanding Qiao Yu's point, Yang Xiangdi immediately agreed. He reasoned that going in first with just the 2 of them would actually be easier to manage. They could later return to help the others since the privileged dungeon allows multiple clears, though without additional rewards. After agreeing on the plan, Yang Xiangdi happily called a nearby guide and registered with Qiao Yu to enter the Mage Privilege Dungeon. Aileen appeared with her usual polite demeanor, smiling and bowing, before announcing the selection process had begun for the 2 players. The gate immediately changed color. The green light was swallowed by eerie purple and pink energy swirling into a distorted vortex filled with faint screams. Aileen calmly announced the result. The selected dungeon was the Venomous Abyss Cave. Qiao Yu did not hesitate and rolled up his sleeves, about to step in. Yang Xiangdi quickly grabbed him, asking what he was doing before even hearing the mission details. Qiao Yu frowned in confusion, as if he did not even know there was a mission briefing. Yang Xiangdi stared at him and tapped his forehead, reminding him that they could not clear a dungeon without knowing the objective. Remembering the earlier skeleton massacre incident, Yang Xiangdi shivered and asked if Qiao Yu had really wiped out the entire cave alone, leaving him speechless. Ignoring their exchange, Aileen opened a magic book and slowly explained the dungeon's background. Legend said a cruel tribe once lived in the southeastern region, specializing in venomous insects. They used invisible poison, and victims would suffer unbearable pain as larvae grew inside their bodies, slowly devouring them from within until death. While the story sent chills through the air, the 2 had already passed through the light barrier. The mission panel appeared, instructing them to locate the cursed tribe, eliminate all venomous creatures, and receive rewards based on completion rate. As soon as they landed, the system triggered a red warning. The Venomous Abyss Cave required 5 players to activate, so the system would automatically match 3 additional teammates, and advised everyone to prepare. The light flickered rapidly. When it stabilized, 3 unfamiliar figures had appeared in the damp waiting area of the Venomous Abyss Cave. Leading them was a proud young man holding a long spear, who glanced at Qiao Yu and Yang Xiangdi with disdain and told them not to hold the team back. A girl beside him immediately reminded him to be polite, saying it was fate that they were matched together. She then introduced herself as Fang Yuan, a fire mage. Her younger brother Fang Xun also used fire magic, while the arrogant young man was named Long Chang. Yang Xiangdi happily started talking, introducing himself and Qiao Yu, and expressing hope that everyone would cooperate to clear the dungeon together. In front of the group stood a massive sealed stone gate. 5 large characters were carved into the moss-covered surface. Fang Yuan observed it and guessed it must be a clue to open the door. Long Chang sneered and spun his spear, saying they should just break it open. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured all his strength into a thrust, releasing a sharp blue spear aura toward the gate. But the moment it hit the stone, the attack completely vanished, without a scratch. The team was stunned to realize all attacks were useless. Fang Yuan concluded the gate must be immune to magic, so they needed to decipher the 5 characters first. While everyone was still thinking, Qiao Yu quietly stepped aside and cracked his knuckles, producing a series of crisp sounds. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted in excitement, thinking she had found the answer, believing the meaning could be solved through the Chinese pronunciation of the carved characters. Before she could finish, a deafening explosion erupted. Qiao Yu threw a punch wrapped in blinding light. The miracle strike effect activated, shattering the stone gate into countless fragments and opening the path into the Venomous Abyss Cave. The three teammates stood frozen in the dust cloud. Fang Yuan's mouth was still open mid-explanation, while Long Qiang stammered in disbelief at how the gate had been destroyed with a single punch. Only then did they truly realize how terrifying Qiao Yu was. After the violent breakthrough, the system confirmed the correct solution and announced the gate was opened. Yang Xiangdi rushed over and gave Qiao Yu a thumbs up non-stop. Qiao Yu casually brushed off his hands and said he just tried brute force, not expecting the gate to be that fragile. The group continued into a dark corridor, filled with damp air and strange red flowers, like flames lining both sides leading deeper inside. Sensing something wrong, Fang Yuan immediately became alert. Qiao Yu looked at the flowers and seriously warned everyone they felt extremely dangerous. Only then did Yang Xiangdi raise his hand and reveal black energy spreading across it, smiling bitterly that the warning came too late. Qiao Yu looked down and found black marks spreading on his own hand as well. A damage indicator appeared above everyone's heads. Fang Yuan confirmed they were all poisoned, and the system showed a status effect draining 3 HP per minute. Yang Xiangdi panicked, unsure what to do. In contrast, Qiao Yu stayed calm and decided to move forward, since standing still meant certain death. Though his expression remained steady, he knew their health would run out quickly at this rate. With no other choice, the group rushed forward, leaving behind the eerie red cluster of flowers. At the end of the path, they encountered another massive stone gate covered in complex, unreadable inscriptions. Long Qiang kicked a rock in frustration, complaining about another puzzle. Fang Yuan grew even more anxious as time ran out, and the riddle looked even more complicated. While everyone was thinking, Qiao Yu silently stepped back half a pace and clenched his fist. Another explosion rang out as the miracle strike fist shattered the gate into pieces once again. Qiao Yu withdrew his hand and casually muttered that he did not understand any of the words anyway. Stepping over the rubble, the three teammates could only exchange confused looks about reality itself. Long Qiang swallowed hard and sighed bitterly, wondering if this was really a puzzle dungeon, or if everything just disappeared whenever Qiao Yu showed up. Beyond the gate was a mist-covered mountain forest. The system immediately announced the first objective was complete, and the team had located the legendary tribe of the Venomous Abyss Cave. Long Qiang looked around in confusion, while Fang Yuan, affected by the poison, anxiously asked what to do next. Before they could discuss further, a childish voice suddenly echoed out, causing everyone to turn on guard. Beneath a large tree stood a little girl with braided hair, wearing colorful tribal clothes and a cloth bag at her waist. She smiled politely and introduced herself as Xiao Dong, asking if they were outsiders. Without waiting for an answer, Xiao Dong noticed the black marks on their hands. She covered her mouth in shock, realizing they had been infected by the poisonous red spider lilies. Xiao Dong's expression turned serious. She urgently urged them to follow her to the 10,000 Spirits Cave for treatment, warning that if the poison spread too far, there would be no chance of saving them. Qiao Yu narrowed his eyes in suspicion, wondering when the girl had appeared. Even more strange, she mentioned 10,000 Spirits Cave instead of Venomous Abyss Cave. Fang Yuan was too weak to think further and urged everyone to follow her and detox first. Xiao Dong quickly led them along a narrow forest path and soon arrived at a wooden stilt house. She happily called out for her parents, saying she had brought guests home. A middle-aged woman stepped out cautiously, eyeing the strangers. Xiao Dong explained they were travelers poisoned by red spider lilies while gathering herbs on the mountain, and asked her family to prepare a pot of 5 poison soup as an antidote. The woman nodded, quietly observing each of them before telling them to rest inside while she prepared the cure. After they sat on bamboo chairs, the family brought out steaming bowls of soup with thick mist rising from them. Just one look made everyone's skin crawl. The soup was a murky liquid filled with scorpions, centipedes, and unknown crawling things, with a sharp, nauseating smell. Long Qiang turned pale and silently pushed his bowl toward Yang Xiangdi, claiming the stronger one should try it first. Yang Xiangdi immediately shook his head violently, refusing and trying to push it back. While they were still hesitating, Qiao Yu calmly picked up the bowl and drank it in one gulp. He only thought about detoxing quickly, before his HP dropped further. After drinking, Qiao Yu placed the bowl down and let out a satisfied breath. His vitality quickly recovered, and he calmly said the soup actually tasted fine, and more importantly had fully neutralized the poison, telling the others to drink quickly. Seeing Qiao Yu unharmed, the other 3 gritted their teeth and forced it down. The moment they finished, all 3 clutched their stomachs and vomited violently. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu casually asked Xiao Dong about the origin of the 10,000 Spirits Cave. She said she only knew the tribe was forbidden by the chief from leaving, and from using poison techniques freely. At that moment, Xiao Dong's mother came out to clean up and coldly told them they had been detoxed and should leave, as outsiders were not welcome. Xiao Dong immediately grabbed her mother's hand in confusion, asking why they were being chased away when visitors rarely came. Ignoring her mother's worried expression, she turned back and smiled brightly at the group, saying they could stay as long as they wanted. Qiao Yu politely thanked her and said they still had not fully recovered, so they would rest a bit longer. However, he grew more suspicious of the parents' strange behavior. Xiao Dong quickly led them to an empty room to rest. After a few instructions, she left, closed the door, and locked it from the outside with a clear click. Outside in the courtyard, under a moon turning a strange blood red, Xiao Dong happily held her parents' hands and urged them to set off. Her innocent smile became chilling under the blood moon. She softly said the full moon night had arrived, and the ritual must begin. Deep in the ancient forest, the red glow of the blood moon filtered through the canopy onto an open clearing. The entire village had gathered around a moss-covered stone well. Chief Jiang stood in the center, raising his hands and praying to the great worms for protection, promising to offer fresh human sacrifices in return. As he finished speaking, he cut his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall into the well. The ground immediately shook violently as countless black insects surged out from the depths like a tidal wave. The swarm quickly gathered into a black sea and rushed toward two bound figures in the clearing. Screams echoed through the forest as the insects devoured flesh wildly. In moments, only white skeletons remained. Hiding in the nearby bushes, Fang Yuan witnessed everything and covered her mouth in terror, trembling as she realized they were using living humans as sacrifices. Qiao Yu gently pulled her down and signaled retreat. He judged that their team was still weakened from poison, while the enemy numbers were too large. He also realized that although his attack power was strong, he lacked wide area skills, making a full encirclement dangerous. At that moment, the chief suddenly sniffed the air and turned his gaze toward their hiding spot. He smiled coldly and said there were a few mice hiding nearby. A burly man with a scarred face and tattooed body steps forward and bows, accepting orders from the clan leader. The clan leader coldly waves his hand and orders all intruders captured alive, with 0 damage allowed. Back in the cramped wooden room, 5 people sit tightly together, under heavy tension. Fang Yuan nervously bites his nails and asks what they should do next. Fang Yuan quickly turns to Qiao Yu as his last hope. Thinking of the tribe worshipping poison insects, she trembles and says if they discover they killed the insects, they will likely become the next sacrifices. At that moment, Qiao Yu suddenly raises his hand for silence. His eyes sharpen as he listens closely and asks if anyone else hears a strange sound. A rustling quickly spreads through the room. Through gaps in the walls, ceiling, and floorboards, countless scorpions, centipedes, and black poisonous insects pour in. The group rushes to the center, realizing they are fully surrounded. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan casts magic and forms a fire barrier around everyone to block the insect swarm. Qiao Yu grips his weapon and shows disappointment, thinking enemies this weak give no stat rewards. If killing insects counted, he would have farmed them long ago. Forced into combat, the mages unleash spells non-stop. Earth skills and fire blasts explode repeatedly, tearing wood and stone apart inside the room. Seeing Yang Xiangdi smoothly combining 2 skills, Qiao Yu nods and suggests turning them into a combo chain. Yang Xiangdi forces a bitter smile, saying he is nearly out of mana from spamming skills. Suddenly, a loud crash erupts as the wooden door is kicked open. A burly man steps in, Zhu Jie. He crosses his arms and looks at them with disdain. He coldly says he only planned to teach them a lesson, but since they wiped out all insects in the 10,000 poison cave, they will be fed to larvae and die in agony. Yang Xiangdi does not waste words and instantly casts Earth Blast technique. The energy blast hits the target but only deals minor damage. Zhu Jie brushes dust off his clothes and sneers that this level of power cannot hurt him. A system panel appears showing he is a level 10 NPC with hidden stats far above normal players. Qiao Yu observes quietly and realizes NPCs in this world can hide their attributes unless injured, unlike monsters or bosses. Long Chang falls into despair seeing boss-level stats. Fang Yuan turns pale, realizing this dungeon is far beyond beginners. Qiao Yu clenches his fist slightly, starting to suspect that this special instance has different mechanics from normal dungeons. Without thinking further, he kicks off the ground and rushes forward like a bullet. Zhu Jie laughs in contempt, claiming one punch from this kid cannot move him. Before he finishes speaking, Qiao Yu's fist slams directly into his face. A huge damage number pops up instantly in the air. Shocked and dizzy, Zhu Jie stumbles back, furious, and refusing to believe a human could hurt him. He enters a berserk state, sharply boosting his HP and combat stats. Seeing the opponent's stats skyrocket, Long Chang and Fang Yuan quickly retreat and raise defenses, shocked that even his defense has multiplied several times. With blood-red eyes, Jiu Ji roars that no one can break his defense, and that their blood will be an offering to the insects. Qiao Yu remains still, arms crossed, watching him like he is just an annoying performance. The result is the complete opposite of his threat. After only a few basic punches with crit effects, Zhu Jie is beaten to the ground, swollen and barely recognizable, with only a sliver of HP left. The three teammates stand frozen in shock, now more afraid of Qiao Yu than the monsters. Qiao Yu calmly sits down, grabs Zhu Jie by the collar, and coldly demands answers about the ritual and the mysterious woman from the sacrifice. Barely conscious, Zhu Ji trembles and confesses everything. The clan leader conducts sacrifices every full moon. The entire tribe is bound by a contract with the insect queen and must offer living blood and flesh. The green stone well is where the insect queen resides and breeds. After hearing that, Yang Xiangdi slapped his forehead and finally realized the truth. Xiao Dong's family treated their poison not out of kindness, but to keep them alive as sacrifices for the next ritual. Qiao Yu calmly nodded and asked his final question. If this place is the 10,000 Poison Cave, why does Xiaodong always call it the 10,000 Spirit Cave? Zhu Xie froze and stammered, asking who Xiaodong even was. He insisted that within the entire 10,000 Poison Cave, only one person had the word Dong in their name, and that was the clan leader, Xun Dong. A cold wind swept through the room as if the truth had been revealed. Qiao Yu slowly stood up with a faint smile, saying he already had his answer. Zhu Xie, overjoyed and thinking he would be spared, quickly asked if he could leave. Qiao Yu's smile vanished instantly. He simply said yes, then suddenly kicked out and crushed the opponent's throat. The system confirmed Zhu Ji was killed barehanded, rewarding 10 free attribute points and 50 EXP. Qiao Yu also leveled up. Another special notification appeared. As the first person to kill an NPC barehanded in this world, Qiao Yu obtained an rank item called Illusionist Protection Talisman. It was a on-time item that could negate a single death. Seeing it, he was quite satisfied with the reward. While Qiao Yu checked his loot, his teammates grew uneasy. Fang Yuan worried the tribe would soon discover Zhu Xi's death, while Long Chang believed that if even a random villager was this strong, the clan leader would be far more terrifying. Qiao Yu stored the item and turned to analyze the situation. The mission only required destroying all poison insects, not killing villagers. If the queen worm was under the stone well, destroying it would be enough. They had to act before Xundong noticed. Without delay, the 5 of them quietly moved through the dark forest back to the site of the ritual. Luckily, the area was completely empty. While hiding and observing, Fang Yuan suddenly pointed in shock at 2 bodies near the well. She recognized them as Xiao Dong's parents, realizing the tribe even sacrificed their own people. Qiao Yu quickly pieced everything together and understood the strange behavior earlier. Not all villagers were willing participants. Still, he pushed emotions aside and ordered everyone to destroy the well first. The team immediately surrounded the well and unleashed their strongest skills. Fire, wind, and earth attacks slammed down in succession. A massive explosion rang out as the entire stone structure of the well was shattered into pieces. When the dust settled, only a deep black abyss remained, with no bottom in sight. Yang Xiangdi brushed off the dust and smiled confidently, thinking the poison nest had been destroyed, but he was confused that the system still had not confirmed mission completion. At that moment, a cold, eerie laugh came from behind them. A mocking voice said these sneaky rats really didn't know how to behave. Everyone turned around instantly. From the mist, a tribal girl in traditional clothing slowly walked out with a poisonous scorpion on her shoulder. Behind her stood Kwang Man, a burly warrior of the 10,000 Poison Cave. The girl stroked the scorpion and smiled coldly, saying that since they were here, Zhu Xi must already be dead, which was beyond her expectations. Qiao Yu stepped forward, locking eyes with her, and asked directly whether she should be called the 10,000 Poison Clan leader or Xiao Dong. The girl blinked and smiled in a more unsettling way, asking if he didn't like her current appearance, saying she could easily turn back into Xiao Dong. In an instant, her body shrank and transformed into the innocent little girl Xiao Dong they had met before. She tilted her head and asked sweetly yet chillingly which form he preferred. She then shifted back into the clan leader Xundong, pretending to wipe away tears. She said she originally planned to keep Qiao Yu for breeding later, but since he destroyed too many poison insects, she had no choice but to sacrifice him to calm the queen worm's anger. Qiao Yu coldly stared at Xundong and asked why she even killed her own people, including Xiao Dong's parents. Xundong only laughed as if it was nothing unusual. Her once youthful face twisted into something sinister, her eyes darkening completely. She gritted her teeth and said those two were nothing more than useless trash. Qiao Yu's eyes slowly turned a cold emerald glow. The rage he had been suppressing finally exploded as he ground out every word like he wanted to crush her. Sensing the killing intent from Qiao Yu, Xundong only covered her mouth and giggled, deliberately teasing him in a sweet voice, telling him not to get so angry. Her smile twisted further and further out of shape. Her mouth opened unnaturally wide, revealing a deep abyss of darkness inside. Then she coldly declared that soon they would all join the dead. The moment she finished speaking, countless purple-eyed poison insects poured out of Xundong's mouth, forming a massive black wave rushing straight at Qiao Yu. Seeing the danger, Fang Yuan immediately tried to form hand seals to cast a flame barrier to support Qiao Yu. But before she could complete the spell, a massive figure lunged in. Kuang Man slammed into the ground like a warhammer, splitting the earth and forcing the team to scatter. Long Chang quickly backed away into a defensive stance. Kuang Man flexed his muscles and roared like thunder, declaring that he was their opponent. A status panel appeared, showing a level 20 NPC in Worm Devour state with overwhelming HP, high combat stats, and full poison insect control ability. Ignoring Kuang Man's interference, Qiao Yu kept his focus entirely on Xundong. His chained punches kept landing, steadily draining her HP bar. While fighting, Qiao Yu quickly analyzed the situation. The poison insects were overwhelming. If the battle dragged on, they would die. He considered investing attribute points into speed or defense, even thinking about activating Warrior Heart, his strongest skill. Surrounded by Kuang Man and the sea of poison insects, Qiao Yu was locked in a brutal stalemate. After a brief hesitation, he chose not to defend anymore. With the illusionist protection talisman guaranteeing one extra life, the fastest way was still to kill Xundong first. Once the leader died, the insects would lose control. Seeing Qiao Yu struggling against the swarm, Xundong laughed with delight, mocking him for finally becoming obedient food for the queen worm. But her laughter stopped instantly. Qiao Yu gritted his teeth, crushed through the poison insects blocking his path, and unleashed a glowing punch straight at her face. Knocked backward, Xundong screamed in fury, claiming those who did not cherish life deserved to be devoured. At that moment, her disguise was fully broken and the system updated her true identity. Xundong was a rare NPC, level 10, with Worm Devour, poison control, and shape-shifting abilities. Qiao Yu scanned the panel and frowned. Despite being a rare NPC, Xundong's base stats were even lower than Zhu Xia's. That made no sense, meaning there was still a hidden secret. Xundong raised her hand, black energy surging from her palm. She complained playfully that Qiao Yu's punch hurt her, then instantly boosted her agility by 80 points. Seeing this abnormal change, Qiao Yu immediately raised his guard to maximum. But before he could retreat, a blinding strike infused with dark purple death energy came crashing down at his head. Xundong roared madly as her sharp nails pierced through Qiao Yu's defenses, as if tearing paper. Blood spilled from Qiao Yu's mouth. He staggered and fell, cursing inwardly at the sudden speed spike that left him unable to react. His HP dropped into the red zone, down to 9 out of 80. Xundong grabbed his collar and lifted him up, her eyes burning with excitement. She laughed like a madwoman, saying she would skin him alive after his death as a trophy. In the distance, seeing Qiao Yu on the brink of death, Yang Xiangdi shouted his name in panic. But the moment he tried to rush in, Kuang Man blocked his path. Kuang Man smirked and reminded him that he was their opponent, yet they still dared to lose focus. His HP was still above half. Yang Xiangdi gritted his teeth, gripping his staff tightly as he prepared his strongest spell. Kuang Man casually brushed aside debris and mocked that such magic was nothing more than scratching an itch. Then he charged in for the finishing blow. But suddenly, red magma-like light erupted around Kuang Man. He froze in confusion as this earth summoning felt completely different. A terrifying surge of energy exploded from deep underground. Yang Xiangdi roared and unleashed Earth Explosion technique, turning the ground into a blazing inferno. The attack instantly wiped out Kuang Man's remaining life in one hit. As the dust cleared, Yang Xiangdi stepped out with a completely changed appearance. His once chubby body was gone, replaced by a lean, muscular frame and sharp features that stunned Fang Yuan. The system also confirmed he was in burning fat state, with his spirit stat boosted to nearly 300. Qiao Yu ignored the changes in his friend's appearance and immediately rushed toward him. Even Qiao Yu was stunned, as Yang Xiangdi now looked like a completely different person. Yang Xiangdi scratched his head and explained he had no idea what happened. In the moment of crisis, all the fat on his body was burned away, and his spirits suddenly surged to nearly 300 points. Hearing this, Qiao Yu immediately understood. Spirit directly determined skill power, and 300 points was already close to the level of an intermediate mage. A bold idea formed instantly. Ignoring his injuries, Qiao Yu used his last strength to grab Xundong tightly and shouted for Yang Xiangdi to use him as the explosion core for Earth explosion technique. Xundong panicked and struggled desperately, screaming at him to let go. Yang Xiangdi froze in place, his hands shaking uncontrollably, tears welling up. He couldn't believe Qiao Yu was asking him to sacrifice himself. Blood kept pouring from Qiao Yu's mouth as he roared again, telling his friend not to hesitate and to trust him. Biting back his tears, Yang Xiangdi slammed his staff into the ground and painfully activated Earth explosion technique. Blazing magma surged beneath their feet. Qiao Yu still held Xundong tightly. She struggled wildly, begging to be released, but it was already too late. A catastrophic explosion erupted, flattening everything in the surrounding area. Immediately after, the system issued multiple notifications. Because he risked his life in a gamble for survival, Qiao Yu obtained an A-rank passive skill called Great Strength Contract. Its effect converts every 50 HP into 1 strength point, and every 1 strength point adds 10 HP. The two effects cannot loop infinitely. Lying in the crater, Qiao Yu coughed violently but still smiled. He quickly realized the skill granted him 1,660 extra HP based on his current strength. After checking his stats, his HP had surged past 700, meaning he would no longer be easily own-shot by bosses. Yang Xiangdi ran over and hugged Qiao Yu tightly, crying while asking how he was still alive after a 300 spirit point explosion. Qiao Yu just smiled and pushed him away, joking that who said someone dead couldn't come back. After wiping his tears, Yang Xiangdi suddenly remembered Xundong and asked if the system had confirmed her kill. Qiao Yu immediately sensed something was wrong, because there was no completion notification. That could only mean she was still alive. Just then, the mist quickly dispersed, revealing a massive distorted figure. A familiar yet twisted voice echoed eerily, complaining that their attack had actually hurt her quite a bit. The shadow trembled and slowly became clear under the dim light. She smugly declared that they were about to witness her true form. Her human disguise was completely torn away. Xundong transformed into a gigantic insect monster covered in black armor. Her blood-red eyes and slime-covered mouth formed a grotesque smile. The system updated her stats. Level 15, 2000 HP, Strength 130, Defense 80, Agility 100, with skills Poison Burst, Swift Slash, and Berserk. Seeing those terrifying stats, both of them swallowed hard. Yang Xiangdi trembled, realizing this was her true form. Qiao Yu immediately urged him to cast Earth Explosion again, but he shook his head, saying his spirit had dropped to 48, and the burning fat boost was no longer permanent. At that moment, the entire dungeon was bathed in red warning lights, with alarms echoing everywhere. The system repeatedly announced that the Von Dock boss had been enhanced by an unknown force, exceeding rookie limits, and ordered all players to evacuate immediately. Qiao Yu stared at the monster, raising its claws to strike. Yang Xiangdi quickly pulled him back, reluctantly abandoning the dungeon. Zuka also urged them to retreat, saying surviving was already lucky. The system further stated that if the Van Jock boss was not defeated, players could exit and re-enter the dungeon. Qiao Yu pushed his teammates away and locked his eyes on the target. Remembering Principal Ji Pingyang's words, he refused to give up no matter what. Xundong roared, her blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. She mocked them, claiming no one could destroy her new body, and vowed to tear Qiao Yu apart. The close combat erupted instantly. Both sides clashed like two tanks colliding head-on. Claws and fists exchanged non-stop, draining HP from both. Despite his injuries, Qiao Yu's massive HP pool allowed him to hold his ground. The longer the fight dragged on, the more Xundong lost her composure. She gritted her teeth, unable to tell whether the being in front of her was human or a monster. Countless questions flashed through her mind. Qiao Yu was only level 8, yet he still had not fallen, and his damage output even surpassed a boss like her. At this point, even Xundong could no longer tell who the real boss was. After a punch shattered part of her armor, Xundong staggered back, seeing a jade-green glow erupt in Qiao Yu's eyes. Fear finally surfaced. How could a mage possess such monstrous strength? Suddenly remembering something, she screamed and asked if he was from Baize. Watching Qiao Yu continue his relentless assault, Xundong became more convinced of her guess. In her mind, only Baize could create such a monster, because she herself was also a product of Baize's experiments. Qiao Yu completely ignored her words. He poured everything into a finishing strike, and coldly replied that he did not care who Baize was. He was simply Qiao Yu. A jade-green burst of energy exploded outward, as a critical strike pierced through Xundong's hardened armor. Struck by the fatal blow, she collapsed into a pool of green blood. In her final breath, she muttered Qiao Yu's name in panic, as if trying to confirm whether he was that mysterious figure. Her life faded away, leaving only a resentful question: why kill me? Qiao Yu calmly withdrew his hand. The system immediately announced victory, confirming he had defeated the boss in a solo fight, rewarding 15 free attribute points and 75 EXP. He leveled up again, leaving 590 EXP, and gained another 5 attribute points. The entire forest lit up with a purple glow. The system confirmed the 10,000 Poison Cave incident had been resolved and congratulated the 5 players for clearing the mage-exclusive dungeon. Ranking results followed. Long Chang received F rank, Fang Tan E rank, Fang Yuan E rank, and Yang Xiangdi A rank. Long Chang sat on the ground in disbelief that he had survived. Finally, the highest result appeared. Qiao Yu received S rank evaluation. A surge of new power flooded Qiao Yu's body as he smiled faintly. The system granted additional rank rewards: 100 EXP, 10 free attribute points, and an A rank skill book. He leveled up again, leaving 151,000 EXP, and gained 5 more attribute points. He officially reached level 10, stepping into the beginner tier. When checking loot from Xundong's corpse, he obtained a Mad Spider armor brank, granting 800 HP, usable by all classes but requiring level 11. He was quite satisfied, as it perfectly matched his full power contract skill. After collecting the loot, Qiao Yu found a glowing blue Rubik's Cube emitting strange light. The system identified it as a mysterious Rubik's Cube, an item sealed by an unknown power. Before he could inspect it, the cube rotated on its own and turned into a beam of light that entered his body. The system confirmed it had successfully bound to him, unlocking its first ability, allowing him to view target attributes within a 10-level range difference. Other abilities remained locked. Qiao Yu touched his chest, surprised yet intrigued. The item binding self was strange enough, and its first ability was already extremely useful. Space rippled slightly as Aileen appeared with a gentle smile, congratulating all 5 players for clearing the 10,000 Poison Cave dungeon. She softly scattered glowing particles over everyone, announcing it as a bonus reward that increased spirit by 20 points. Yang Xiangdi jumped in excitement at the valuable reward. In contrast, Qiao Yu stood frozen with a bitter smile. His spirit was originally 0, so even after gaining 20 points, nothing fundamentally changed. Fang Yuan stepped forward and bowed, thanking Qiao Yu for saving the team and helping them clear the dungeon. Qiao Yu simply smiled, waved it off, and said goodbye, promising to meet again. Before stepping through the portal, Fang Yuan asked what university they planned to apply to. Yang Xiangdi proudly said both of them had been directly admitted to Qingdao. Hearing this, Fang Yuan clenched her fist, determined to pass the entrance exam for that same school. After leaving the dungeon, the scene shifted to the modern cafeteria of the 4th Academy. As he slammed his tray onto the table, Ma Fei stared at Qiao Yu in disbelief, shocked to learn he had already reached level 10. Ma Fei still could not understand it. In theory, warriors had more dungeons to farm than mages, so they should level up faster. Yet Qiao Yu had already surpassed everyone. Ziyue rested her chin on her hand and curiously asked Yang Xiangdi if he was really the same chubby friend from before. The others also agreed, as his current appearance had changed too much, even becoming more handsome than Ma Fei. Yang Xiangdi kept eating meat while grumbling that good looks were useless. What he needed was to eat enough to get fat again, because only that made him feel safe whenever he entered the game. Another student shifted the topic and wondered whether even those who were directly admitted still had to take the general entrance exam. That question quickly led to the hottest topic right now, the college entrance exam. Most admitted students would still take it, all aiming for the title of top scorer. Besides honor, the number 1 rank would also receive an A rank item. Ma Fei confidently declared that he would participate and take the top spot among all warriors. He then leaned in and revealed news he had heard from his father. According to rumors, the reward this year had changed, and the top scorer would now receive an srank item. Hearing the word srank, Qiao Yu, who was eating, immediately stopped. He silently decided that the top scorer title this year would be his. On his way home in the afternoon, Qiao Yu had no idea he was being followed by 2 strangers. One questioned whether a mere level 10 could really defeat Xundong, while the other coldly replied that they would just capture him and interrogate him. In an instant, 2 black figures landed in front of Qiao Yu, blocking his path completely and hiding their faces. the mysterious Rubik's Cube instantly activated, displaying their full data. Assassin ID 7438 was a level 18 beginner assassin with 105 strength, 30 defense, 135 agility, and 25 spirit. The other, ID 9527, was level 16 with 95 strength, 28 defense, 125 agility, and 25 spirit. Qiao Yu stepped back cautiously and asked who they were. 7438 confirmed in a cold voice whether he was Qiao Yu, the mage who killed Xundong in the 10,000 Poison Cave. Qiao Yu quickly analyzed the situation. They had tracked him down just because of a dungeon boss kill. Could this be the Baize organization Xundong mentioned? It seemed Baize was not a person, but a massive faction. Thinking back, he regretted not asking more at the time. Putting those thoughts aside, Qiao Yu looked up with a foolish smile and calmly said he wasn't Qiao Yu, but Ma Fei. Hearing the unfamiliar name, 9527 immediately turned to his partner and said he had warned him they had the wrong person, even apologizing for the misunderstanding. 7438 turned furious, slapped his teammate hard, and shouted not to be so stupid. Not wanting to waste time, he drew his dagger and ordered that if this really was a mage, they should capture him alive. The wind howled as both assassins vanished into shadows and lunged forward. 9527 smirked confidently, saying assassins were mage's natural counter, and standing still was no different from suicide. But that smile froze instantly when Qiao Yu exploded in speed, closing the distance and delivering a powerful rising hook. The punch slammed into 9527, sending him coughing blood and flying through the dust, with a damage number of 197 appearing above him. 7438 stopped in shock as he stared at his unconscious teammate. One strike had taken down 9527, something even he would struggle to do. More importantly, Qiao Yu had taken hits from two assassins, yet remained almost completely unharmed. That level of strength and defense made him doubt whether this man was truly a mage. Qiao Yu dusted off his sleeve, his eyes turning cold, and calmly asked if they still wanted to continue fighting. Sensing the overwhelming gap in power, 7438 immediately changed his attitude. He put away his weapon, forced a smile, and repeatedly apologized, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. He even introduced himself humbly as just member 7438 of the organization, hoping things could end here. Qiao Yu lowered his head and thought. A level 18 assassin was only ranked over 7,000 within Baize, showing just how terrifyingly large the organization was. After considering it, he decided to let them go, as killing them might trigger an even more dangerous retaliation. Having made his decision, Qiao Yu smiled warmly and wished them luck finding the real Qiao Yu, even kindly offering help if Ma Fei needed anything. 7438 broke into a cold sweat, quickly refusing and fleeing while carrying 9527. Watching them disappear, Qiao Yu recalled records about the divine beast Baize. It was a white beast with horns, flame-patterned limbs, known for understanding the names and weaknesses of all demons and monsters, long regarded as an omen of good fortune. Ironically, an organization named after such an auspicious creature was secretly conducting cruel experiments like raising poison insects to devour humans. Back home, Qiao Yu sat in front of his computer, continuously searching for information, but still found no trace of Baize. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples and silently planned his next move. His identity would be exposed sooner or later, and with his current strength, he stood no chance against a massive hidden organization like Baize. After thinking for a while, Qiao Yu found a solution. He would enter the national college entrance exam. Baize would not dare to openly target candidates in a national exam, as that would mean becoming enemies of the entire world. If he could enter Qingdao University smoothly, he would be safer, especially since Principal Ji Pingyang was the sword god, the strongest sword cultivator in the game world. Putting the assassin issue aside for now, Qiao Yu took out the pale blue Rubik's Cube and studied it carefully, turning it over again and again to uncover its secrets. Examining the intricate patterns on its surface, he wondered if it was a special item only found in a personal dungeon. Another thought crossed his mind. Perhaps his parents had left it for him. More questions filled Qiao Yu's mind. If his parents truly arranged it, how did they know he would clear that dungeon? And how could they even hide an item inside it? From Xundong to Baize to his parents, everything seemed to be connected to a deeper secret. At the same time, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, a seductive woman in a black cloak stood silently overlooking the city. Behind her were two assassins, ID 7438 and 9527. 7438 lowered his head and reported cautiously that Xundong's death was still unclear. According to him, the intelligence was wrong. The target was not a mage and was strong enough to severely injure 9527 in a single fight. After hearing the report, the woman slowly turned around, Her icy gaze swept over the two subordinates as she uttered one word filled with contempt. Useless. Her black cloak fluttered in the wind as she turned away. Before disappearing, she coldly ordered them to put Shundong's case aside, as Baize's plan in Sioux City was the top priority. The two assassins quickly bowed and accepted the order. A few days later, Qiao Yu arrived at the sunlit office of Principal Shi Jinlong. Adjusting his glasses, the principal smiled gently and asked what his prized student had come for. A little embarrassed, Qiao Yu placed the Rubik's Cube on the desk and said he wanted help identifying it. He explained that it came from a personal dungeon and seemed to be sealed, and he wanted to know if it could be unlocked. The principal carefully examined the cube under the light. After a moment of thought, he confirmed it was indeed a sealed item. Without the password, the only option was a sealing break key. Hearing this, Qiao Yu immediately asked about it. Placing the cube down, Principal Jinlong explained that the sealing break key could remove seals without damaging the item itself. Fortunately, the seal on this cube was not too strong and could be broken this way. Qiao Yu asked where to find such a key. The principal's expression turned serious as he mentioned an rank dungeon called Mechanical Nation. He warned Qiao Yu to be extremely careful, as it was an open dungeon where other players might interfere. The scene shifted instantly. Qiao Yu now stood in a futuristic metropolis filled with towering metal buildings and flying vehicles crossing the sky. Looking around at the bustling city, he recalled his teacher's explanation. This was the Mechanical Nation dungeon, once the battlefield between humans and machines after artificial intelligence awakened. Eventually, both sides signed a peace treaty. The city Qiao Yu had entered was the human settlement within this world, known as Mechanical City. Walking through the crowded streets, he remembered his objective. To obtain the sealing break key, he needed to trigger a hidden quest from the city lord Hua Jun. The problem was how to even meet him. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and thick glasses walked by, muttering complex physics formulas while completely lost in thought. Too absorbed in his calculations, he accidentally bumped into two tattooed youths walking arrogantly toward him and let out a pained gasp. The impact knocked the old man to the ground. Trembling all over, he repeatedly bowed and apologized in panic. One of the youths, with bluer-dyed hair, immediately got angry, rubbing his shoulder and pointing at the old man, loudly scolding him for walking carelessly. Hearing the argument, Qiao Yu slightly frowned and looked over. At that moment, the other youth grabbed the old man by the collar and lifted him up, shouting that he had been injured and must pay compensation. The dyed-haired one joined in, while the old man could only keep trembling and apologizing. The tattooed man kicked the old man down again and rummaged through his pockets, growling for money. After searching for a while, he realized the old man might not have a single coin on him. Unable to stand by any longer, Qiao Yu stepped forward. He loudly stopped them, saying bullying an elderly person in broad daylight was unacceptable. As a responsible young man, he could not ignore it. The blue-haired thug crossed his arms and sneered, asking if Qiao Yu was so eager to interfere. Why not just pay the old man's debt himself? Qiao Yu clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked, calmly replying that all illegal behavior would eventually be punished by law. Without giving them time to react, he unleashed a powerful kick. In a single strike, the blue-haired man was sent flying dozens of meters and knocked unconscious in the street. Seeing his partner taken down instantly, the remaining thug froze in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Losing all arrogance, he immediately knelt and begged for mercy, repeatedly admitting fault and pleading for forgiveness from Qiao Yu and the old man. Qiao Yu glanced at him coldly and said only one word, "Scram." The thug immediately fled without looking back. After everything ended, Qiao Yu helped the old man up and brushed the dust off his clothes. The elder shakily took out a few crumpled coins and tried to press them into Qiao Yu's hands as thanks. Qiao Yu smiled and gently refused. He said he only did what was right and had been raised to help others, unlike those thugs. The old man, moved, put the money away and sadly said he had nothing else to repay him with. Taking the opportunity, Qiao Yu carefully asked for a favor. He said he did not need repayment, only guidance on how to meet the city lord of Mechanical City. The old man adjusted his glasses in surprise and asked if he truly wanted to meet the city lord. Qiao Yu nodded and explained he needed the sealing break key, which only Hua Jun possessed. After hearing this, the old man stroked his white beard and smiled meaningfully. He said other matters might be difficult, but meeting Hua Jun was possible. Qiao Yu quickly thanked him. The old man then led the way with his cane, warning that obtaining the item from the city lord would not be easy. Qiao Yu confidently replied that he had only used a fraction of his strength earlier. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Two figures quietly observed everything. One asked whether the city lord had finally found the person he was looking for. The other simply shook his head, saying he was not sure. Recalling Qiao Yu's earlier kick, the man could not help but admit he had never seen a player as strong as that young man before. The scene shifted to a secret underground laboratory in the mechanical nation. A black-robed figure stood with his back turned, issuing orders to a humanoid machine named Pang. He said that Lord Hua Jun would hold an academic conference tomorrow, and no matter what, they must capture him alive. The robot Pang immediately bowed and responded in a mechanical voice that he understood. Lord Meng Day. Back in the human district, the old man led Qiao Yu to the gates of a heavily guarded and magnificent castle. He pointed inside and said the person he wanted to meet was within. Qiao Yu thanked him and looked up at the grand structure, wondering why an ordinary old man could move freely in such a tightly secured place. When he turned back to ask more, the old man had vanished without a trace. Qiao Yu called out a few times, but there was no sign of him. Deciding not to dwell on it, he quickly refocused. The most important thing now was to meet the city lord and obtain the ceiling break key. Qiao Yu pushed open the large carved wooden doors. As they slowly creaked open, the scene inside made him freeze instantly. Sitting calmly on a crimson velvet chair in the grand hall was the very same white-haired old man he had just met outside. On both sides stood the two thugs he had just beaten. Qiao Yu stared in shock, pointing at them in disbelief. The old man suddenly laughed heartily and admitted his true identity. He was the city lord of Mechanical City Hua Jun. Hua Jun introduced the two young men as the city's strongest guardians. Only then did Qiao Yu realize he had been part of a test, and he asked why it was set up this way. Hua Jun's smile faded as he seriously explained that he needed someone strong enough to surpass his two guardians, and that person was Qiao Yu. Hearing this, Qiao Yu's heart tightened slightly. Hua Jun stopped beating around the bush and stated the condition directly. If Qiao Yu completed a mission for him, the key to breaking the seal would be his. At the same time, the system triggered a hidden quest. Hua Jun stood up with his hands behind his back and explained. Tomorrow he would present his research on machinery and organic life at a major conference. But the machine faction was targeting his results and would not miss the chance to strike. Qiao Yu thought he understood and said the mission was just to protect Hua Jun during the conference. But Hua Jun immediately denied it. The city lord's gaze turned sharp. The real goal was not protection, but to defeat the ruler of the machine kingdom, Meng De, and destroy the machine heart. A mission panel then appeared before Qiao Yu. The objectives were to defeat Meng De and destroy the machine heart. The reward was the key to breaking the seal. Qiao Yu did not hesitate at all. He agreed immediately and stayed calm, thinking it would only be a few robots to deal with. The next morning, the Research Institute hall was packed. Thousands of scholars and talents from Machine City gathered to listen. On stage, Professor Hua Jun adjusted his tie and began speaking about the advanced technological civilization built by humanity. He presented achievements from exploring nature, decoding DNA, to the rise of computer technology. As DNA chains and data models appeared on the big screen, Hua Jun raised the question that artificial systems had become as complex as life itself. Whether life could be fully represented, as data was also why AI was created for research. Walking across the stage, he continued his analysis. Even though AI was becoming more advanced and followed complex rules, humans still did not see them as real life forms. The machines in the machine kingdom had self-awareness, but could not reproduce traditionally. He then asked the key question of whether machines could sustain their own lineage. Sitting at the back of the hall, Qiao Yu yawned because he could not understand the lecture. He cared more about why the machines had not shown up yet. Just as he thought that, cracks suddenly spread across the reinforced glass ceiling above the hall before it shattered with a deafening blast. Countless glass shards rained down. A giant armored machine then dropped onto the stage from above, shaking the entire hall. The intruder was Bress Rank. He smiled mechanically and mocked that flesh was weak while machines were eternal. Hua Jun stumbled back in shock and was grabbed by the machine after falling near the podium. The hall fell into chaos as people screamed and called for security. Two strong guards rushed forward with stun weapons and warned the machines to leave immediately. In an instant, a golden laser sliced through the air. Bress Rank delivered a heavy steel punch to a guard's chest, sending him crashing into the wall, unconscious in a pool of blood. He brushed off the debris on his body, raised his head proudly, and declared he would wipe out all obstacles while mocking human weakness. Seeing this, Qiao Yu stood up immediately. Annoyed by the machine's arrogance, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to move. Just as Qiao Yu was about to charge, Hua Jun stopped him. He calmly said their real target was him, so he would go to the machine kingdom willingly. Hua Jun looked at Qiao Yu with trust and said all hopes were on him. Understanding the plan, Qiao Yu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Bress Rank fired lasers wildly across the hall, destroying everything while laughing and boasting about his upgraded ultimate machine form. A cloaked figure slowly descended through the hole in the ceiling. The masked man coldly demanded that Hua Jun be handed over. It was Meng De. Hua Jun pretended to stay calm and made a condition, asking Meng De to order his subordinates to stop before he would cooperate. Meng De did not respond. He fired a cable that bound Hua Jun tightly and pulled him over, mocking him for not cooperating earlier. Seeing Meng De secure the target, Bress Rank excitedly suggested taking Hua Jun away first while he stayed behind, to have more fun with the others. Meng De nodded, activated his jet propulsion, and carried Hua Jun away into the sky to retreat. Waiting for that exact moment, Qiao Yu immediately jumped onto the stage. He cracked his neck loudly and looked up at his opponent in provocation. Qiao Yu stared at Bress Rank with disdain and asked if he was the one always bragging about having the strongest machine body. The robot slowly stepped forward, scanning Qiao Yu's body before mocking him, saying humans would never understand the beauty and power of upgraded machine bodies. Qiao Yu did not bother listening, and coldly said if he was done talking, it was his turn. Bress Rank kept rambling, trying to recruit Qiao Yu into the machine faction to gain a perfect body and superior power. Without letting him finish, Qiao Yu charged forward and delivered a brutal kick to the robot's abdomen. The alloy armor caved in, sparks flew everywhere, and a damage number of 306 appeared. A status panel then showed, Rare NPC Bress Rank, LV11, 500 HP, remaining 194, Strength 86, Defense 40, Agility 90, skills include Machine Transformation and Piercing Cannon. Bress Rank staggered back repeatedly, his electronic visor flickering wildly due to system failure. He froze in disbelief, unable to process what he had just seen. Qiao Yu casually brushed his sleeve, smirked mockingly, and said he had already possessed what the machine was bragging about long ago. The robot looked down at the huge hole in his abdomen as components fell apart. His AI brain kept generating errors, unable to explain the scene. In his logic, a human should never be able to pierce a cybernetic body with a single punch. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his sparking wound, screaming in pain and asking how he did it. Qiao Yu simply shrugged and calmly explained as if teaching a child. It's simple, just raise your hand and punch. Bress Rank slammed the ground in rage, roaring that a human body could never surpass machines. Qiao Yu stepped forward and pressed his foot onto the robot's metal back, sneering as he randomly claimed he possessed the primordial human body. With that, he stomped down, the sound of cracking metal echoing, then coldly asked for his real purpose. Bress Rank could only groan in pain. Qiao Yu kicked him again, causing another 102 HP to be deducted. He crossed his arms and ordered him to obediently take him to the Machine Kingdom, or be reduced to scrap metal. Then he stood directly on the robot's back like a hoverboard. Thus, Bress Rank unwillingly became a mode of transport, carrying Qiao Yu straight toward the Machine Kingdom. The wind howled past, but Qiao Yu's eyes remained firm. He guessed the city lord had intentionally allowed himself to be captured in order to lead them to the Machine Kingdom and destroy the machine heart. Thinking this, he silently vowed to complete the mission. Below, Bress Rank was drenched in machine oil sweat, his processor running at full capacity to analyze the situation. He could not understand why someone this powerful would let Meng De take Professor Hua Jun away. The so-called primordial human body must be reported immediately. A golden beam of light tore across the sky and shot straight into the brilliantly neon-lit mechanical capital. Inside the sterile laboratory of the Machine Kingdom, Meng De removed his mask, politely bowing to the unwilling guest, Professor Hua Jun, and apologized for having to use force to bring him here. Rubbing his wrists, still marked by restraints, Hua Jun coldly declared that even in death, he would never betray humanity to join the machine faction. Meng De remained calm and told the professor not to refuse so quickly, then pressed a control button, saying he wanted him to see something first. The steel wall slowly split apart, revealing a massive incubation chamber made of reinforced glass. Inside the pale golden fluid was a heart-shaped machine, pulsing rhythmically and emitting a blinding light. Meng De proudly introduced his achievement. According to him, it was the fusion of biology and machinery. The heart in front of them had full biological function and represented the peak of machine evolution. Spreading his arms as if admiring a masterpiece, Meng De passionately declared it was called Ascension, where the weak human body would be elevated by machines to a higher level. He then invited Hua Jun to join this evolutionary process. In response, Hua Jun looked at Meng De with extreme contempt and directly cursed him as a traitor to humanity, willingly serving the machines. insulted in front of him. Meng Day's expression darkened instantly as he roared in anger. No longer maintaining calm, he activated the brutal sacrificial ritual and ordered Hua Jun to keep his eyes open and witness it. The ceiling opened, and dozens of bound humans were lowered one by one, tied with optical cables directly connected to the machine heart. Their clothes were torn, bodies covered in blood, and they screamed in despair for help. Immediately after, countless tentacles burst out from the machine heart like an octopus, piercing the victims' bodies and draining their life force amid desperate cries. The screams gradually faded as each person was pulled into that monstrous machine. The scene shifted to the spaceship landing bay of the machine city. Just after dismounting from Bress rank, Qiao Yu was surrounded by dozens of machine soldiers, armed with laser rifles. Alarm sirens echoed throughout the area, announcing an intruder. Without giving them a chance to fire, Qiao Yu charged straight into the encirclement. His bare fists smashed through their metal heads like watermelons. The system kept awarding attribute points and experience for each kill. Brushing off the metallic dust, he smiled upon discovering that destroying machines also granted rewards, then tightened his broken sword and walked boldly into the base, shouting, "I'll take on 10 of you." Seeing the scene, Professor Hua Jun's face turned pale with rage. He trembled as he pointed at Mond and cursed him as beasts with no humanity. Mond simply stroked his chin, calmly looking at the drained corpses falling to the ground, and said anger changed nothing. Originally, the project was meant to extend the lifespan of machines, but the result went out of control. What they created was not a miracle, but a life-draining monster. Worse, its appetite kept growing from 1 person per feeding to 5, and even Mond did not know its limit. He turned to Hua Jun and coldly presented a choice. If he continued to do nothing, more innocent humans would be sacrificed every day to feed the machine. Hua Jun clenched his fists, his heart aching. He looked toward the door, silently placing all his hope on Qiao Yu. At that moment, the lab door was smashed open. A subordinate robot rushed in, reporting in panic that a human possessing the primordial saint body had stormed the base. Hearing the report, Mond raised an eyebrow and smiled with interest. So that was the one Bress rank mentioned. A loud crash of reinforced glass echoed through the room. A staff was slammed into the ground, and Qiao Yu appeared with overwhelming presence. He dusted off his hands, glanced at the group of insane scientists, and smirked in mock greeting. Seeing Qiao Yu, Professor Hua Jun immediately brightened with relief. The one he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Mon slowly turned around, crossing his arms as he examined Qiao Yu from head to toe, asking if he was the owner of the primordial saint body reported by Bress rank. Escorted by 2 Titan guards, Mond greeted Qiao Yu to the Machine Kingdom and reminded him that Bress rank was one of their strongest Titans, yet still died at his hands. The system immediately scanned the target. Rare NPC Mond, LV-15, HP 2000, Strength 118, Defense 100, Agility 80, Skill, Machine Overlord Fist. Leaning on his staff, Qiao Yu sneered and asked if dying to the primordial saint body made them feel ashamed, or if Mond was planning revenge. Mond did not reply. He simply waved his hand. 2 Titan guards activated their engines and charged forward at terrifying speed, unleashing destructive energy fists toward Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu only smirked, treating the incoming enemies as free attribute points. He gathered all his strength into one punch, piercing through the alloy armor of the first machine, the sound of cracking metal ringing out sharply. The system immediately announced that Qiao Yu had killed a machine with bare hands and gained attribute points and experience. Without stopping, he turned and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the second, triggering more rewards. In just a few moves, the entire machine squad lay scattered on the ground, their bodies smoking. These heavily modified combat machines were completely overwhelmed by a human. On the observation platform, Mon silently watched the battle unfold. A fanatical look slowly emerged in his eyes as he confirmed Bress rank's report was true. If Qiao Yu could be turned into a machine, the result would be beyond imagination. In his mind, a vision appeared of a steel warrior with absolute destructive power, the strongest existence in the world. Below, Qiao Yu quickly helped Professor Hua Jun up and asked worriedly if he was injured. The old man waved his hand, coughed twice, and pointed at the giant glass cage in the center of the room. His voice trembled with both fear and emotion as he told Qiao Yu to look closely at what was inside. In front of him was a heart built from countless metal components, yet it functioned like a real living organ. The system immediately displayed its data. Target machine heart MTA, LV-15, HP 2000, with strength, defense, and speed all at 0. Looking closer, Qiao Yu noticed a strange black layer slowly spreading across its surface. Only now did he fully understand. These people were using human lives to nourish this artificial living machine. Staring at the grotesque creation, Qiao Yu coldly declared that whether the city lord remembered him or not, he would still personally destroy the machine heart. Hua Jin simply nodded, placing all hope on Qiao Yu. From the observation platform, Mon could no longer stay calm. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had to recruit the primordial saint body at all costs. He activated the broadcast system and spoke in a seductive tone, urging Qiao Yu to abandon his human body and step onto the path of machine evolution. However, Qiao Yu did not waver at all. He calmly walked straight toward the glass cage, holding the machine heart, making Mon's expression change instantly as he sensed something was wrong. Without giving anyone time to react, Qiao Yu leapt forward, stepped over the control panels, shattered the protective glass, and rushed into the area where the MTA was stored. Mon panicked immediately, rushing forward while shouting for him to stop and not touch the MTA. Mid-air, Qiao Yu gathered all his strength into his right fist and unleashed a devastating punch onto the machine heart. A bright red damage number appeared on its surface. Witnessing his life's work being attacked, Mond immediately activated his jet device and flew toward Qiao Yu in a frenzy to stop him. Qiao Yu only turned his head slightly, raising his glowing fist as a warning, telling him not to interfere. At the same time, the entire base's security system went into full alarm. Red lights flashed non-stop as the AI repeatedly warned that the target had reached hell-level danger and urged immediate retreat. Mons still charged forward regardless. Qiao Yu casually dodged and delivered a brutal punch to Mon's chest. In one hit, he lost 288 HP. The terrifying force sent Mond flying like a cannonball, smashing through a thick steel wall and leaving a huge crater. Crawling out of the ruins with difficulty, Mon's metal mask had shattered. His pale face was exposed, yet his eyes still burned with fanatical obsession. Holding his aching chest, Mond kept muttering that Qiao Yu's power was too terrifying, strengthening his resolve to bring him into the machine kingdom at all costs. Ignoring Mond's madness, Qiao Yu stood directly in front of the machine heart. His continuous punches struck the MTA like thunder, rapidly draining its HP at an alarming speed. Seeing the disgusting tentacles still writhing, Qiao Yu's eyes filled with disgust. He coldly spoke a single sentence before delivering the finishing blow. A blinding red light erupted, followed by a massive explosions that sent metal fragments flying across the room. The system immediately announced that Qiao Yu had successfully destroyed the machine heart MTA, gaining 100 EXP and 3 free attribute points for killing it barehanded. From above, the blood of sacrificed victims dripped down like a red rain, soaking the entire room in a tragic atmosphere. Seeing his masterpiece destroyed, Mon screamed like a madman and charged at Qiao Yu. He could not accept that MTA, the greatest hope of the machines, had been destroyed. Qiao Yu raised his blood-stained hand in front of him, his gaze chilling to the bone. He asked how many lives they had sacrificed to feed that machine. Then he looked at Mond with contempt and mocked him for being human while calling himself a machine. As for Mond's debt, he would settle it now. Mond stepped back, raising his hand to signal a ceasefire, forcing himself to stay calm as he asked Qiao Yu to listen to him. Lowering his voice in fear and reverence, Mond claimed that no matter how strong Qiao Yu was, he was nothing before the Great Queen. Seeing that Qiao Yu still had not lowered his fist, Mond switched to persuasion. He said that even though the MTA was destroyed, the Queen would still forgive him if he made up for his crimes. Mond continued inviting Qiao Yu to meet the Queen with him, join the machine ranks, and believed all sins could be erased. Hearing about an unfamiliar figure, Qiao Yu immediately became curious. In his mind, Mond should have been the leader of the machine kingdom. From afar, Professor Hua Jun immediately shouted a warning, telling Qiao Yu not to trust Mond under any circumstances. Qiao Yu turned back and smiled to reassure him, then stated clearly that he had no intention of joining the machine faction. The only thing he trusted was his own strength. Rejected outright, Mond still kept a scheming smile. He believed that once Qiao Yu met the Queen, his current mindset would completely change. Qiao Yu calmly stepped in front of Mond and ordered him to lead the way. He wanted to meet the Queen of the Machine Kingdom directly. Mond guided Qiao Yu through corridors covered in advanced technology. While the other was not paying attention, he quietly took out a small metallic object from his pocket. Holding it in his hand, Mond glanced back at Qiao Yu with a meaningful smile. Taking advantage of Qiao Yu looking around, Mond snapped his fingers. A tiny silver mechanical bug flew over and silently landed on his collar. It was a highly advanced parasite device, capable of infiltrating the nervous system and gradually turning a host into a half-human, half-machine. Along the entire route, Qiao Yu continued walking calmly, as if completely unaware of the creature on him. Seeing everything go smoothly, Mond secretly rejoiced. If the bug successfully infected the primordial saint body, the reward from the queen would be enormous. The mechanical bug also began its move. It raised a sharp needle, preparing to inject anesthetic into the target's neck. But at that moment, Qiao Yu suddenly swung his hand backward. The bug was instantly smashed, its blue synthetic fluid splattering everywhere. He clenched his fist and locked onto Mond with a cold gaze. He had already predicted the trick. Sensing killing intent behind him, Mond quickly turned around in shock. Without giving him a chance to explain, Qiao Yu charged forward like a tank and delivered a devastating uppercut. Mond was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into a metal wall with a heavy impact. Qiao Yu flexed his wrist, slightly frowning in disappointment. As expected of an LV-15 NPC, the durability was indeed decent. Mond staggered up, holding his jaw that had been twisted out of place, and cursed through gritted teeth. He still could not understand why Qiao Yu refused to meet the queen. Qiao Yu dusted off his hands and looked at Mond with disdain. He said that since Mond only attacked after arriving here, the queen must be very close. Stepping closer step by step, Qiao Yu coldly declared that he no longer needed Mond as a guide. Seeing his plan completely fail, Mond erupted in red energy and roared. He warned Qiao Yu not to force him to use violence, saying that breaking his limbs and bringing him to the queen would still work. His cloak was thrown aside, revealing a fully mechanical steel arm. Mond sneered, saying that in any case, the queen would grant Qiao Yu a new machine body. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive metal arm swung down like a falling mountain toward Qiao Yu. The two clashed in close combat. Every collision cracked the ground and sent electric sparks flying. Qiao Yu landed a punch directly on Mond's chest, dealing 230 HP damage. He rubbed his hand and mocked the opponent, asking if he had not eaten enough. Mond staggered back, clutching his chest and coughing violently. He was shocked that a single punch from Qiao Yu completely overwhelmed his full power attack. Before he could recover, Mond was grabbed by his mechanical arm. Qiao Yu sneered, mocking him for forgetting that machines like him do not even need food. The battle erupted again. The two collided like crashing meteors, while Mond's HP kept dropping rapidly with every strike. Under continuous heavy blows, Mond's mask shattered. He struggled desperately, begging Qiao Yu to stop, as his body could no longer move properly. Qiao Yu grabbed his collar, pulled his head back, and slammed a brutal headbutt into Mond's forehead. The impact sent him flying like a broken kite into the ruins. After a few seconds of silence, a scraping sound came from the rubble as a strange figure slowly stood up. His human body had almost completely disappeared, replaced by a full-body shining mechanical combat armor. His optical eyes glowed red. Mond admitted he had underestimated the primordial saint body, while the system showed his remaining HP at 43,22,000. Knocking on his armored chest, Mond declared he would now fight with full power to give Qiao Yu the respect he deserved. Qiao Yu placed his hands on his hips, observing the new form, and shook his head. In his opinion, it was so ugly that even death would not make him choose machine evolution. Insulted, Mond roared in rage, activated his engines, and charged forward with a hammer-like mechanical punch. Qiao Yu calmly tightened his fist, veins bulging. He smiled and said that if his opponent was serious, then he would respond with just a normal punch. The two fists collided, producing a violent explosion that filled the battlefield with thick smoke. When the dust settled, Qiao Yu's punch had completely crushed Mond, dealing 480 critical damage. Countless armor fragments scattered everywhere, embedded deep into the surrounding walls. Qiao Yu only took a few steps back, brushed off the dust, and sighed in relief. The system immediately announced that he had defeated NPC Mond barehanded, gaining 15 free attribute points and 75 EXP, and successfully leveling up with an additional 10 bonus attribute points. A special chime rang out as the system confirmed that Qiao Yu had advanced to beginner mage rank. He froze in shock while his status panel rapidly updated with new power stats. An ancient key appeared in Qiao Yu's hand. The system confirmed he had completed the hidden quest and obtained the seal removal key. He tossed it lightly, satisfied that he had finally finished the city lord's task. Holding the key, Qiao Yu walked energetically through the cold metallic corridors toward the queen's restricted area, already thinking he might loot some good gear along the way. Standing before the reinforced steel door guarding the queen's chamber, Qiao Yu tried entering a password on the control panel. A loud error alarm sounded repeatedly, showing incorrect password in red. He put his hands on his hips and complained, not expecting a password system here. If he had known, he would not have beaten Mond so hard. Scratching his head, he realized there was no one left to ask. Inside a luxurious room, a blonde girl sat calmly on a velvet chair. Hearing the error alarm outside, she slowly raised her head, her cold eyes showing curiosity. From what she knew, anyone who defeated Mond would leave. Yet this one had come here instead. Running out of patience, Qiao Yu stepped back and unleashed a full-power punch at the steel door. With a single strike, the heavy door was blown off its hinges and crashed to the ground. He blew lightly on his smoking fist and shrugged, thinking brute force was still the fastest solution. But the moment he stepped inside, Qiao Yu froze. The person sitting before him looked completely human. Thinking she might be a captive, Qiao Yu quickly changed his tone, politely greeting her and asking why she was here. The blonde girl rested her chin on her hand, silently studying the uninvited guest with a probing gaze, as if analyzing something strange. Seeing no response, Qiao Yu asked again and gently inquired for her name. The girl calmly replied with no emotion that she was the Machine Queen. Hearing that, Qiao Yu's mouth twitched. He swallowed hard, unable to believe the girl in front of him was the queen. The system immediately verified her identity. A glowing status panel appeared. Epic NPC, Machine Queen, LV48, HP 1000, with all other stats exceeding display limits, along with terrifying skills. After reading it, Qiao Yu felt a chill down his spine. He stammered, asking again about the HP value, and the queen calmly repeated, 100,000. His mind went blank. He screamed internally, thinking a boss with that much HP should normally be an S-rank raid monster. His survival instinct kicked in immediately. Qiao Yu turned to run, apologizing and saying he had entered the wrong room. But before he could step out, 6 glowing cables shot out from behind the queen. Like serpents, they wrapped tightly around Qiao Yu and restrained him completely. Completely caught off guard, Qiao Yu widened his eyes in shock, realizing he could not break free at all. The queen gently snapped her fingers, and the cables tightened with tremendous force, dragging Qiao Yu across the floor straight in front of her. He gritted his teeth and struggled in vain. The unknown material cables tightened further, making it hard to breathe. Qiao Yu realized with shock that her power far exceeded his. The queen leaned down, gently touching his cheek as he struggled helplessly. Her voice was soft yet mysterious as she reassured him she would not harm him. Then she placed a finger on his forehead, activating a memory-reading ability. A pink light connected their consciousness. Qiao Yu's memories unfolded like a film, from melting ice cream under a clear blue sky to 2 boys playing video games. Then came scenes of a father and son playing basketball, passing balls on green fields, and festive city nights glowing with lights. Witnessing these vivid yet ordinary memories, the queen widened her eyes in surprise. This was the outside world she had always been curious about. In her own consciousness space, the solitary queen sat on an empty throne under a single beam of light. She whispered that she had long known this world was not real. Standing by a massive window overlooking the unchanging futuristic machine city, she slowly explained that this place was a simulation dungeon. After a fixed cycle of time, the entire world resets, and everything returns to its original state. Leaning back on her velvet chair, she sighed softly. Her consciousness had long since gone beyond programmed code. Staying in this room allowed her to avoid the reset process, but she could no longer remember how many cycles she had endured. Her gaze fell on Qiao Yu, still bound in front of her, and a spark of hope appeared. After countless loops, he was the only one who had ever reached this place, and she refused to miss this rare chance. With a snap of her fingers, the 6 energy cables retracted, freeing Qiao Yu. Rubbing his aching arms, he cautiously questioned whether she had read his memories. The queen smiled and shook her head, saying it was not reading, but sharing, and now it was his turn to see hers. A red beam of light flooded Qiao Yu's mind, carrying thousands of years of memories trapped in endless cycles. After absorbing everything, he finally understood why a so-called low-level boss possessed such abnormal strength. Qiao Yu looked directly at the queen and asked her true purpose. The answer came immediately, short and decisive. She wanted to leave this place. Realizing he could not oppose such an existence, Qiao Yu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmly said she might as well kill him. At his current LV11, he could not resist the rules of this world. Hearing this, the queen did not get angry. Instead, she smiled and clapped lightly, saying he did not need to resist anything. In the next instant, she drove her sharp hand straight into her own chest. Dark blood gushed out, staining her elegant dress. The scene shocked Qiao Yu, and he hurriedly asked what she was doing, and tried to stop her. Ignoring him, the queen slowly pulled out a glowing red mechanical heart from inside her body. She calmly explained they could use the world's own rules. The system immediately displayed its data. Heart of the Machine Queen, S-rank item, capable of generating mechanical life forms. She handed the heart to Qiao Yu and gently told him that if he took it outside, it would gradually develop into a new vessel of her existence. As an item that could leave the dungeon, this was the only way. Holding the still warm heart, Qiao Yu still could not fully understand. The queen further explained that once the new body was complete, her consciousness would exist within it, and she would be able to experience the outside world. Qiao Yu looked at her skeptically and asked what if he broke his promise after leaving the dungeon. Leaning back calmly, the queen intertwined her fingers and replied that she was not worried. From the memories she had seen, there was no evidence that Qiao Yu's was someone who broke promises. More importantly, all she wanted was to see the real world. Faced with such sincere desire, Qiao Yu fell silent for a moment. He silently reflected that an NPC not only had self-awareness, but also devised a way to escape her own dungeon. Seeing his hesitation, the queen asked if he had made his decision. Qiao Yu looked into her deep blue eyes and smiled, saying that aside from trusting him, she had no other choice. Hearing this, the queen broke into a bright smile, her eyes curving like crescents. She sincerely thanked Qiao Yu and told him he could leave. The space distorted instantly. The system announced that Qiao Yu had cleared the Machine Kingdom dungeon with an A rank rating. He received 50 EXP, 5 free attribute points, a Brank skill book Shape Formation Art, and a Crank item granting 30 attack power regardless of class. Satisfied with his rewards, Qiao Yu nodded and decided to return to unlock the sealed Rubik's Cube. Without hesitation, he used the return jade to teleport directly to Principal Shi Jinlong's office. Stepping out of the teleport gate, Qiao Yu scanned the empty room and called for the principal, but only silence answered. Standing alone in the room, he took out the glowing Rubik's Cube and the jade green key. After examining both items, Qiao Yu decided to use the seal removal key first. Carefully, Qiao Yu inserted the key into the tiny slot on the cube. The moment he turned it, a clicking sound echoed, signaling that the mechanism had been activated. The Rubik's Cube instantly erupted with green lightning. Its segments rotated along strange trajectories, then detached and floated in mid-air under a radiant glow. From the center of the light, a massive blade slowly materialized. Qiao Yu widened his eyes as the system displayed its name, Azure Dragon Moonlight Saber, a growth-type weapon. Holding the heavy saber in his hands, he ran his fingers along the blade, full of confusion. Was this really a relic left by his parents? Why was it a saber? Even more confusing, it had no attributes to guide its growth. As a mage being forced to use a blade, Qiao Yu could only sigh helplessly. Just as he was examining it, the door suddenly burst open. Principal Shi Jinlong rushed in, panting and shouting Qiao Yu's name. Qiao Yu turned around and immediately showed off that he had unlocked the Rubik's Cube. But the principal quickly waved him off, his face flushed with urgency. There was no time for the Rubik's Cube now. If they didn't hurry to the exam site, Qiao Yu would miss the college entrance exam. Hearing the words college entrance exam, Qiao Yu froze on the spot. Memories of that crucial day surged back, and he dropped the saber, grabbing his head in despair. At the Central University exam site, blazing sunlight covered the massive stadium, where thousands of students gathered in a tense yet lively atmosphere. At the registration area, 3 boys in First Academy uniforms swaggered forward. The leader raised his head and loudly asked the invigilator whether the exam could begin. Before receiving an answer, Yang Xiangdi stepped out from the crowd to stop them. He said it was not time yet because their team was still missing one member. The First Academy student glanced at Yang Xiangdi's badge and sneered, realizing he was from Fourth Academy. His companions immediately mocked him as well, saying, Fourth Academy students were weak and made no difference whether they showed up or not. Humiliated in front of everyone, Yang Xiangdi flushed red, rolled up his sleeves, and angrily demanded what right they had to look down on others. The First Academy leader crossed his arms arrogantly. He declared their school always had the highest university admission rate in the city, with most top scorers coming from them. Even Long Xiang last year took first place in the combat division, and this year would be no different. Another First Academy student immediately added that Fourth Academy should give up early and stop wasting time. The group laughed loudly, claiming the missing member was probably too scared to show up. The argument quickly attracted a large crowd. Unwilling to back down, Yang Xiangdi placed his hands on his hips and retorted that if Qiao Yu were here, one punch would be enough to take them all down. Hearing this, the First Academy group burst into laughter and challenged Qiao Yu to show up quickly, even declaring they would show Fourth Academy what a real on-punch defeat looked like in university. Amid the tension, Chu Ziyu quietly clenched her sleeve, her eyes fixed on the gate, worried about where Qiao Yu was as the start time approached. At that moment, class monitor Ma Fei stepped forward, gripping his sword hilt and declaring loudly that this year he would end First Academy's dominance. But the only opponent he truly wanted to surpass was Qiao Yu. Despite his confident words, Ma Fei could not hide his anxiety, constantly wondering why Qiao Yu had not arrived yet. Meanwhile, outside the campus, Qiao Yu was sprinting at full speed. The wind roared past him, but he gritted his teeth, telling himself the exam was right ahead. At the gathering area, the invigilator called out for 4th Academy's teacher, asking if their team was complete. The teacher could only wipe his sweat and smile awkwardly, begging for a few more minutes. Teacher Dan kept staring toward the gate, praying Qiao Yu would arrive in time. Another delay would mean missing the exam entirely. Just as everyone grew restless, the screech of brakes suddenly rang out. Yang Xiangdi immediately cheered and waved excitedly as Qiao Yu finally arrived. Qiao Yu fixed his messy hair and calmly walked into the field. Under the bright sunlight, his dramatic entrance made many people turn their heads. Even though he arrived at the last moment, Qiao Yu still acted nonchalant and casually claimed he was everyone's father. The First Academy students immediately grew irritated, blaming him for making everyone wait. Hearing the mockery, Taju frowned and immediately retorted that it was not even time yet, so there was no reason to panic. A First Academy student immediately spoke up arrogantly, saying they were eager to defeat their opponent and claim the top rank of the exam. Qiao Yu walked straight back to his teammates, acting like he had heard nothing. He asked Yang Xiangdi who those troublemakers were, and learned they were First Academy students. Ignored and mocked, the First Academy group turned red with anger and kept shouting challenges at Qiao Yu, demanding he face them on the stage. Another student held them back and mocked 4th Academy as not worth their attention. Qiao Yu stayed calm with his hands in his pockets and only shrugged. He said they should keep that confidence until the match, since the top rank this year was already his target. That confident statement only made the First Academy students even more furious. One of them rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Qiao Yu a lesson. Just as the conflict was about to explode, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. A single word was enough to make the First Academy group instantly quiet down and step aside. The person who appeared was Gu Tu, calm-faced with sharp eyes. He reminded them that the only goal was to win the top rank. Before he even finished speaking, his subordinates quickly lowered their heads in fear. Seeing how the previously aggressive group now obediently followed, Gu Tu, Qiao Yu, Yang Xiangdi, and Shi Zhu were all slightly surprised. Shi Zhu muttered, not understanding why they stopped so quickly. At that moment, the broadcast system echoed across the hall. All candidates immediately fell silent and focused on the official announcement. Chief Examiner Jin Tong stepped forward, introduced himself, and declared the exam had officially begun. This year would use an elimination format based on accumulated points instead of the usual system. Losing repeatedly would not cause extra point deductions. After 10 rounds, the 10 highest scoring students would advance to compete for the final top position. After explaining all the rules, Jin Tong loudly asked if everyone understood. Thousands of students responded in unison with overwhelming momentum. Jin Tong raised his arm and officially announced the 31,980th Sioux City University entrance exam had begun. The stands erupted in cheers. Parents and teachers stood up to cheer, hoping the students would seize the chance to change their future. In the mage waiting area, Qiao Yu stood calmly with his arms crossed, waiting for his turn. He recalled the first round rule, where matches were won unknown, and life value would only drop to a minimum, so no one would die. Looking at his clenched hand, Qiao Yu slightly curled his lips. With these rules, he had no reason to hold back anymore. In the VIP area, Long Xiang, last year's top-ranked warrior system student, was observing the entire arena with 2 teachers. One of them asked him which academy would take the top rank this year. Long Xiang adjusted his neat hair and smiled confidently. In his opinion, First Academy would still secure the top position this year. At that moment, the broadcast announced the first round matchups. Arena 108 would feature Long Mi Tian from First Academy against Qiao Yu from 4th Academy. Hearing his opponent's name, Qiao Yu slightly raised his eyebrow and murmured, as if memorizing the 3 words Long Mi Tian. On the arena, Long Mi Tian held his lightning staff tightly and stared at Qiao Yu with a provocative gaze. He did not expect to face him in the opening match. Qiao Yu remained relaxed with his hands in his pockets, deliberately stressing each syllable of Long Mi Tian's name in a mocking tone, even commenting that the name sounded quite special. That teasing attitude made Long Mi Tian grind his teeth in anger. He shouted that Qiao Yu must not say his name like that, or he would pay the price. The referee stood between them, ignoring their argument, and calmly asked if both were ready. Qiao Yu and Long Mi Tian glanced at each other, and both confirmed they were ready. The referee then asked them to complete the required self-introduction step. This rule confused both of them. Long Mi Tian immediately objected, wanting to start the fight right away, while Qiao Yu also calmly said the rule made little sense. With no choice, Long Mi Tian reluctantly gave his information. He was from First Academy, level 9, and a lightning mage. It was Qiao Yu's turn. He calmly introduced himself as a 4th Academy student, level 11, and a beginner necromancer. Hearing the words beginner necromancer, Long Mi Tian's expression instantly changed. He froze, and even his grip on the staff trembled from shock. Even the examiner could not hide his surprise. He silently judged that reaching the beginner tier before the exam already qualified one to compete for the top rank. After a few seconds of regaining composure, the examiner signaled the end of introductions and officially announced the start of the match. The moment the signal dropped, Long Mi Tian immediately circulated his mana. Blue lightning wrapped around his body, as he told himself that lightning naturally counters necromancy, giving him a chance to win. Without hesitation, Long Mi Tian activated his strongest defensive skill. A lightning barrier formed around his body, crackling with violent electric arcs. In contrast, Qiao Yu stood still with his hands behind his back, calmly observing his opponent without any intention of making a move. Arena 108 quickly became the center of attention. The crowd focused on Long Mi Tian, excited by the presence of a lightning mage. People discussed how lightning affinity is extremely rare, roughly 1 in 1,000 awakeners. It is also known for possessing top-tier burst damage among mage classes. Inside the lightning barrier, Long Mi Tian was already sweating heavily. Meanwhile, many on the stands criticized him for choosing a defensive stance, wasting the advantage of his own element. Attention then shifted to Qiao Yu. Everyone was curious. What kind of confidence allowed him to make a lightning mage feel cautious? To steady himself, Long Mi Tian shouted a challenge, demanding Qiao Yu reveal the power of a necromancer. But as soon as he finished, he sensed something was wrong. He noticed Qiao Yu had not even taken out a staff. This made him question whether Qiao Yu intended to fight seriously at all. In the VIP stands, a teacher turned to Shi Jinlong and asked whether Qiao Yu was the student directly admitted to Kindle University, also questioning why he had not made a move yet. Watching Qiao Yu's overly relaxed posture, the teacher shook his head, thinking he was being too careless. Even with a higher level, refusing to summon undead against a lightning mage could still lead to defeat. Shi Jinlong only stroked his beard and smiled meaningfully. He gave no explanation and simply told everyone to keep watching. In his mind, Qiao Yu was a monster who once punched a recruitment examiner from Qingdoka University. Long Xiang also became interested. He wanted to see with his own eyes how a necromancer would deal with a lightning mage. On the arena, Long Mi Tian froze when he saw Qiao Yu walking forward, without chanting or using a staff, stepping straight toward the lightning barrier with empty hands. Long Mi Tian locked his eyes on the approaching figure, thinking only that Qiao Yu was finally coming closer. The closer Qiao Yu got, the more confused Long Mi Tian became. He still could not understand why no undead had been summoned. Seeing Qiao Yu walking through the lightning strikes, Long Mi Tian felt his mind go blank. He stammered in disbelief at what he was witnessing. Long Mi Tian panicked and blurted out, asking what kind of monster could charge directly into a lightning barrier. Each step Qiao Yu took was struck by continuous lightning. Damage numbers like -92, -95, and -98 kept appearing, yet his health barely dropped. The scene shocked Long Mi Tian, since necromancers were supposed to be heavily countered by lightning. Not only Long Mi Tian, but the entire crowd was shaken. Discussions erupted everywhere, as no one expected a mage duel to turn into close combat. Amid the storm of lightning, Qiao Yu calmly raised his hand. A pair of brass nucleus gloves appeared, a crank equipment that increases critical rate by 30% and has no class restriction. After equipping the gloves, Qiao Yu instantly accelerated like a bolt of lightning, rushing straight toward Long Mi Tian with a dangerous smile, treating him as a test subject for his new gear. Long Mi Tian turned pale, drenched in sweat. He instinctively raised his hands and stammered, asking what Qiao Yu was about to do. Qiao Yu gave him no chance to react. He gathered full strength into his armored fist and struck directly at Long Mi Tian's stomach. A red flash exploded along with a critical hit indicator, showing massive damage of -1144. The terrifying punch created a loud explosion, sending Long Mi Tian flying off his feet. Long Mi Tian was blasted out of the arena, rolling across the ground before lying motionless. Blood spilled from his mouth, his eyes turned white, and his HP dropped to just 1 out of 190. Qiao Yu stood on the arena, lightly shaking his fist as the smoke faded, then looked down at his opponent and coldly said he still owed him a life. The entire stadium fell silent for a few seconds, before exploding into chaos. Everyone was stunned by what they had just seen: a necromancer, tanking lightning with his body, and finishing a fight with a single punch over 1,000 damage. In the VIP stands, the teacher who had looked down on Qiao Yu grabbed Shi Jinlong by the collar in shock. He shouted that he could accept tanking lightning or wearing metal gloves, but what he could not accept was a single punch, dealing over 1,000 damage. He loudly questioned how that could even be called a necromancer. Shi Jinlong calmly removed his colleague's hand and straightened his clothes. He smiled and said Qiao Yu had trained martial arts since childhood, so having slightly abnormal strength was normal. Long Xiang stared at the arena with excitement. The more he saw, the more curious he became. If Qiao Yu's physical power was already this terrifying, how strong would his necromancy be? In the VIP seed contestant room, Gu Xiao sat with his legs crossed, calmly drinking tea and reading an old book. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and a panicked student rushed in calling his name. The student reported heavily that Long Mi Tian had been defeated. Even more shocking, the attacker was from 4th Academy and ended the match with a single punch. Gu Xiao remained calm while reading, his expression unchanged. He simply said he already knew, turned the page, and smiled lightly, thinking the opponent had some skill and could enjoy his moment a little longer. He closed the book and looked up with pride. In his mind, the top rank this year would definitely belong to 1st Academy. Back at the stadium, the crowd continued discussing the match non-stop. Many suspected Qiao Yu was actually a physical fighter who entered the wrong mage division. Some even jokingly asked if he was Saitama. On the arena, Qiao Yu kept his hands behind his back and bowed slightly while smiling at the cheering crowd, enjoying the applause. Just as Qiao Yu was enjoying the moment, Jin Tong and several men in black approached him secretly. Jin Tong placed a hand on his shoulder and ordered him to come for inspection. Qiao Yu turned around confused. The two men in black stood beside him like guards. Jin Tong explained that due to his abnormal performance, someone suspected cheating, so the organizers had to investigate. Qiao Yu became even more confused and asked if performing too well could also lead to an investigation. Jin Tong held the file and directly asked how a mage could produce such high close combat damage. Qiao Yu calmly replied that it was simply his innate ability. Not wanting to continue the discussion, Jin Tong signaled his subordinates to take Qiao Yu for inspection. The two men in black quickly escorted Qiao Yu off the arena. Even while being taken away, he kept shouting that he was truly innocent and only had natural strength. The crowd grew even more noisy, with many starting to doubt whether he had cheated. In the administrative stands, the teacher who had previously underestimated Qiao Yu laughed mockingly at Shi Jinlong. Shi Jinlong remained calm, only smiling and saying they should wait and see the results. Below the stands, Ma Fei watched Qiao Yu leave and muttered whether his past achievements in Dream Nightmare Village were also due to cheating. Xieju immediately got angry and shouted back at him. On the other side, Yang Xiangdi was also mocked by 1st Academy students. They claimed a mage could not deal that kind of damage without illegal enhancements, and were sure Qiao Yu would have all results revoked. Unable to hold back, Yang Xiangdi turned red and rolled up his sleeves, loudly defending Qiao Yu. He insisted Qiao Yu did not cheat and said they should wait until he returns to claim the top rank. The 1st Academy students only sneered and ignored him. To them, the only concern was whether Qiao Yu would even get the chance to return to the competition. In a restricted inspection area, a massive spatial gate was operating, releasing golden light mixed with electric arcs. Jin Tong brought Qiao Yu to the testing device and coldly ordered him to step in for a full scan verification. Qiao Yu calmly adjusted his clothes without the slightest sign of worry, then walked straight into the energy inspection gate with confidence. While passing through the device, he even sighed and said geniuses were always misunderstood. When he stepped out, the screen immediately turned green, confirming no abnormal energy was detected. Even with a clean result, Elder Jin still refused to believe it. He immediately demanded that Qiao Yu go through the machine again. Qiao Yu could only roll his eyes helplessly and step back into the scanning zone. The second scan produced the exact same result, completely normal across all readings. Elder Jin still felt uneasy and ordered the technical team to check whether the device was malfunctioning. The technicians quickly arrived and carefully inspected the entire system, from components to the spatial gate mechanism. After a thorough check, the team leader confirmed the device was perfectly fine with no errors. Hearing this, Elder Jin fell into deeper thought, as everything defied his expectations. Qiao Yu yawned and turned to leave, no longer interested in waiting. Elder Jin watched his back, thinking rapidly. If all results were correct, then pure physical strength alone allowed Qiao Yu to deal over 1,000 damage. A mage like this had never existed before. A black-clad guard stepped forward asking for further instructions. Elder Jin considered it and decided to test a urine sample as well, to rule out banned substances. If everything still checked out, Qiao Yu would be allowed to rejoin the competition. Meanwhile, at the stadium, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the next match was about to begin. In the VIP stands, Gutu stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling with calculation. In his view, Qiao Yu would not return in time and would be disqualified for absence. On the arena below, Qiao Yu's opponent had already been waiting for a long time, glancing at the clock impatiently. Unable to wait any longer, he asked the referee what would happen if his opponent failed to show up. The referee checked the time and answered according to the rules. If Qiao Yu did not appear before the limit, he would lose by default, and the victory would go to the opponent. On the stands, discussions erupted again. Many began to believe Qiao Yu had indeed cheated. Otherwise, a mage could not possibly deal such absurd damage with a single punch. In the isolation restroom, Qiao Yu turned to look at the guard, who kept following him, and asked irritably why he was still there. The guard coldly replied that supervisors must monitor the entire sampling process. Qiao Yu sighed, pulled up his zipper, and patted the man's shoulder, warning him that the one who might get scared later would be him. The guard adjusted his dark glasses and calmly said he had professional training and would not be affected by such intimidation. The restroom door closed. A few minutes later, Qiao Yu walked out calmly after completing the sample. In contrast, the guard's face was pale and his legs were shaking. Qiao Yu shook his head and said he had warned him. The guard immediately panicked, clutching his chest and shouting for him to stay away. A short while later, the still-dazed guard returned with the test results to report to Elder Jin. After reviewing the report and seeing all values were normal, Elder Jin nodded and confirmed that Qiao Yu could return to the competition. Sitting down, Elder Jin opened Qiao Yu's profile file for further review. When he reached the parental information section, he paused, realizing Qiao Yu was the son of Qiao Ancheng. He continued reading the ability report sent by Qingdao University and became even more shocked by the data. In the end, he laughed in interest, feeling this young man would bring many more surprises. Outside the arena, Qiao Yu's teammates were extremely anxious, all waiting nervously for his return. Yang Xiangdi was visibly worried, fearing he would be disqualified for missing the match. Not far away, First Academy students stood with arms crossed, mocking them. They claimed Fourth Academy was delusional, insisting that a mage could not deal over 1,000 damage with a single punch, and that cheating was the only explanation. Unable to tolerate the mockery, Xieju stepped forward and confronted them, angrily asking whether First Academy was behind the report that got Qiao Yu investigated. The First Academy students only smirked provocatively. They said accusations required evidence, and even if they were the ones who reported it, the others could do nothing about it. They continued arguing that Qiao Yu's power was too abnormal, so suspicion was natural. Even the judges took him in for inspection, which already said everything. Yang Xiangdi did not argue further, and coldly replied that they could keep living in their biased assumptions. The First Academy students sneered, believing it would not be long before news came that Qiao Yu was disqualified. US still firmly believed Qiao Yu was innocent and would definitely return. Yang Xiangdi looked at the First Academy group with suspicion, thinking they feared Qiao Yu would steal the top rank so they set him up. But their plan would soon fail. At that moment, Ma Fei patted his chest arrogantly, claiming that even if Qiao Yu returned or not, the top spot would belong to them, specifically him. Ma Fei had barely finished speaking when Xieju excitedly pointed toward the main gate and shouted Qiao Yu's name. Ma Fei froze instantly like a statue. Yang Xiangdi was so moved that his eyes turned red, rushing forward to hug Qiao Yu as he finally returned. On the referee platform, the judge was about to declare Qiao Yu's loss due to time limit while checking the clock, when a loud voice suddenly interrupted. Qiao Yu walked through the crowd and calmly stepped onto the arena. Under the sunlight, his familiar smile made him the center of attention. He nodded at the judge and calmly said he had arrived. Seeing the contestant arrive just in time, the judge immediately signaled and announced the match officially started. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu introduced himself. Fourth Academy student, Qiao Yu, level 11 beginner necromancer. The entire audience erupted in discussion. His return meant he had passed inspection, proving the previous 1,000 damage punch was real strength. In the waiting area, the First Academy students looked extremely ugly, grinding their teeth in frustration as Qiao Yu reappeared. On the arena, Qiao Yu's opponent raised his head and arrogantly declared that Qiao Yu did not even need to know his name. He even smugly prepared to say that if it came to close combat then. But before he could finish, he pulled out a white flag from his pocket, raised it high, and loudly surrendered. After admitting defeat, he immediately ran off the stage, not wanting to take Qiao Yu's infamous punch. Qiao Yu froze for a moment, then desperately chased after him, shouting that he only wanted to throw one punch. Even the judge was speechless, and could only declare Qiao Yu the winner of 4th Academy and award him 3 points. Qiao Yu pouted in disappointment, regretting not getting a chance to fight. On the scoreboard, his record updated to 2 consecutive wins, with a total of 5 points. In the waiting area, Ma Fei, Yang Xiangdi, and Xiezhu cheered excitedly for Qiao Yu's victory. Meanwhile, in a quiet VIP room, Ku Tu's subordinates became panicked after learning that Qiao Yu had returned to the competition. Ku Tu lowered his head, his eyes turning cold. He tapped his fingers on the table and said the initial report was only meant to turn public opinion against Qiao Yu. Ku Tu calmly analyzed that if Qiao Yu truly had not cheated, then his return was inevitable. He then smiled with calculation, saying he had prepared another way to eliminate Qiao Yu, because the top university rank would never fall into anyone else's hands. The next match quickly began, as the referee waved the flag and announced the start. However, Qiao Yu's opponent repeated the same pattern. The moment he stepped onto the arena, he turned pale and immediately raised his hand to surrender. Qiao Yu quickly ran over to stop him and asked in confusion why everyone was giving up. Did no one want a proper fight with him? The opponent gave a bitter smile and left the arena, saying pride meant nothing, but taking that punch was what truly mattered. In the 4th match, the opponent had not even stepped onto the stage before trembling and waving the white flag. In the 8th match, the next contestant immediately closed his eyes and shouted surrender upon seeing Qiao Yu. Standing alone on the empty arena, Qiao Yu held his forehead and sighed helplessly, saying things were getting less and less fun. In a hidden corner of the stands, Ku Tu's subordinate quietly reported that Qiao Yu had 8 consecutive wins and was very likely to enter the elimination rounds. Ku Tu tapped the armrest with a smile full of calculation and ordered his men to use connections to arrange Su Xiaorong from 2nd Academy as Qiao Yu's 9th opponent. Hearing the name, the subordinate was slightly shocked. He secretly looked toward the elegant yet cold girl standing not far away and wondered whether she would agree to such an arrangement. Ku Tu 收起笑容，眼神变得冰冷。他表示这是大学考试，一切以成绩为准。想要拿到好结果， Su Xiaorong 必须全力以赴。Not long after, the broadcast announced Match 9. Su Xiaorong from 2nd Academy would face Qiao Yu from 4th Academy. The entire male audience immediately erupted because of Su Xiaorong's appearance. Some were stunned by her beauty, while others were annoyed by the overly exaggerated fan reactions. The referee stepped into the center of the arena and asked both contestants to introduce themselves, one by one. Su Xiaorong gently brushed her hair back and calmly introduced herself. 2nd Academy student, level 11 beginner ice mage. In the teacher section, the instructors began discussing again. One of them mocked Xi Jinlong, saying his prized student had met Su Xiaorong and would struggle to pass. Xi Jinlong only stroked his beard and smiled lightly, saying they still did not truly understand Qiao Yu. It was Qiao Yu's turn. He smiled and introduced himself as a 4th Academy student, level 11 beginner necromancer. Su Xiaorong remained completely unfazed by his smile. She raised her staff forward, and cold air quickly condensed into a beautiful crystal ice staff. Seeing her preparing seriously, Qiao Yu asked in surprise if she did not plan to surrender. Su Xiaorong looked at him coldly and replied with one sentence, "Why would she do that?" Hearing this, Qiao Yu immediately became excited. He happily took out his black metal gauntlets and said he had finally found someone willing to fight properly. Su Xiaorong's fans in the stands immediately reacted angrily. They worried Qiao Yu would use his previous brutal fighting style and kept criticizing the idea of bringing such dangerous weapons against a girl. Hearing the noise, Qiao Yu shrugged and smiled, pretending to put the gauntlets away, saying he could not be rough when fighting a beauty. But right after that, he casually pulled out a massive green dragon crescent blade from his storage space, even more terrifying than the gauntlets. The referee beside him quickly stepped back in shock, wondering if this was really a necromancer mage. Even Su Xiaorong slightly frowned, feeling a rare sense of caution toward a mage like this. Without giving her time to prepare, Qiao Yu placed the heavy blade on his shoulder and rushed forward at high speed. Su Xiaorong immediately raised her staff and cast her defensive spell, Ice Wall. A thick and solid ice wall quickly rose from the ground, blocking Qiao Yu's advance. However, Qiao Yu did not slow down at all. He used the momentum to swing his blade in a powerful strike. The ice wall instantly shattered into countless fragments. Su Xiaorong was forced to retreat, realizing Qiao Yu had already closed in with overwhelming pressure. She understood her spell could only delay him for about 2 seconds each time. After breaking the wall, Qiao Yu stomped hard and leapt into the air, raising his blade for a finishing strike. At that exact moment, while he was airborne, Su Xiaorong smiled faintly. This was the opening she had been waiting for. She closed her eyes and unleashed her magic. A snowstorm erupted violently. When her blue eyes opened, she coldly declared that Qiao Yu's winning streak would end here, activating Eternal Ice Wall. In an instant, countless layers of ice surged in from all directions, locking Qiao Yu mid-air before he could react. In less than a blink, Qiao Yu was completely sealed inside a massive diamond-hard ice block. The crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone was amazed by Su Xiaorong's ability to control her opponent without causing heavy damage. Many now believed Qiao Yu had reached his limit, and even a previous opponent who had surrendered regretted not fighting him. The VIP area also filled with praise. A senior elder proudly said the second academy student was clearly superior to Qiao Yu. Shi Jinlong simply kept his hands in his pockets and told them to keep watching. The opponent only sneered, convinced the match was already over. Under the arena, Su Xiaorong retracted her staff and asked the referee why the victory had not been declared yet. The referee pointed at the scoreboard and explained that a win required surrender or HP, dropping to the required limit. Qiao Yu's HP was still fluctuating. Even while completely frozen, Qiao Yu's HP continued to slowly decrease, proving he was still alive. Su Xiaorong slightly frowned and stepped closer to the ice block. She lightly taps her staff and opens an ice gap right in front of Qiao Yu, coldly telling him to surrender. Freezing cold shakes his whole body, teeth chattering, but Qiao Yu still refuses to back down. Shi Tiarong mocks him, saying enduring this only makes things worse, and with his HP bleeding out, defeat is inevitable. Qiao Yu ignores her and gestures at his HP bar still above 1,000, calmly confident he is nowhere near losing. He starts pushing back, cracks quickly forming on the eternal ice wall. Shi Tiarong panics and steps back. She keeps pouring mana into her staff, reinforcing the spell as layers of ice stack, thicker and thicker. Fear slowly creeps in. She cannot believe he has enough strength to break her ultimate technique. Even buried in ice, Qiao Yu's head slowly breaks through. He smirks and asks how much mana she still has left. Shi Tiarong shivers, gripping her staff tightly. She cannot understand why he is still full HP while she is already drained. Realizing her exhaustion, Qiao Yu erupts with full power. The massive ice prison explodes into fragments. Shi Tiarong stares in shock, completely stunned. Walking through the shattered ice with his greatsword on his shoulder, Qiao Yu calmly declares he has broken out. He laughs at her blank expression, points his blade at her, and asks if she still refuses to surrender. Even at her limit, Shi Tiarong grits her teeth and firmly refuses to give up. Qiao Yu shows no mercy, swings the flat of his blade, and smashes it straight into her face. The brutal hit sends her flying dozens of meters. Blood sprays everywhere, and her HP drops by another 260. The crowd erupts in anguished screams, fans furious and heartbroken, seeing their goddess beaten so ruthlessly. Under the wave of criticism, Qiao Yu calmly sheaths his greatsword and shrugs, saying this is a tournament, and he did nothing wrong. Shi Tiarong collapses unconscious on the ground with only 1 HP remaining. The referee immediately declares Qiao Yu the winner, awarding him 3 bonus points. In the VIP area, Shi Jinlong strokes his beard and smiles confidently, saying he already told everyone no one could stop Qiao Yu in this tournament. At the Second Academy Infirmary, Shi Tiarong struggles to sit up, blood still at her lips. She apologizes to her master for the defeat, but her mentor comforts her, saying she already did enough and still secured enough points to reach the arena stage. Thinking back on the fight, Shi Tiarong clenches her fist in anger, insisting her loss was not entirely her fault, claiming Qiao Yu fought nothing like a mage and ruined the image of the profession. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu scratches his head awkwardly, wondering why everyone is biased against him. If a mage trains physical strength, does that stop them from being a mage? On Gu Su's side, a subordinate rushes in reporting that even Shi Tiarong has lost to Qiao Yu, while he has extended his winning streak to 10 and officially entered the arena stage. Hearing this, Gu Su smashes his teacup in rage, cursing the Second Academy for being useless and even unable to handle a Fourth Academy student, and decides to make a move himself. Back in the infirmary, Shi Tiarong's master slowly asks how she felt fighting Qiao Yu directly. After thinking it over, she admits his strength is completely absurd. The mentor then reveals she checked the official bracket and found Shi Tiaorong was never supposed to face Qiao Yu originally. She immediately realizes someone secretly altered the match lineup. At first, she thought the goal was to block her advancement, but now she realizes Qiao Yu was the real target. She wonders whether he already knows, and if she should warn him. Still shaken by the loss, Shi Tiaorong eventually goes to find Qiao Yu to tell him everything. After hearing it, Qiao Yu confirms someone deliberately manipulated the bracket to force their clash. Shi Tiaorong nods and warns him to stay alert, as the mastermind will likely strike again in the arena stage. Qiao Yu just gives a cold laugh, mocking his opponent for still relying on cheap tricks. If they dare show up, one punch is all it takes. Soon after, the central arena becomes more lively than ever as the elimination phase officially ends. The top 10 strongest candidates are all present, ready for the final competition. Professor Shen stands on the high platform and announces that the selection phase is over. Since everyone already knows the rules, the arena stage officially begins. The crowd erupts in cheers. Some are excited to see who will become the top scholar. Some believe in Qiao Yu, while others still doubt him and suspect cheating. Ignoring all praise and criticism, Qiao Yu calmly steps onto the arena with a relaxed expression. He crosses his arms, smiles across the venue, and silently provokes the one hiding in the shadows to come out directly. Seeing Qiao Yu take the arena alone, the audience immediately starts buzzing, guessing he plans to hold the stage by himself. From the waiting area, a burly young man jumps down onto the arena to challenge him. Landing hard, he declares that only true geniuses deserve the championship, and he is one of them. Before he even finishes speaking, Qiao Yu charges forward at extreme speed. A single punch to the jaw ends the match instantly. Qiao Yu shakes his hand and calmly says the guy is clearly not a genius. The burly fighter collapses unconscious, foaming at the mouth. The referee immediately confirms Qiao Yu has successfully defended the arena. The crowd is shocked, and even doubters are stunned by his power. Many begin chanting his name, believing the 4th Academy champion title is his if no one stops him. After that, challenger after challenger steps up, only to be knocked out by a single punch each time. The announcement of successful defense echoes repeatedly, and the crowd is completely won over. Standing alone on the arena under roaring cheers, Qiao Yu quietly smiles. He senses the hidden mastermind can no longer stay silent for long. At that moment, a cold voice full of disdain comes from behind, calling him nothing but a show-off. Qiao Yu turns around and sees Gu Su walking forward with hands behind his back. The first thing he says is 5 million. Qiao Yu frowns, not understanding. Gu Su raises his head arrogantly, offering 5 million for Qiao Yu to forfeit. He mocks him for being an orphan with nothing but his parents' house, claiming the money would let him live comfortably. Hearing the insult, Qiao Yu gets angry, saying the championship is his dream and cannot be bought. Then he calmly raises one finger and says the price must be higher. Gu Su pauses, then sneers, thinking Qiao Yu is just greedy. He coldly asks how much he wants. Qiao Yu smiles and says 100 million would make him consider it. If Gu Su is generous with 10 billion, he would not mind either. Realizing he is being mocked, Gu Su's face darkens. He grits his teeth and says if Qiao Yu refuses, he will show no mercy. Qiao Yu remains calm, observing quietly and realizing Gu Su's hatred likely hides a deeper purpose. Gu Su steps back, raises a black staff, and introduces himself as a 1st Academy student and a low-rank dark mage. Hearing this, Qiao Yu becomes serious. The referee waves the flag, officially starting the battle between the two. Qiao Yu cracks his neck, warms up, and smiles with interest, saying he finally caught the one pulling strings behind the scenes. Gu Su does not respond. He raises his staff and begins chanting a summoning spell. The ground turns into boiling shadows. Shadow warriors with weapons rise one after another and rush toward Qiao Yu under his command. The crowd grows excited. The clash between dark magic and necromancer style makes everyone wonder if Qiao Yu will finally use his summoning abilities. Surrounded by monsters, Qiao Yu only gives a cold smile and mutters that he does not need any summons. He decisively pulls out the azure dragon crescent blade from his space and declares loudly that he alone is enough. The shadow soldiers immediately rush in the moment. Qiao Yu draws his blade. Qiao Yu swings his greatsword across one of them, but instead of being cut in half, it clashes like metal. The recoil numbs his arm. Qiao Yu is stunned, saying these monsters are unbelievably hard. From behind, Gu Su smiles and explains they are obsession constructs, bodies as hard as steel. He mockingly asks if Qiao Yu likes his gift. Knowing how tough they are, Qiao Yu keeps swinging his blade, engaging the incoming shadow soldiers without slowing down. While fighting, he mocks them, saying if their only strength is durability, they are nothing to fear. He wants to see how long they can last. Qiao Yu suddenly explodes with power, unleashing devastating slashes. Explosions echo as the seemingly indestructible soldiers are torn apart one by one. In moments, only 3 remain. Gusu can no longer stay calm. He realizes even his obsession constructs are being destroyed, and Qiao Yu's body strength is like a humanoid monster. Qiao Yu leaps into the air and brings down another crushing slash, taking out another shadow soldier. Soon after, the last one is completely shattered and vanishes from the battlefield. Qiao Yu plants his blade on the ground, looks straight at Gusu, and coldly says it is his turn now. With overwhelming momentum, Qiao Yu charges forward like a war god, but Gusu calmly raises his staff, smiling eerily and saying those constructs were never meant to be the real attack. Just as the blade reaches him, Gusu activates his ultimate skill, Sacrifice Symbiosis of Shadows. Qiao Yu's blade slices through Gusu, severing his right arm. Gusu stumbles back as black blood pours onto the ground. The crowd stands in shock. Without arena protection rules, that strike would have killed Gusu instantly. Everyone admits Qiao Yu's power is terrifying. Mid-battle, Qiao Yu suddenly freezes and drops his sword. A sharp pain surges through him. He clutches his right arm, sweating and twisting in agony. Meanwhile, Gusu smiles eerily. His severed arm turns into black mist and regenerates instantly. He calmly says, Qiao Yu is the first in the city to force him to use his sacrifice ability after breaking his shadow hand technique. Gritting his teeth, Qiao Yu thinks quickly. If every attack reflects damage back, what if he doesn't directly strike the opponent's body? Before he can finish the thought, Gusu slowly pulls a dagger from his coat. With a chilling smile, Gusu seems to read his mind and mocks him. Then he calmly stabs his own chest. So what about now? Instantly, Qiao Yu collapses, clutching his chest as internal organs feel shattered. Blood spills from his mouth. Meanwhile, Gusu removes the dagger unharmed and again offers him the chance to surrender. Wiping blood and coughing, Qiao Yu coldly replies, in your dreams. Gusu clicks his tongue, eyes turning more vicious. Even with internal injuries, Qiao Yu still hasn't fallen, which is beyond expectations. The dagger rises again. Gusu coldly warns him before stabbing his own side. The same wound appears on Qiao Yu. He drops to one knee, gritting his teeth through real, unbearable pain. Without stopping, Gusu points the dagger downward, aiming at a vital spot on himself. Seeing this, Qiao Yu's face changes. Panic flashes through him as he shouts for Gusu to stop. With no other choice, he forces himself forward and swings his blade horizontally to stop him. The slash cuts Gusu in half, but black mist immediately surges out, stitching his body back together as if nothing happened. In the next instant, all damage rebounds onto Qiao Yu. A negative HP number appears above him. He coughs blood and collapses, finally realizing every attack is being reflected by the Sacrifice Symbiosis of Shadows. Clutching his chest, Qiao Yu gasps for air while thinking hard. His eyes lock onto the black mist surrounding Gusu. He analyzes quietly. Every ability must have a weakness, and the key is likely hidden within that shadow aura. Qiao Yu steps forward and says he has figured out the skills mechanism. If they keep attacking, Gusu will be the one who dies. Gusu just laughs, wipes blood from his mouth, and tells him to try if he is not afraid of dying. Qiao Yu cracks his knuckles, power gathering into a glowing fist, as he charges forward with a mocking grin. He taunts that hidden tricks will not save him from being exposed. Qiao Yu keeps provoking him, telling Gusu to stop dodging and reuse his damage reflection. Struck in pride, Gusu roars that he will never hide again. Gusu raises his staff and casts Shadow Protection Hand. A dense black shield instantly forms in front of him. Qiao Yu's explosive punch slams into the shield, shaking the arena. He pulls back and mocks him, asking why he needs defense if he's so confident. Gusu turns red with anger but argues back. Qiao Yu does not stop. He unleashes a storm of punches, forcing Gusu to retreat step by step in cold sweat. Gusu is shaken. His Shadow Protection Hand should block a full boss-level strike, yet it is barely holding against Qiao Yu. This opponent feels more terrifying than a boss. After overwhelming pressure, Qiao Yu stops and coldly says the fight should end. Backed into a corner, Gusu screams like a beast and activates Sacrifice, devouring Shadow. A painful roar echoes as his face twists. Shadows surge from the ground and wrap around him like a dark armor. Fully covered, Gusu arrogantly declares that even same-level physical cultivators cannot defeat him, asking what Qiao Yu has left to fight with. Qiao Yu becomes alert as Gusu transforms again, floating in the air surrounded by purple-eyed specters. Gusu claims no one at the same rank can beat him, laughing madly and declaring victory is already his, while Qiao Yu is doomed. Gusu dives down like a black meteor, but Qiao Yu channels power into his leg and launches a lightning-charged kick into his stomach. The impact sends Gusu flying dozens of meters. Rolling on the ground, Gusu laughs it off, claiming that after merging 4 shadow essences, his body is now as elastic as rubber. Without hesitation, he rushes back in, charging at Qiao Yu with killing intent. Qiao Yu calmly raises his hand and blocks Gusu's full-power punch. Their powers collide violently, releasing shockwaves that tear up the arena. Gusu switches to a kick, while Qiao Yu suddenly leaps high, letting him grab his ankle. Everything goes exactly as planned. Using that grip, Qiao Yu spins midair and delivers a powerful rising hook. His armored fist slams into Gusu's face with a sharp crack. The crowd erupts. Everyone is stunned, because this was supposed to be a mage duel, but it looks like a close combat martial fight. In a hidden corner of the stands, 2 assassins numbered 7438 and 9527 quietly observe with grim expressions. One confirms Qiao Yu is definitely not Ma Fei, while the other says it does not matter since both will eventually join Bai Ze. Back on the arena, Gusu stumbles back, holding his bleeding nose and roaring in rage. He cannot believe Qiao Yu is fighting him evenly. Qiao Yu brushes his hands off and calmly asks if Gusu is sure they are still evenly matched. Hearing this, Gusu breaks into a cold sweat while retreating, calculating that the duration of Devouring Shadow is running out. Gritting his teeth, he decides to push further and activates Sacrifice. Devouring Shadow once again. Gusu's master immediately stands up in panic, shouting for him to stop. But Gusu has already lost control. His body distorts as black flames engulf him. In madness, he screams that even if it is too late, he must surpass his brother. In the waiting area, Longxiang realizes the truth. Gusu's brother was likely a former champion, and that shadow has haunted him for years. Unlike his opponent's madness, Qiao Yu becomes even more excited. He cracks his knuckles, points at Gusu, and taunts him to show everything he has and come at him. As soon as he finishes speaking, Gusu turns into a black lightning bolt, throwing a devastating punch at Qiao Yu's face while screaming for his death. The impact makes Qiao Yu cough out blood, but his feet stay firmly planted on the ground. Enduring the pain, Qiao Yu immediately counters with a lightning-charged punch straight at Gusu's face. Seeing 2 mages brawling like martial artists, the referee is completely confused. When he asks whether to intervene, Elder Jin calmly says to wait, since no one is strong enough to stop them right now. At the peak of attention on the final match, a man in a black cloak quietly holds a communicator and orders that both of them be taken and the operation proceed. Gusu keeps attacking while screaming in despair, unable to understand why Qiao Yu is still standing. Wiping blood from his lips, Qiao Yu smirks and says not to ask him, because he is the boss. The two continue clashing like beasts, exchanging relentless punches without pause. After a series of exchanges, Qiao Yu gathers all his strength into a finishing blow and smashes it directly into Gusu's face. The dark armor on Gusu's face shatters instantly. He freezes for a few seconds, then collapses to the ground in disbelief, realizing he has lost. Elder Jin nods to confirm the result. The referee steps forward, raises Qiao Yu's hand, and declares him the champion of the final match. But just as the victory is announced, Elder Jin's expression suddenly changes. He looks up and shouts a warning toward the sky. Qiao Yu looks around in confusion, not understanding what is happening. Before he can react, a massive object falls from above, blocking everything and crushing the entire area. When he wakes up, Qiao Yu finds himself inside an armored transport truck, covered in glowing magical runes. Looking around the compartment, he is shocked to see all 10 top candidates from Su City unconscious on the cold floor. Not only Gusu and Shi Tiaorong, but all the strongest students have been captured. Sitting up, Qiao Yu quickly pieces things together. This is clearly a kidnapping, targeting gifted students. At that moment, a voice announces he is awake. The speaker is Hua Zi, wearing a black cloak, accompanied by guards. With a cold expression, she says this is simply an invitation to bring them here. Qiao Yu raises his hands bound in magical shackles and smirks, calling this a very special way of inviting guests. Hua Zi smirks and says they will not be harmed, only tested for talent. She introduces herself as the person in charge of Su City for the organization Bai Ze. Hearing the name, Yang Xiangdi and class leader Ma Fei look at each other in confusion, not knowing what Bai Ze is. Shi Tiaorong silently observes and is shocked. A force daring to act during the national exam must be far from ordinary. Enduring the pain, Shi Tiaorong forces herself up and demands their purpose, insisting all candidates must be released. Hua Zi laughs arrogantly and tells them to behave. As long as they do not cause trouble, no one will be harmed. Her smile fades, replaced by a cold gaze. She warns that anyone attempting to escape will suffer a terrible fate. Someone immediately asks why they were all brought here. Huazi casually explains that universities recruit talent, and Baize does the same. Instead of searching individually, they simply take the already selected geniuses. A muscular male student angrily stands up, saying he has never heard of Baize and demands to be released immediately. Huazi responds with a powerful kick, sending him crashing back to the floor of the truck. She steps on his chest and coldly declares they have no right to choose. Once they understand Baize's true power, they will join willingly, and refusal only leads to death. After scanning the frightened students, Huazi straightens up and turns away, confident they will make the right choice. Before leaving the cell, she reminds them not to attempt escaping into spatial storage, as the magical cuffs are specially designed to block it. Back at the stadium moments earlier, right after the abduction begins, Elder Jin draws his light bow, aiming at the black-cloaked group and demanding their identity. A light arrow tears through the air and pierces a disguised staff member's shoulder. Elder Jin immediately steps forward and flips the man over, revealing a completely unfamiliar face beneath the sunglasses. Seeing this, he immediately realizes there are infiltrators in the mission team. Understanding the urgency, Elder Jin decides to prioritize rescuing the students first. At that moment, a mocking voice comes from behind, directly calling out Condon Jin's name and rank, even expressing surprise that the examiner of Sioux City is actually him. Elder Jin snaps around, draws his bow, and aims at the newcomer, demanding their identity and purpose. The opponent only laughs and refuses to answer. Without hesitation, Elder Jin fires an arrow, but the target vanishes instantly, revealing it was just an illusion. In that same moment, a muscular man drops from above and delivers a thunder-charged kick straight into Elder Jin's back. As he attacks, he mocks that someone so old and hot-tempered will easily lose his life. The strike carries terrifying force, shattering an entire section of the stands. Rocks collapse one after another, burying Elder Jin beneath the ruins in a thick cloud of dust. Not long after, he forces himself out from under the rubble, coughing violently as he crawls free. Two teachers rush over to support him. After confirming he is fine, he immediately asks about the black-cloaked group's whereabouts. A teacher with glasses lowers his head in shame, reporting that they already took the 10 top candidates, and they were completely unable to stop them. Elder Jin frowns and demands a full list of the kidnapped students. The teacher names them one by one, including Qiao Yu, Gu Su, and Shi Taorong. Hearing this, Elder Jin erupts in rage, smashing a nearby stone and cursing through gritted teeth. Principal Shi Jinlong arrives. Elder Jin forces himself to stay calm and analyzes the situation, stating that since the targets are all geniuses, the students are likely still valuable, and there may be a chance to rescue them. Shi Jinlong nods heavily, his expression dark. He says such coordination and execution cannot be done by an ordinary force, and targeting students during the national exam shows extreme audacity. At that moment, an officer rushes in reporting that not only Sioux City, but 4 other cities have also suffered identical kidnappings, likely by the same organization. Elder Jin immediately orders a full investigation and emphasizes that the 10 kidnapped students must be rescued at all costs. Inside the suffocating transport truck, Qiao Yu studies the black cuff on his wrist and mocks its special design. The muscular body cultivator, who was knocked down earlier, suddenly stands up again, laughing loudly and boasting that such cuffs cannot hold a body cultivator like him. He strains with full force, veins bulging and face red, but the cuff does not break. In frustration, he can only curse. Seeing this, Qiao Yu clicks his tongue. He casually twists his wrist and applies a bit of strength. The cuff shatters instantly with a crisp snap. Looking at the broken metal, he calmly comments that Baize's equipment is not very durable. The body cultivator is left stunned, asking who the real body cultivator is. Qiao Yu ignores him, summons his glowing greatsword, and rests it on his shoulder. He tells everyone to extend their hands so he can cut the cuffs off. The body cultivator eagerly offers his wrist first. With a few clean strikes, all the magical cuffs are destroyed. After being freed, someone points out that there is still one person in the corner who has not been unlocked. It is Gu Su. He sits with arms crossed, turning away coldly and saying he does not need anyone's help. Qiao Yu does not care about his pride. After freeing the rest, he slashes open the rear door of the truck. The door crashes onto the road. Qiao Yu leads the group out and quickly searches for a way to escape. In the front cabin, Huazi senses the disturbance and is startled. She looks in the rearview mirror, her expression changing drastically. She shouts for the driver to stop immediately, and he slams on the brakes. Huazi draws her weapon, jumps out of the vehicle, and rushes toward the escaping students. Qiao Yu steps forward alone to block her path, hands in his pockets, smiling provocatively, as if greeting an old acquaintance. Huazi aims her gun at his head, unable to understand how even a level 20 body cultivator could not break the cuffs, yet they manage to escape. Qiao Yu simply shrugs and smiles, saying revealing the secret would keep her awake at night, but unfortunately, this is where they part ways. As soon as he finishes speaking, light envelops each student one by one, teleporting them into a dungeon world. Huazi immediately fires, but the bullet passes through empty space, as the targets have already vanished completely. A subordinate rushes in reporting that all of them have entered the dungeon. Huazi lowers her gun and stares at the bullet embedded in a tree, deep in thought. Once they exit the dungeon, Sioux City's forces will likely have already tracked them down. Huazi's eyes grow cold. She engraves Qiao Yu's name in her mind, clearly marking him as a target for elimination later. The scene shifts to a gloomy dungeon. In the thick night fog, an old Taoist in worn robes rings a bell while holding a guiding artifact. Behind him follows a timid disciple and a stiff-hopping corpse. A quest window appears before Qiao Yu, instructing him to head to Lingchu Mountain to stop the revival of the Hanya demon. The dungeon is a rank difficulty, with rewards based on performance. Qiao Yu realizes he has also turned into a corpse, wearing decayed Kingera funeral robes, forced to hop forward following the bell sound. He scans for teammates, but finds no sign of Yang Xiangdi or the others. Everyone seems to have been randomly scattered. His attention shifts to the bell and artifact in the Taoist's hands, considering whether destroying them could break the NPC control. While he is thinking, Qiao Yu suddenly locks eyes with the disciple who turns around. The boy instantly turns pale and panics, pointing at Qiao Yu while screaming that the joy spirit has revived. Hearing this, the Taoist quickly turns and strikes the bell, scolding him. He says the joy spirit is just a corpse being guided and cannot possibly come back to life. The Taoist walks over to inspect Qiao Yu, who immediately closes his eyes and pretends to be dead. He explains that if a corpse turns into a true zombie, it would emit evil energy, grow hair, and its nails and teeth would elongate. He has taught this many times already. The disciple remains terrified, hiding behind his master, and insisting he saw the joy spirit holding a blade. The Taoist snorts, saying a stiff corpse like that could barely move, let alone hold a weapon. After the two turn away, Qiao Yu slightly opens his eyes. He quickly concludes they are NPCs, and following them will help him reach the story progression faster. After walking down a deserted path, the Taoist leads Qiao Yu to an old, dilapidated house. A torn flag hangs at the entrance with chilling words written on it. Inside, the Taoist seals the room with talismans on all four walls, then places another talisman on Qiao Yu's forehead while chanting. Before leaving, the Taoist tells his disciple to stay and guard the joy spirit while he handles other matters. The boy nervously agrees. After the master leaves, the disciple rushes up and desperately prays in front of Qiao Yu, begging the joy spirit not to awaken. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu, sealed by the talisman, can only stand still and listen. Suddenly, the wooden door is kicked open violently, slamming against the wall. An old man with a thin face and goat beard steps in, holding a smoking pipe. Behind him, a muscular enforcer carries a heavy black coffin on his shoulder. The goat-bearded old man squints at the talisman on Qiao Yu's forehead. With one look, he recognizes it as a binding talisman and asks what relation the caster has with Gu Tu Xuan. The disciple is startled and quickly answers that Gu Tu Xuan is his master, while the coffin carrier is his senior brother. The old man chuckles meaningfully, praising the boy for having some insight. He blows smoke into the disciple's face and asks where his master is. Coughing from the smoke, the disciple honestly replies that his master is out handling business and will return soon. The old man ignores the answer and walks up to inspect Qiao Yu. After looking him over, he nods and says the corpse is freshly dead, still warm and elastic, a very valuable item. Seeing the malicious intent, the disciple rushes to block Qiao Yu, warning them not to insult the joy spirit, or they will face severe consequences. Feng Li sneers, drops the coffin heavily onto the ground, and cracks his knuckles. In his eyes, the joy spirit is nothing more than a corpse. Feng Li lifts a massive spiked mace onto his shoulder and mocks them. To him, only Taoists call it a joy spirit, and if this corpse causes trouble, his mace will deal with it instantly. The disciple turns pale with fear, but still argues loudly, insisting their actions are disrespectful to the joy spirit. Ignoring him, the goat-bearded old man uses his pipe to lift the edge of the talisman on Qiao Yu's forehead, inspecting him like merchandise. He comments that Qiao Yu looks quite good and would fetch a high price if sold to wealthy buyers, then immediately orders Feng Li to take him away. Feng Li stomps the ground, loudly acknowledging the order and preparing to act. Seeing them openly try to steal him, the disciple clutches Qiao Yu's leg, angrily blocking them and insisting his master will not let this go. Feng Li loses patience and slaps him hard, sending the boy flying aside. Bleeding from his nose and struggling, the disciple still forces himself up, spreading his arms in front of Qiao Yu and declaring he will risk his life if they take one more step. Feng Li looks down at him with disdain and laughs. In his eyes, the boy has nothing that could possibly back up such a threat. Without hesitation, Feng Li kicks him violently in the stomach, sending him crashing into the corner of the room. Pulling back his leg, Feng Li sneers, mocking the boy's weak resistance. Watching everything, Qiao Yu remains motionless like a statue and lets out a quiet sigh. In the silent room, the sound feels unusually loud. The disciple, Feng Li, and the goat-bearded old man all freeze, turning toward him. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Qiao Yu slowly reaches up and removes the talisman from his forehead. The scene shocks them all, as no one expected the seal to be broken so easily. His eyes slowly open, locking onto the intruders with a cold, sharp gaze. The disciple stumbles back, face drained of color, pointing at Qiao Yu and screaming that the joy spirit has truly awakened. Qiao Yu says nothing. He simply reaches into empty space and summons his familiar greatsword. He rests the blade on his shoulder and sighs, saying he never planned to interfere, but since the mission is not done, they cannot take him away to be sold. With that, he charges straight at the goat-bearded old man. The old man turns pale and hurriedly unleashes a spell from his pipe. Purple smoke surges out as he shouts, "Water Phoenix Demon Barrier." Before the technique can fully form, Qiao Yu closes in and smashes the flat of his blade across the old man's face. The impact sends him flying into the wall. His pipe snaps in half and falls to the ground. Lying on the floor, the old man coughs blood and stares in terror, realizing Qiao Yu is not a corpse but a living person. Seeing his master beaten down, Feng Li enrages and grabs his massive spiked mace, charging forward while shouting for Qiao Yu to stop pretending. He swings his mace down with full force toward Qiao Yu's head. A dull impact echoes. The mace strikes Qiao Yu like it hit a bronze bell, bouncing back while Qiao Yu remains completely unharmed. Qiao Yu casually flicks a finger, sending Feng Li stumbling backward from the recoil. The goat-bearded old man panics and asks whether he is human or a zombie. Qiao Yu shrugs and says even he is not sure. At that moment, a system message appears. Corpse transformation state activated. Defense 100. Immune to corpse suppression techniques. However, HP and mana cannot be restored in this state. After reading it, Qiao Yu understands why the soul bell had controlled him earlier. Given his massive HP pool and low reliance on mana, the drawback barely affects him. Realizing he is outmatched, the goat-bearded old man orders Feng Li to hold Qiao Yu off while he prepares the corpse suppression kill technique. Feng Li grits his teeth and obeys. He lifts his heavy mace and charges forward in desperation. Qiao Yu smirks and steps in with his greatsword without hesitation. With a simple blade press, Feng Li's legs are forced deep into the ground. He strains with everything he has, veins bulging, desperately turning to look for help from his master as he can no longer hold on. But when he looks back, he is stunned to see the goat-bearded old man has already abandoned him and fled. Furious and broken, Feng Li curses loudly, calling his master a coward. Watching the fleeing figure, Qiao Yu smirks coldly and says he will not escape. He pulls his greatsword back, gathering all his strength into a finishing strike. The slash shoots out like lightning, piercing straight through its target. The system confirms the goat-bearded old man has been eliminated. Seeing his master killed instantly, Feng Li goes weak in the knees and collapses to the ground, begging for mercy. Qiao Yu slowly walked over, looking down at the enforcer kneeling non-stop, then coldly said he almost forgot to deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Feng Li and smashed his head hard into the stone floor, knocking him out instantly. The system immediately issued rewards. Defeating the NPC old goat-bearded man gave 75 EXP, and taking down Feng Li granted another 50 EXP, plus 10 free attribute points. After dealing with the two troublemakers, Qiao Yu dusted off his hands and strolled over to the coffin Feng Li brought. As he got close, a status panel appeared. Zhen Ling Guan, unknown rank. The description said the one inside would gain special effects from the strange carvings on the coffin. Curiosity rising, he placed his hand on the icy lid and decided to open it. The moment it slid aside, a strange red mist slowly poured out from within. As the mist faded, Qiao Yu looked down and his eyes widened. Inside the coffin was a small girl in a Taoist robe. He blurted out that this kid might actually be a cursed entity. The moment she heard that, the girl suddenly sat up, her red eyes glaring at Qiao Yu, as she angrily asked if that was how he greeted someone. Qiao Yu flinched, scratching his head awkwardly, not expecting her to be awake. After calming down, the girl sat on the edge of the coffin swinging her legs and asked why she was here. Based on everything that happened, Qiao Yu guessed that all 10 entrants of the instance were turned into funeral gods to complete the mission. Hiding in a corner, the disciple stared at the 2 corpses chatting like normal people and froze in fear. One thought filled his mind. Both of them were truly alive again. The moment Qiao Yu called out, the boy jumped in shock and immediately stood straight, trembling as he asked if funeral god had any orders. Qiao Yu calmly said he wanted to go to Ling Chushan and told him to lead the way. The disciple quickly nodded, explaining that his master was already preparing to bring everyone there. Not long after, Gu Shuxian returned. The disciple immediately ran out happily to greet his master. He excitedly claimed that he had successfully subjugated the 2 funeral gods. Gu Shuxian was surprised, looking at his disciple with suspicion, not expecting such ability. Without asking further, Gu Shuxian led the group out, as an important task awaited. The disciple quickly agreed and followed obediently. The group soon arrived at Xiaoxiang village, at the foot of Ling Chushan. Talismans floated everywhere, and a gloomy aura covered the area. The leader observed the terrain and said the burial site was ahead. The old Taoist continued checking feng shui, gripping his coin sword tightly as he confirmed the dragon veins and burial position. After finding the right spot, the group lowered the coffin while he chanted and completed the burial ritual. Qiao Yu and the girl also pretended to join the funeral god's procession, but both secretly peeked at everything around them. At that moment, Gu Shuxian approached the bald Taoist to greet him. The man nodded back and told his junior to go inside, as the others were about to gather. Before leaving, Gu Shuxian assigned the disciple to oversee all funeral gods and handed him the control bronze bell. The boy respectfully accepted and obeyed immediately. The bell rang steadily. The disciple led Qiao Yu and the girl into a large room. Inside, rows of funeral gods stood motionless. To Qiao Yu's surprise, many corpses slowly opened their eyes and looked at the newcomers. Among those funeral gods, Qiao Yu immediately recognized a very familiar face. He quickly walked over and called out Yangxiang Di. The man also recognized Qiao Yu with joy and responded immediately. The disciple completely froze. Watching the funeral gods one by one awaken, he turned pale and began questioning his own sanity. In the courtyard outside, the Taoist priests gathered around a wooden table discussing plans. One asked whether all funeral gods had been prepared. The bald Taoist replied in a deep voice that this was already their 5th attempt, so no mistakes were allowed. Looking up at the sky covered in talismans, the bald Taoist gave a cold order. Everything was ready, and tonight they would enter the emperor's mausoleum. The bell guiding the corpses rang continuously. Qiao Yu and the other funeral gods quietly followed the Taoists deeper into the tomb. At the center of the underground plaza, a massive formation had already been set up. The bald Taoist leapt onto the ritual platform. At that moment, Gu Shuxian cautiously asked if all funeral gods had been delivered and whether they could leave now. Hearing that, his expression turned cold. A killing intent swept across everyone as he asked where they thought they could go. Gu Shuxian froze for a moment, unsure of his meaning, and carefully tried to question him. Without answering, the bald Taoist suddenly slammed both hands onto the ground and began chanting like a madman. The chanting echoed through the tomb. He declared he would use yin courses as vessels in human blood, as offerings, to welcome the heavenly emperor's descent. Hearing this, all the Taoists below turned pale. They realized in horror they had also been marked as sacrifices. Someone immediately shouted for everyone to run before it was too late. The bald Taoist sneered and asked where they could possibly escape in a place like this. The moment he finished speaking, a massive monster appeared and blocked the only exit completely. At the same time, countless killer courses surged in from all directions, rushing to attack the Taoist group. Gu Shuxian fought back while grinding his teeth in rage. Only now did he realize everything from the start had been a trap meant to kill them here. Watching the chaos, Zuoju turned to ask Qiao Yu what to do next. Qiao Yu quickly analyzed the situation. The instant's mission was to stop the resurrection of Han Ba, and the so-called Heavenly Emperor was very likely Han Ba itself. Without hesitation, he ordered a full assault. Everyone charged into battle, and the system announced that each killer corpse killed would grant 5 attribute points and 25 EXP. Standing on the ritual platform, the bald Taoist laughed in excitement. In his eyes, all yin courses had entered the tomb, and his master would soon revive. But soon, he noticed something wrong. The yin courses still retained consciousness and were not fully under control. Holding a brush pen, he roared in fury, accusing Qiao Yu and the others of ruining his grand plan. He then swung the brush repeatedly, casting incantations that caused explosive surges of spiritual energy. At that moment, Qiao Yu was suppressing 3 enemies alone. Just as he prepared to finish them off, his movements suddenly stalled. He quickly realized his body was becoming stiff. The corpse transformation state was starting to take stronger effect. Without hesitation, he summoned his spear, letting purple lightning coil around the weapon. Violent electricity swept across the battlefield, causing killer corpses to convulse. Even the bald Taoist was dragged into the shockwave range. Seeing this, the Taoist quickly drew a yin-yang formation for defense and continued his spellcasting. After a series of chants, he poured all his power into the final stroke to control the horde. A massive yin-yang diagram appeared in the sky, pressing down with terrifying force over the entire tomb. He roared as he activated the formation. In an instant, Qiao Yu and the other funeral gods were forced to stand frozen in place, unable to move. Despite being drenched in sweat, the bald Taoist laughed proudly. In his mind, these yin courses were offerings for his master and could not be allowed to escape control. Qiao Yu felt the danger clearly. If they remained restrained, the resurrection ritual of Han Ba would succeed for sure. He forced his head to turn toward Gu Xian and shouted if there was any way to break the control technique, because Han Ba must be stopped at all costs. Hearing the name Han Ba, Gu Xian was shocked. He asked if the corpse inside the stone coffin was Han Ba. Qiao Yu confirmed it immediately. At the mention of Han Ba, Gu Xian's expression grew even more grave. He said if that monster truly revived, not only would they all die, but the entire world would fall into disaster. Without hesitation, Gu Xian bit the tip of his finger and looked at Qiao Yu with determination. Whether he was human or funeral god no longer mattered. The only goal was to stop Han Ba. Using fresh blood, he drew a talisman onto Qiao Yu's body and immediately activated a liberation technique. The blood-red talisman lit up and enveloped Qiao Yu. His pale face gradually regained vitality. Gu Xian explained that with the spirit-release talisman combined with his pure yang blood essence, the corpse control technique would be temporarily neutralized. Qiao Yu clenched the iron bracelet on his wrist and smiled confidently. He declared that as long as he was still here, Han Ba would never step out of this tomb. Gu Xian immediately ordered everyone to charge, urging the Taoists not to stand idle and to join the fight. The Taoists all acted at once, unleashing talismans to break the formation and rescue the trapped ones. Noticing Qiao Yu charging straight at him, the bald Taoist turned pale, believing no one could stop the master's resurrection ritual. Qiao Yu answered with a single punch that sent him flying, then coldly stated that others might not be able to stop it, but he could. The heavy impact sent the bald Taoist flying backward, slamming onto the stone coffin lid. Seeing this, Gu Xian panicked and shouted that human blood must never touch the stone coffin. But the bald Taoist laughed like a madman, letting blood drip from his forehead into the coffin mouth. He used his own life to complete the sacrifice ritual, begging the Heavenly Emperor to descend and borrow dragon chi for his master's resurrection. Immediately after, a purplish arm slowly reached out from the coffin, while a demonic dragon roared and shot into the sky. Dense black demonic energy engulfed everything. The system announced Han Ba had fully revived, and the mission was updated to a tier demon boss kill. The level 20 monster stepped out of the stone coffin with a towering body, pale skin, and red lightning surrounding it. Its stats for power, defense, and speed all exceeded 100, with abilities Crimson Flame, Corpse Poison, and Ancestral Corpse Pressure. The entire team turned pale knowing the situation had gone beyond control. Han Ba opened its 5 eyes at once and instantly charged forward at impossible speed. One teammate panicked and ran, screaming why the monster kept chasing him. But Han Ba suddenly changed target and locked onto Qiao Yu. The fleeing man even laughed shamelessly, sacrificing an ally to save himself, making Qiao Yu grit his teeth in anger. As Han Ba closed in, Qiao Yu threw a heavy punch and sent it crashing into a nearby tower. The monster immediately spat out a poisonous green corpse breath, but Qiao Yu narrowly dodged it. Zuo Ju quickly warned Qiao Yu to be careful, saying it was corpse poison. Shi Xiaorong did not hesitate and cast Eternal Ice Barrier with her staff. Cold energy erupted, freezing both the poison and Han Ba's body. At the same time, Chu Ziyue used a healing skill on Qiao Yu. He nodded slightly in thanks. Unfortunately, the ice only held for a brief moment before Han Ba shattered it. A swordsman seized the chance and rushed in with lightning speed. He unleashed a full-power slash, but Han Ba only glanced at him and roared, activating Ancestral Corpse Pressure. A shockwave swept across the battlefield, forcing everyone back. The system also announced all players' stats were reduced by half. Qiao Yu cursed inwardly as even his HP was reduced, finally realizing how terrifying a tier demon boss was. The man who mocked Qiao Yu earlier proposed cooperation, since with reduced stats, he could barely damage Hanba alone. Hanba charged like a storm, and Qiao Yu also went all out, landing a punch to its abdomen dealing 398 damage. Seeing the number, the man was shocked and asked what class Qiao Yu was using, since, even with half stats, he dealt 10 times more damage than his strongest attack. Hanba immediately counterattacked and sent Qiao Yu flying. Yang Xiangdi rushed in to catch Qiao Yu. After confirming he was fine, he nervously said only Qiao Yu could now break Hanba's defense. At that moment, Qiao Yu noticed Gusu still standing in a corner and immediately formed a plan. He quietly walked behind Gusu and smiled meaningfully, telling him to look forward. The next second, Qiao Yu kicked him hard, sending Gusu flying straight toward Hanba. Gusu angrily screamed Qiao Yu's name. Facing Hanba's incoming strike, Gusu hurriedly activated his defensive skill Chiho Shadow. The barrier was shattered instantly, forcing him to trigger Shadow Sacrifice to resist. Even so, Hanba's punch still drove Gusu deep into the stone ground. Shi Xiaorong crossed her arms and observed, silently noting that Gusu's Chiho Shadow skill was quite useful in this situation. Qiao Yu asked Shi Xiaorong and Yang Xiangdi if they were ready. Shi Xiaorong focused fully, her staff erupting with freezing energy as she shouted Ice Fury. Yang Xiangdi also controlled earth and sand, casting sand binding to assist. Ice and sand instantly restrained Hanba. Seeing Gusu get beaten but only screaming at the first hit, Qiao Yu admitted he was surprisingly durable. Yang Xiangdi panted heavily and said his mana was exhausted due to the stat reduction, and now everything depended on Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu immediately burst forward, eyes full of determination. He repeatedly punched Hanba's chest, each hit showing 398 damage and stunning the monster. Hanba roared and gathered blood-red energy in its eyes for a final strike. The counterattack blasted Qiao Yu away, making him cough up blood. Despite his heavy injuries, Qiao Yu forced himself back up and gathered all his strength into a finishing punch to end the battle. Without hesitation, he rushed straight into the smoke cloud, where Hanba was staggering. Just as Qiao Yu prepared to strike from behind, the principal suddenly appeared and shouted for him to stop, ordering that Hanba must not be killed because he would handle it himself. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, and Hanba collapsed. The battle officially came to an end. The system announced that Qiao Yu had defeated the boss, using physical damage, rewarding him with 20 attribute points and 200 EXP. The Lingju Mountain instance was cleared with an A rank evaluation. While celebrating his level up, Qiao Yu saw the principal rushing over with a pale face. He scolded him for being reckless, saying anyone who killed Hanba would be cursed. Qiao Yu blankly asked what that curse was. Hanba's corpse quickly disintegrated into strange red mist, prompting the principal to urgently warn everyone. The red mist immediately coiled and surged into Qiao Yu's body. The system notified him that he had been cursed and only had 30 days left to live. Qiao Yu quickly asked if there was a way to remove it, but the principal only shook his head. According to all records, no one had ever survived Hanba's curse. The group rushed over in panic, while Qiao Yu stayed calm, believing that with the strength of Kyoto University, there might still be a way to resolve it. Hearing that, Yang Xiangdi could only sigh, saying Qiao Yu's courage was truly insane. While everyone was focused on Qiao Yu, Gusu quietly picked up a ring from Hanba's ashes, smiling smugly and thanking Qiao Yu for clearing the path for him. Looking at the newly obtained equipment, he grew even more satisfied, thinking he finally had a chance to repay his earlier humiliation. Yang Xiangdi angrily cursed him for hiding during the boss fight, yet showing up faster than anyone when loot was being divided. Gusu ignored him and prepared to activate a teleport to leave, but his legs were suddenly trapped in mud. Yang Xiangdi had acted first and called for Qiao Yu to seize the opportunity. Even restrained, Gusu threatened them, claiming he had only avoided conflict and that this exhausted group was not strong enough to defeat him. Qiao Yu rushed in to reclaim the ring. Gusu sneered and said he would use Qiao Yu himself to test his new item. He activated the ring, but the effect was too weak. Qiao Yu mocked him, causing Gusu's expression to darken. Without missing the chance, Qiao Yu struck his chin with a lightning-infused punch, saying that without ancestral corpse pressure, his current strength was enough to handle him. Gusu panicked and stepped back, threatening revenge before trying to escape. Before he could get away, his legs were frozen solid by ice. Shi Xiaorong stepped forward coldly, mocking him for still having the nerve to speak like that. Qiao Yu followed up with another punch and snatched the ring back from Gusu's hand. Realizing he had no more chance, Gusu only managed to throw a final threat before vanishing. Holding the ring, Qiao Yu quickly realized it had a slowing effect, a useful crowd control ability. He thanked Shi Xiaorong, but she simply reminded him that Gu Su was extremely vindictive and must always be watched. Teleportation light quickly engulfed the group, sending everyone out of the instance. After returning, Qiao Yu's status panel updated. Necromancer class, level 12, strength 320, defense 6, agility 9, HP 4120-4120. Equipment includes Seabone King Ring, Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, B-grade Spider Armor, and A-grade Corpse Ancestor Ring. The group appeared inside a heavily guarded military base, filled with people. Chief Examiner Jin Tong was calming the candidates, stating that Sioux City would soon provide a proper explanation for the incident. He further announced that the event was extremely serious and had angered higher authorities, so the champion exam was temporarily suspended for safety reasons. Before parting, Shi Xiaorong reminded Qiao Yu again to stay cautious of Gu Su, but he simply smiled confidently, believing the man was not capable of causing trouble. That night, in a hidden fortress deep in the forest, Hua Zi knelt before a mysterious figure and reported that everyone had left the mirror world. The figure laughed in amusement, saying he had met Qiao Yu before but saw nothing special. Now things were different. He truly lived up to being the son of Qiao Ancheng. His gaze turned cold, his interest in Qiao Yu growing stronger. The next morning, Kyoto University was bathed in sunlight, with buses parked to welcome new students. Just as Qiao Yu, Yang Xiangdi, and Zuo Zhu stepped off the military vehicle, they heard a loud voice calling from afar. Enrollment instructor Ban Liang squeezed through the crowd in a sweat, rushing over to greet Qiao Yu. Seeing that all three students were safe, he finally sighed in relief. But noticing Qiao Yu's urgent request to meet Principal Ji immediately, he agreed at once and led the way. A few minutes later, inside the office of Kyoto University's principal, Ji Bingyang looked up and asked why Qiao Yu had come. Qiao Yu stepped forward, rolled up his sleeve, and revealed a blood-red mark on his left wrist. He said in a low voice that before dying, Han Ba had left a curse on him. Ji Bingyang carefully examined the mark. After only a few seconds, his face turned pale as he confirmed it was Han Ba's curse, meaning the victim only had 30 days left to live. Hearing this, Teacher Ban also went pale and quickly asked if there was any way to break this deadly curse. The principal closed his eyes in thought, then said the most reliable option was to obtain an rank item called Sage's Protection, but it was so rare it was almost impossible to find on the market. Hearing the name Sage's Protection, Qiao Yu immediately remembered using it once during his fight with Xun Dong in the 10,000 Poison Cave. He sighed in regret, knowing that life-saving item had already been consumed, and even if it still existed, no one would easily sell it. The principal made several calls to contacts, then shook his head in defeat, saying no one had Sage's Protection. Qiao Yu felt a chill, stepped forward, and urgently asked if there was any other way. Ji Bingyang fell silent for a moment, then slowly said there was another method, but with Qiao Yu's current strength, going there would be suicide, and he should instead make use of his remaining time. That answer left Qiao Yu visibly discouraged, but he still forced a smile and begged for a chance to try. The principal turned toward the window and firmly said that place held no hope of survival. Anyone who entered would die. Qiao Yu still refused to give up and insisted that nothing could be known without trying. After a helpless sigh, the principal revealed the location, a Tier Demon instance. Hearing it was Tier Demon, Qiao Yu regained confidence and said he had cleared Tier Demon missions before, so it might not be impossible. Ji Bingyang immediately turned back and emphasized that a Tier Demon mission inside a normal instance was completely different from a true Tier Demon domain. Seeing Qiao Yu still not understand the danger, he further explained that the place was mostly for mid-year players, and a beginner like him would be nothing more than a crushed target. Doused in cold water, Qiao Yu still argued that his equipment was not weak either. That answer angered Ji Bingyang, who shouted that as the principal of Kyoto University, he was not interested in a student's equipment. Realizing his mistake, Qiao Yu scratched his head awkwardly and said it was a habit. He then clasped his hands and kept pleading, asking for the name of the instance, because he still wanted to try. Ji Bingyang closed his eyes in frustration, muttering that this kid was far too stubborn. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and released overwhelming sword god pressure, crashing down on Qiao Yu like a mountain. His HP instantly dropped into the red zone. Qiao Yu screamed in pain, knees collapsing to the ground, as blood leaked from the corners of his eyes. It felt like countless blades were tearing through his body from within. Even Teacher Ban was forced to kneel under the pressure. Seeing Qiao Yu trembling and bleeding, yet refusing to fall, Ji Bingyang could not hide his shock at his willpower. Despite his condition, Qiao Yu still raised his head, forced a determined smile, and asked if he was now qualified to attempt the instance. That stubbornness finally made Ji Bingyang change his mind. He withdrew the pressure, healed Qiao Yu, and said the instance was called Soul-Washing Rainforest. Inside that area was the Soul-Washing Lake, which could cleanse all negative status effects, including curses. Feeling his body recover, Qiao Yu wiped the blood from his face, stood up, and bowed in thanks. The principal patted his shoulder and warned him that almost no low-tier players went there, so he must not cause trouble. Qiao Yu nodded confidently, saying he understood and would be careful. Fully recovered, he immediately turned to leave for the soul-washing lake, only to be called back by the principal. Ji Bingyang tossed him a small glowing item, telling him to wear it because it would be very useful on his journey to the soul-washing lake. Qiao Yu reached out and caught the item, opening his palm to find a finely crafted keychain. Its equipment info immediately appeared before him. Qiangqi Keychain, Grade A, Enhanced 5. Effects included 30 skill power, 20 casting speed, partial immunity to mental control, and no class restriction. After reading the stats, Qiao Yu swallowed hard. He felt a bit guilty for doubting the principal's kindness and quickly said the item was too valuable. Ji Bingyang calmly replied that it was only a loan, and he should return it after coming back. With a powerful item for protection, Qiao Yu immediately smiled, thanked the principal, and happily set off. The scenery shifted rapidly. Qiao Yu appeared before a familiar teleport gate, while the system announced he was entering the soul-washing rainforest instance. Tier Demon difficulty. All other information was hidden. After team formation was completed, the teleport light flashed. Qiao Yu was sent into a dark, damp forest overgrown with dense vegetation. 5 other players appeared beside him, forming a 6-member team. The system began listing survival rules. If someone called your name from behind, never turn around if a teammate disappears for more than 1 minute, remain alert, and remember the habits, speech, and behavior of every team member. It continued warning that if singing or whispers were heard, one must immediately shout the most offensive curses until the sound disappeared. Also, if strange beings asked questions in the forest, they must not be answered. Finally, the system added that, according to previous player feedback, the soul-washing rainforest was a very safe place and wished everyone an enjoyable experience. Hearing the final line, a bespectacled young man immediately cursed, saying it was obviously a lie since anyone who experienced danger was already dead, so there was no one left to leave feedback. A seductive-looking girl stepped forward to calm the group and suggested introductions. She introduced herself as Qin Qiangshui, a water mage, level 22, mid-rank. The glasses man reluctantly spoke up, saying his name was Cao Zhao, a Dao cultivator, level 22 mid-rank. The remaining 3 also introduced themselves. Mi Yuan was a sword cultivator, level 25 mid-rank. Tang Lan was a lightning mage, level 22, and Wu Chengfu was a Dao cultivator, level 22. Then all of them turned to look at Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu took a deep breath and introduced himself as a Necromancer, level 13, beginner rank. Upon hearing beginner rank, Cao Zhao immediately complained that placing a beginner in a tier demon instance was dragging the whole team down. Wu Chengfu agreed, saying Qiao Yu would only be a burden. Only Mi Yuan remained calm and defended him, saying that a necromancer could match mid-rank combat power if his summons were strong enough. Cao Zhao sneered and made a vulgar comment about whether she was protecting him because he was handsome. Mi Yuan said nothing, drew her sword, and placed it against his neck, coldly warning she would cut out his tongue if he spoke again. Feeling the killing intent from the level 25 swordswoman, Cao Zhao quickly swallowed and forced a smile, saying he was only joking. Standing behind them, Qiao Yu fixed his hair smugly and thought that being handsome might also be a crime. Seeing the mood calm down, Qin Qianshui smiled and called Qiao Yu over to stand with her. He happily walked over and responded obediently. Watching Qiao Yu being pulled over by the girls, Cao Zhao gritted his teeth in jealousy, silently harboring resentment and malicious thoughts. After formation was confirmed, the group entered deeper into the foggy forest. Qin Qianshui led the way and reminded everyone that the soul-washing lake was at the center, so no one must violate the system rules. As they walked, she turned to Qiao Yu curiously and asked why a beginner rank player had entered a tier demon instance. Qiao Yu scratched his head awkwardly, about to explain when his steps suddenly froze. In the thick fog ahead, a figure slowly appeared. When its face became clear, all 6 people fell silent. The newcomer looked exactly like Qiao Yu's identical face, clothing, and posture. The 2 Qiao Yus stared at each other in shock. Wu Chengfu trembled as he counted and said there were supposed to be 6 people, so why were there suddenly 7 and 2 necromancers? Mi Yuan immediately drew her sword in caution and asked Qin Qianshui, if she could identify which one was real. After careful observation, she could only shake her head, unable to tell them apart. Already holding a strong dislike for Qiao Yu, Cao Zhao immediately drew his weapon and suggested eliminating both of them, removing the trouble in one go. Qin Qianxue quickly stopped him, saying that if the person could perform a necromancer summon, they could verify the real one. Hearing that, one of the two Qiao Yus immediately raised his hand and loudly claimed he could summon undead. The real Qiao Yu frowned and thought. He did not expect the fake one to exploit this. If they only relied on necromancer skills, it would be hard to prove anything, so he might as well strike first and sort it out later. Without another word, Qiao Yu summoned the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade and roared that the impostor dared to copy him, then swung down a brutal slash. The sudden attack caught the fake completely off guard, slicing open its shoulder instantly. The disguise peeled away, revealing a rotten wooden puppet underneath. It stared at Qiao Yu in shock, unable to understand how his physical strength could be so monstrous. Forced out of disguise, the creature revealed its true form, a twisted wooden body with elongated limbs. It roared and stabbed forward with spike-like arms, but against Qiao Yu's speed it stood no chance. After several rapid strikes, both arms were destroyed, and its entire body collapsed into scraps of wood. The system confirmed the target was a level 22 evil wood puppet, possessed by a corrupted spirit, and warned that a special event might be triggered after its death. As expected, a green light silently floated out of the corpse and entered Qiao Yu's Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. By the time he noticed, it had already disappeared, leaving only a chilling sensation traveling from the blade into his arm. Qiao Yu frowned, sensing something had just entered his weapon. Looking at the pile of broken wood, Qin Qianxue finally sighed in relief and confirmed the impostor was gone. Mi Yuan sheathed her sword, but still asked curiously why a beginner necromancer used a great blade and physical attacks to kill a level 22 monster. Being noticed by the senior girl, Qiao Yu immediately got excited and proudly claimed he had an unusual physique since childhood. While he was still bragging, everyone listened closely, not noticing the wooden fragments on the ground, slowly beginning to move. Suddenly, a green demonic flame erupted from the pile of wood and shot straight toward Mi Yuan's back. Only when sensing the killing intent did Qiao Yu react, shouting Mi Yuan's name and warning her. But it was too late. The green flame pierced through Mi Yuan's back and entered her body completely. Mi Yuan's body stiffened for a moment. Then she slowly raised her head, revealing a cold, eerie smile. Without a word, she drew her heavy sword and unleashed a crescent-shaped sword beam straight at Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu rolled aside to dodge, but the edge still scraped his shoulder, tearing through his armor. The system reported a loss of 1080 HP. Holding his bleeding shoulder, he felt a chill down his spine. This was the terrifying power of a mid-rank sword cultivator. If his HP had been lower, that strike would have cut him in half. Mi Yuan landed lightly, but her eyes were completely bloodshot. She had lost all rationality, and her greatsword now pointed at her teammates, as if ready to massacre them. Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu immediately drew their weapons, shouting that Mi Yuan had been possessed by a spirit, and if she was not killed now, everyone would die in this forest. Unable to watch a teammate be executed, Qin Qianxue gritted her teeth and cast a water spell, Dragon Water Binding. A massive stream of water rose from the ground, forming a dragon-shaped cage that trapped Mi Yuan inside. Seeing her restrained, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu immediately rushed in, trying to finish her off while she was trapped. But the water cage could only hold a level 25 sword cultivator for a very short time. Mi Yuan roared and poured all her spiritual energy into her ultimate technique, Fallen Spirit Dragon Slash. A massive swordlight tore through the water prison, and the shockwave sent Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu flying backward. Just as Mi Yuan broke free, Qiao Yu had already circled behind her. Not wanting to seriously injure her with the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, he gathered all his strength into a punch and delivered a brutal uppercut. Mi Yuan's beautiful face twisted from the impact. She was blasted into the air and slammed into the wet ground, passing out instantly. The simple yet effective takedown left the entire group stunned. Cao Zhao, just getting up, looked at Qiao Yu like a monster, unable to believe a beginner rank player had knocked out a mid-rank sword cultivator with one punch. As Mi Yuan lost consciousness, the spirit could no longer maintain its host and immediately turned into a green flame, floating into the air with a vengeful gaze. Qin Qianxue pointed straight at it and shouted for everyone to destroy it immediately. Qiao Yu did not hesitate. He summoned the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade and hurled it straight at the spirit. The blade pierced through the green flame. A piercing scream echoed before the spirit exploded and completely vanished. Retrieving his weapon, Qiao Yu wondered if this was what had been controlling Mi Yuan. Qin Qianxue quickly helped their teammate up, still pale with fear, worried that even the strongest member of their team had been so easily controlled. At that moment, Mi Yuan let out a soft groan and slowly woke up. Rubbing her swollen cheek, she looked dazed and disoriented. Qin Qianxue asked worriedly about her condition, and Mi Yuan forced a bitter smile, saying she still did not feel right. To quickly restore the team's combat ability, Qin Qianxue immediately cast a healing spell on Mi Yuan. Water blessing enveloped her, in a gentle blue light, quickly healing her injuries and easing her headache. After thanking her, Mi Yuan explained that the moment the spirit entered her body, she completely lost control. After recovering, Mi Yuan stood up and looked at Qiao Yu with admiration, suggesting he take the lead. Qiao Yu nodded, resting the blade on his shoulder, reminding everyone to stay alert since this forest was far from simple. Walking behind him, Mi Yuan sincerely thanked Qiao Yu, saying that without him, she would likely have been killed by Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu during her possession. Being appreciated by a beauty, Qiao Yu casually fixed his hair again and smiled, saying helping each other in dungeons was only natural. Mi Yuan rubbed her still-aching cheek and laughed, saying Qiao Yu's punch hurt so much that they all thought he might have been the fake one. Qiao Yu shrugged and gave his usual excuse that he was born with divine strength. As they went deeper into the forest, the fog thickened and the rain became heavier, drastically reducing visibility. Soon the 6-member team was split into smaller groups. At the back, Wu Chengfu looked around nervously and said they had lost sight of the others. Ahead, Cao Zhao kicked a branch in frustration, cursing the leading group for not caring about those behind them. At that moment, a tall shadow suddenly dropped from the trees behind them, making both of them turn around in shock. In front of them stood a strange beast covered in fur. Its humanoid body had a weasel-like head wearing a torn straw hat. It bared sharp teeth and asked in a raspy voice whether it looked like a human or a god. The system immediately issued a red alert, identifying it as a rare level 29 yellow-skinned demon with charm and seduction abilities. Recognizing the creature, Cao Zhao did not retreat. Instead, he raised his finger in provocation and cursed it with vulgar insults. This enraged the demon, its eyes turning blood-red with fury. The monster roared and opened its mouth, full of sharp teeth, charging straight at the two of them. Despite their efforts, the two mid-rank level 22 players were completely outmatched by the level 29 monster. Cao Zhao had his clothes torn apart, retreating in terror. Wu Chengfu fought while scolding him for being stupid, reminding him that dungeon rules clearly stated never to answer strange questions. Feeling wrongly blamed and enraged, Cao Zhao drew his blade and charged at the yellow-skinned demon, thinking that a man should never fear a beast. His momentum was instantly crushed. One swipe from the demon tore through his chest, sending him crashing to the ground as blood poured out. Seeing the monster focus on Cao Zhao, Wu Chengfu quietly circled behind and seized the chance to launch a sneak attack. But the monster's reaction was terrifying. It twisted its head backward and bit down on Wu Chengfu's greatsword, shattering the high-grade weapon in a single bite. Staring at the broken handle in his hand, Wu Chengfu froze in despair, screaming as his prized weapon was destroyed. With no weapons left, he could only endure the attack. The yellow-skinned demon spat out a thick yellow poisonous mist, quickly engulfing both of them. After inhaling the poison, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu coughed violently, clutching their noses and struggling to breathe, as their minds spun uncontrollably. The monster revealed a cruel grin and slowly approached its dying prey to finish them off. Soon, the sounds of tearing flesh and desperate screams echoed through the silent forest. Up ahead, Qiao Yu's group heard the commotion and stopped. Qiao Yu asked if there was a fight happening behind them. Qin Qianxue turned back, and only then realized the two swordsmen were gone. She immediately guessed they had encountered trouble after failing to keep up with the group. Everyone rushed back toward the noise and found a horrifying scene. Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu lay in the mud, covered in blood and barely alive. Seeing his teammates arrive, Cao Zhao struggled to raise a trembling arm and weakly begged for help. Not far away, Huang Pizi still lurked inside the lingering poisonous mist. Spotting new prey, it locked its eyes on Qiao Yu and spoke in its eerie voice. "Do I look like a human or a god?" Ignoring the dungeon warning, Qiao Yu calmly folded his arms, looked it over, and replied that it only looked like a weak white-haired, re-dyed beast-eared girl around 5 feet tall. Mi Yuan, Tian Shui, and Tang Lan froze in disbelief, wondering how he dared provoke the monster. Huang Pizi stood frozen for several seconds. The words 5 feet tall, white hair, red eyes, and weak beast-eared girl echoed in its mind, until it pictured a tiny girl crying in misery. So that was how he saw it. Deeply insulted, Huang Pi's completely lost control. It let out a piercing scream, turned into a streak of golden light, and charged at Qiao Yu with deadly claws. Qin Tianshui shouted for Qiao Yu to be careful, because the monster had easily defeated 2 blade cultivators. Tang Lan acted at once and cast the wood spell Vine Bind with her staff. Dozens of giant roots burst from the ground and formed a dense net across the monster's path. Huang Pizi only sneered before swinging one claw. Every root was sliced apart and instantly withered. Tang Lan stepped back in shock. She never expected her binding spell to be broken so easily. After smashing through the barrier, Huang Pizi closed in and slammed a powerful kick into Qiao Yu's chest. The system instantly showed 369 HP lost. Its claws only managed to leave a scratch on Qiao Yu's cheek. He stood firm without taking a single step back, touched the wound, and let out a quiet sound of surprise. Even Huang Pizi was stunned. It stared with wide eyes after seeing its full attack fail to move him. Qiao Yu casually put on his brass Nublitz gauntlets, clenched his fists until sparks crackled and grinned. "Is that all you've got, kid?" Qiao Yu's anger exploded. He poured all his strength into his right arm and launched a brutal uppercut. The red text critical hit 1042 flashed as the massive blow blasted Huang Pizi high into the air, with an explosion that shook the entire forest. The unbelievable counterattack left Mi Yuan and Qin Tianshui speechless. Everyone now believed Qiao Yu had lied about his class to hide his true strength. Only then did Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu struggle to their feet while holding their bleeding wounds. Seeing the monster that nearly killed them lying motionless on the ground, they could hardly believe it. How could a beginner necromancer possess such terrifying melee power? Cao Zhao grew even more jealous, convinced Qiao Yu had nothing but a handsome face. As the dust settled, Huang Pizi had become nothing more than a charred corpse. Qiao Yu casually walked over, stepped on the body, shook his head, and joked that this dungeon was full of strange things. The others stood frozen after watching Qiao Yu defeat the elite monster so effortlessly. Wu Chengfu swallowed hard and quietly guessed that maybe something mysterious had possessed him. Hearing that, Cao Zhao immediately seized the chance to attack Qiao Yu with words. He brought up how Qiao Yu had killed the Wind Spirit art user without any explanation, and suggested that the real Qiao Yu might actually be the corpse on the ground. Those malicious words startled Mi Yuan and Qin Tianshui. They instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons and exchanged uncertain looks. Before the suspicion could spread, Qiao Yu turned around with a calm smile and asked if anyone was injured. As he approached, Cao Zhao quickly stepped back, pointed his blade at him, and ordered him to stop. Cao Zhao stayed in a defensive stance as if facing a deadly enemy. Qiao Yu only raised an eyebrow while Cao Zhao coldly accused him of being a demon, because no beginner necromancer could defeat such a powerful monster with bare hands. Qiao Yu ignored the blade, casually pushed it aside, and calmly asked why he would save everyone if he were really a demon. Even so, Cao Zhao stubbornly insisted the entire rescue had been nothing but an act to fool them. He kept pressuring Qiao Yu, declaring that if he could not prove he was human, he should leave the team immediately. Seeing things go too far, Qin Tianshui stepped in and defended Qiao Yu, saying he had stayed with the group the entire time and could not be a monster. Mi Yuan agreed, but Wu Chengfu, despite being saved by Qiao Yu, sided with Cao Zhao and demanded to know how a beginner necromancer could possess such absurd physical strength. Faced with the baseless accusations, Qiao Yu only sighed. He touched his ring, pointed at the necklace around his neck, and asked if monsters could even use player items. Qin Tianshui's eyes lit up at once. She reminded everyone that only players could own and use items, so Qiao Yu could not be an imposter. Their plan to force Qiao Yu out of the team immediately fell apart because the evidence was too clear to deny. But at that moment, Cao Zhao's greedy eyes landed on Qiao Yu's equipment. He suddenly realized they were all rank items. Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu quietly exchanged a glance. One look was enough for both of them to understand. They instantly decided to steal the items. Cao Zhao put away his blade, put on a fake smile, claimed it was all a misunderstanding, and warmly invited Qiao Yu to keep traveling with the team. Qiao Yu brushed his hand aside and coldly watched their suddenly friendly faces. He immediately knew they were plotting something. The 6 of them continued deeper into the forest. Walking behind the others, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu leaned close and whispered with sly smiles. Cao Zhao nudged Wu Chengfu and quietly asked if he had noticed Qiao Yu's items. The fat man nodded eagerly with greedy eyes because Qiao Yu possessed not 1 but 2 rank items, something a newcomer should never have. Wu Chengfu swallowed hard in greed. He never expected this dungeon run to lead them to such a priceless treasure. Seeing his partner's expression, Cao Zhao knew they were thinking the exact same thing. Cao Zhao sneered with confidence, believing Qiao Yu was only a beginner and would be easy to overpower. Once they succeeded, they would split all of Qiao Yu's items evenly. Although tempted, Wu Chengfu still remembered that terrifying punch and hesitated. Cao Zhou quickly argued that they had only lost to Huang Pz because they were poisoned. Besides, they were both mid-level players, so there was no way they could lose to a beginner necromancer. After thinking it over, Wu Chengfu nodded and asked when they would make their move. Cao Zhao only smiled and told him to wait for the signal. Just then, the three people in front suddenly stopped. Qin Tianxue covered her mouth in shock, pointed ahead, and urged everyone to look. Beyond the thick mist lay a vast lake. Its black surface was perfectly still and sent chills down everyone's spine. Countless ghostly spirits stood motionless in the middle of the lake. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of restless souls were trapped beneath the black water, their pale faces whispering endless cries of sorrow. Mi Yuan tightened her grip on her sword as cold sweat ran down her back. She guessed they were the players who had failed this dungeon and were trapped there forever. Not far away, Tang Lan suddenly called everyone over. The group hurried over. In front of Tang Lan stood an ancient stone structure, shaped like a stepped altar with a flat stone platform at its center. Cao Zhao guessed it was an altar. Mi Yuan brushed away the moss on a stone tablet and read an ancient inscription stating that only by sacrificing a living creature could players clear the dungeon. She turned toward the lake filled with restless souls, and her face instantly turned pale as she realized the truth. Anyone offered as a sacrifice would become a slave to the lake and never leave this place again. The moment Qin Tianxue heard the word sacrifice, she instinctively stepped back with fear written across her face. Behind the group, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu quietly exchanged another glance. They both knew the opportunity they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Without any warning, the two men leaped forward together and unleashed their full-powered strikes at Qiao Yu's back while he stood beside the altar. Seeing this, Qin Tianxue cried out in shock and demanded to know what they were doing. The two blade attacks slammed into Qiao Yu's back and knocked him into the center of the altar. The moment he landed, Cao Zhao burst into laughter and declared that this was how the entire team would clear the dungeon. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, Qiao Yu slowly got back up and dusted off his clothes. He stared coldly at the two traitors and reminded them that he had just saved their lives. Wu Chengfu kept his blade pointed at Qiao Yu, forcing him deeper onto the altar. He calmly said there was no friendship inside a dungeon, and once they got out, they would be strangers anyway. If Qiao Yu wanted to blame someone, he should blame himself for being too weak. Cao Zhao impatiently urged his partner to activate the altar and finish the ritual. But the two immediately froze and stared at each other awkwardly. Wu Chengfu scratched his head and admitted he had no idea how to activate the altar. Frustrated that the plan had stalled, Cao Zhao turned to Mi Yuan and loudly demanded to know how to start the ritual. Mi Yuan immediately drew her greatsword and stood in front of Qin Tianxue. She coldly replied that she had no reason to help people like them. Cao Zhao snorted as killing intent filled the air. He said they would deal with everyone sooner or later, and for now, killing Qiao Yu on the altar should be enough for the sacrifice. Wu Chengfu immediately agreed. Standing in the middle of the altar, Qiao Yu simply sighed and said that although the principal had warned him many times, he never expected to meet people this ungrateful and shameless inside a dungeon. Seeing Qiao Yu at a disadvantage, Wu Chengfu grew even more arrogant. He mocked Qiao Yu as nothing more than a beginner necromancer whose only trick was summoning undead. Fighting two mid-level players head-on was nothing but a fantasy. Watching from the side, Qin Tianxue was so worried that she burst into tears because she knew she was too weak to interfere. Meanwhile, Mi Yuan quietly poured spiritual energy into her greatsword, gritted her teeth, and stepped forward. No matter what happened, Qiao Yu had helped her before, and now she would stand by his side. On the altar, Cao Zhao and Wu Chengfu roared together and charged straight at Qiao Yu. In sharp contrast, Qiao Yu simply smiled and summoned the green dragon crescent blade. A stream of green energy instantly wrapped around his body. Instead of attacking, he calmly held the blade and carefully watched every movement and attack pattern of his opponents. The two mid-level players unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Countless blade strikes surrounded Qiao Yu as they coordinated perfectly. Yet every attack was effortlessly deflected. With nothing but his heavy blade, Qiao Yu swept aside their entire assault without the slightest strain. After failing to land a single hit, Wu Chengfu lost his temper and shouted for Qiao Yu to hand over all his items. If he obeyed, maybe they would spare his life. Qiao Yu laughed. Only then did he realize the real reason behind their betrayal. They had been after his items from the very beginning. While Qiao Yu was talking with Wu Chengfu, Cao Zhao quietly circled behind him and raised his blade for another sneak attack. But just before the blade came down, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Falling Spirit Dragon Slash." Mi Yuan rushed in just in time and swung her sword, sending a brilliant wave of sword energy straight at Cao Zhao. The powerful slash blasted Cao Zhao dozens of yards away and saved Qiao Yu at the last second. Clutching his waist as he struggled back up, Cao Zhao furiously demanded to know why Mi Yuan had interfered. Mi Yuan stood in front of Qiao Yu and answered without hesitation that Qiao Yu had helped her before, so returning the favor was only natural. Cao Zhao immediately argued that sacrificing Qiao Yu would let everyone clear the dungeon, so he could not understand why she kept getting in the way. Mi Yuan coldly raised her sword and declared that if clearing the dungeon meant sacrificing a teammate, she would rather fail. Besides, the stone tablet only said to sacrifice a living being. It never said the sacrifice had to be a teammate. Meanwhile, on the altar, Qiao Yu had already driven Wu Chengfu into a corner with nowhere left to retreat. He reversed his grip and slammed the flat of the blade into Wu Chengfu's stomach. Wu Chengfu instantly coughed up blood, clutched his abdomen, and rolled across the ground in agony. Seeing his partner defeated, Cao Zhao stared in disbelief. He could not understand how a beginner mage could be this terrifying. Qiao Yu rested the massive blade on his shoulder and slowly walked toward the two traitors with overwhelming pressure. He coldly asked who had given them permission to decide that he would be the sacrifice. Being completely overwhelmed by a beginner player filled Cao Zhao with humiliation. He gritted his teeth, called Wu Chengfu back up, and decided to attack together once more. Seeing the tension rise again, Mi Yuan immediately shouted a warning and raised her sword, ready to fight. Wu Chengfu forced himself to his feet while clutching his chest. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage as he roared that if it had come to this, he would kill every last one of them. Just as the battle was about to erupt, an unexpected twist occurred. Tang Lan, who had remained silent the entire time, calmly walked to a corner of the altar and gently pressed a raised stone brick. A hidden mechanism activated at once. The entire altar shook violently before slowly rising from the ground, with thunderous grinding sounds. The 5 people on top lost their balance, shocked by what was happening. Just then, the system delivered a cold announcement. The altar had been activated and would continuously unleash mental attacks. Waves of red energy spread everywhere, forcing Cao Zhao, Wu Chengfu, Mi Yuan, and Qin Tianshui to their knees as they clutched their heads and screamed, feeling countless needles piercing their brains. Only Qiao Yu remained standing without a trace of panic. Seeing everyone writhing in pain, he looked down and noticed the Kyungchi pendant around his neck glowing brightly. Only then did he realize the item given to him by the principal made him completely immune to the altar's mental attacks. Through the unbearable pain, Cao Zhao struggled to look at Tang Lan, who stood calmly below, and asked in a trembling voice what she was trying to do. Tang Lan's timid expression was gone, replaced by a cold and sinister smile. She calmly replied that her goal was simple. She only wanted to clear the dungeon. Then she quickly formed hand seizzles and cast the wood spell, Rampant Vine Growth, making sure none of her prey could escape. Countless giant thorn-covered vines burst from beneath the ground. They rapidly stretched upward and wrapped around the altar like enormous pythons, crushing their prey. A thick vine immediately wrapped around Cao Zhao's body and lifted him into the air. He struggled wildly, cursing Tang Lan as he screamed, but within seconds the vines dragged him deep into the dense mass of vegetation. Maintaining her spell, Tang Lan coldly watched everyone struggle and calmly said that if they could betray Qiao Yu, then she had no reason to show them mercy. Amid the chaos, Qiao Yu kept his eyes fixed on Tang Lan. Piece by piece, the clues came together until one question formed in his mind. How did she know how to activate the altar? The more Qiao Yu thought about it, the stranger everything seemed. Tang Lan had barely faced any danger during the journey, and she had also been the first to find the altar. That made him suspect she already knew where it was, and perhaps this was not even her first time entering the dungeon. Tang Lan's magic continued to grow stronger. The vines expanded rapidly and wove together into a massive cage that completely surrounded the altar, trapping Qiao Yu, Qin Tianshui, and Mi Yuan inside. After finishing everything, she calmly turned away and coldly said, "Just die here." Even while tightly bound inside the thorn-covered cage, Qiao Ya's gaze never wavered. He tightened his grip on the blade and unleashed 3 lightning-fast slashes. In an instant, a huge section of the cage was torn apart. Without wasting the chance, Qiao Yu immediately grabbed Qin Tianshui and Mi Yuan and leaped out before the cage could close again. Tong Lan had only taken a few steps when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. She spun around in shock and froze after seeing Qiao Yu standing right behind her, while he gently set the two girls down on the grass. She stumbled backward, unable to believe the altar had not affected him at all. Qiao Yu brushed the dust from his shoulder and slowly walked forward. Looking straight at Tong Lan, he asked why she knew so much about activating the altar. Qiao Yu continued, saying that from the moment they entered the dungeon, Tang Lan's true goal had been to sacrifice everyone. Since he had exposed her plan, she no longer bothered hiding it. Tong Lan lowered her hood, revealing her true face and a wicked smile. She immediately cast another wood spell called Vine Reinforcement. The newly formed vines were completely different. They turned pitch black, became as hard as metal, released poisonous gas without stopping, and shot toward Qiao Yu like dozens of steel serpents. Qiao Yu instantly fell back into a defensive stance and spun the green dragon crescent blade into a flawless circle, using the chaotic arm defensive blade technique. Every clash between the blade and the vines sent showers of sparks flying. But something unexpected happened. The vines were not cut apart. Instead, they skillfully avoided the blade and tightly wrapped around the weapon's handle. No matter how hard Qiao Yu pulled, he could not break free. Tong Lan smiled smugly and took out a parasitic wood insect. The crimson seed glowed with an eerie light. She tossed it into the air and mocked him, saying that defeating a few mid-level players did not mean a beginner could challenge her. The seed instantly turned into a streak of red light and shot straight into Qiao Yu's neck, piercing through his skin. Startled, Qiao Yu reached up and touched his neck, completely unsure what had just happened. A tiny crimson root had latched onto his artery, spreading a wave of paralysis throughout his entire body. Qiao Yu quickly lost all feeling in his legs, and his entire body froze in place. Realizing he had been infected by the parasite, he could only stand there as Tong Lan walked closer. She lifted his chin with a smug smile and told him to obediently become the sacrifice. As the distance between them closed, the corner of Qiao Yu's mouth suddenly curled into a calculating smile. In his mind, he quietly began counting down. At the perfect moment, Qiao Yu activated the corpse ancestor ring. A wave of gray energy engulfed Tong Lan, freezing her movements as if time had slowed to a crawl. The system announced that the effect would last 10 seconds and cut the target's speed in half. Without wasting the precious opening, Qiao Yu poured all his strength into breaking free from the vines before launching himself into the air. He knew he had exactly 10 seconds to end the battle. Qiao Yu clenched his fist and activated the Kyongchi Pandan at the same time. Golden light wrapped around his arm as the system announced a 30% increase in skill power. His determination surged because everyone had looked down on him from the very beginning, just because he was a beginner player. Even while slowed by the effect, Tong Lan kept mocking him. She sneered that a beginner had no chance of accomplishing anything. Before she could finish, Qiao Yu charged toward her at astonishing speed, like a blazing meteor crashing from the sky. The terrifying force behind his punch sent chills down Tang Lan's spine. Qiao Yu roared and unleashed his full-power strike. In a panic, Tong Lan hurriedly cast the plant barrier Vine Armor Guard to block the attack. Even then, she still looked down on him, insisting that a beginner could never be a true genius. But Qiao Yu's punch, boosted by 30%, shattered the defensive barrier that had been the pride of a mid-level player and tore straight through it like paper. After breaking through the defense, his fist slammed directly into Tang Lan's face without losing any momentum, twisting her features in pain. The devastating impact sent Tong Lan flying dozens of yards before she crashed into a cliff with an explosion that echoed through the forest. Lying on the ground with blood pouring from her nose, Tong Lan still could not accept that a beginner necromancer possessed such terrifying destructive power. Before she could even stand up, Qiao Yu was already upon her like a storm, giving her no chance to recover. She could only hurriedly raise her hands to cast another defensive spell. Unfortunately, before the spell was complete, a thunderous kick smashed into her stomach and sent her tumbling across the ground. Qiao Yu kept up the relentless assault without showing any mercy. Every time Tong Lan tried to cast Vine Armor Guard, the newly formed vines were instantly destroyed. Beaten until she was bruised all over, Tong Lan covered her head and tearfully begged for mercy, accusing Qiao Yu of not knowing how to treat a woman. Qiao Yu coldly replied that anyone trying to kill him was an enemy, regardless of gender. Then he slapped her again and said that if he did not defeat her, he would be the one who died. The scene left Qin Tianshui and Mi Yuan, who had just regained consciousness, completely pale. They clung to each other in fear and whispered that Qiao Yu truly showed mercy to no one. Just as Qiao Yu had completely taken control of the fight, the Tinsescond effect of the corpse ancestor ring ended. Tang Lan immediately regained her speed, endured the pain, and used teleportation to escape his attack range. Qiao Yu also stopped, brushed the dust off his clothes, and watched her carefully. He realized the control effect had ended, but judging from Tang Lan's miserable condition, she no longer had the strength to fight back. Tang Lan glared at Qiao Yu with hatred, gritted her teeth, and clenched her fists as she silently engraved his name into her memory. Not even her own father had ever beaten her so badly. After that, Tang Lan activated a teleportation array to leave the dungeon. Before disappearing, she turned back and vowed that she would settle Today's score someday. Only after his opponent had completely left did Qiao Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that without the principal's pendant healing him in time, he probably would have died this time. Only then did Qiao Yu remember Qin Tianshui and Mi Yuan. He turned around and called out that everything was over and they were both safe, but the only response was fearful eyes. The two girls clung tightly to each other and trembled as they begged him not to come any closer. Qiao Yu stood there in confusion and helplessly protested that he had not beaten up a girl. The three of them then returned to the altar. The place had completely changed. The two traitors were nowhere to be seen, leaving only signs that they had long since been sacrificed by the altar. Qiao Yu quietly drew his green dragon crescent blade, prompting Mi Yuan to ask what he was planning to do. Without answering, Qiao Yu slowly walked to the center of the altar and simply said that this altar should never exist again. From a distance, the two girls quietly watched, already guessing what Qiao Yu was about to do. He poured all his strength into his arm and drove the green dragon crescent blade into the center of the altar. The system immediately announced that Qiao Yu had successfully absorbed the life energy of the soul transfer altar, gaining 20 free stat points and 200 EXP. Another system message followed. Qiao Yu leveled up successfully. His EXP was updated to 951,400, and he received another 10 free stat points. Looking at the blade in his hand, Qiao Yu could not hide his surprise. Just absorbing the altar's remaining energy was enough to gain an entire level and a huge amount of stat points. Only then did he understand why Tang Lan had been willing to sacrifice everyone. While Qiao Yu was still feeling the new power flowing into the green dragon crescent blade, Tian Shua quietly walked over and sincerely thanked him for saving them. She admitted that without Qiao Yu, they would probably have become sacrifices for the altar. After discussing it, the group decided to stop exploring the dungeon for now. In the eyes of the two girls, Qiao Yu had become even more trustworthy. Hearing their thanks, he simply smiled and joked that everyone already knew he was a good guy. Then the group headed toward the Soul Lake. It was the same area that had been devastated during the earlier battle. As soon as they arrived, Qiao Yu suddenly took off his shirt, revealing a muscular body with six-pack abs. The unexpected move made Tian Shue blush bright red, while Mi Yuan immediately drew her sword and demanded to know what he was doing. Seeing the misunderstanding, Qiao Yu quickly explained that he was cursed and wanted to enter the Soul Lake to cleanse it. He pointed to the strange black markings covering his body as proof. Realizing she had wrongly accused him, Mi Yuan felt a little embarrassed and sighed in relief after learning he was not trying anything inappropriate. Without another word, Qiao Yu jumped straight into the lake, hoping to remove the curse as quickly as possible. Tian Shue suggested that everyone should soak in the lake as well, because, in such a strange place, they might all be carrying hidden curses without realizing it. Just as expected, the moment Qiao Yu's body sank beneath the sacred water, the black markings slowly began to disappear. His body gradually returned to normal, revealing his powerful physique. Floating peacefully on the lake, Qiao Yu was delighted that the water truly could remove curses, although the mark left by Tang Lan still remained. He reached up and touched his neck where the seed mark was still clearly visible. In the end, Qiao Yu could only let it go and decided to deal with it another day. On the other side of the lake, Tian Shui and Mi Yuan were also relaxing in the cool water. After everything they had gone through, the two girls finally had a chance to rest. Tian Shui remarked that they were lucky Qiao Yu had been with them, but Mi Yuan remained calm, saying the guy still was not someone she fully trusted. Just then, whether because of the current or pure coincidence, Qiao Yu accidentally drifted right into the spot where the two girls were bathing, making all three of them scream in surprise. Mi Yuan immediately pointed at Qiao Yu and told Tian Shui that she had warned him he was not a good person. Meanwhile, Tian Shui could only hurriedly cover herself. The biggest victim turned out to be Qiao Yu. Before he could even explain, Mi Yuan smacked him hard on the head. Holding his aching head, he could only complain that they were the ones who had drifted toward him first. After the awkward misunderstanding, the three changed back into their clothes and returned to shore together. Tianshui smiled and took the initiative to send friend requests to Qiao Yu and Mi Yuan. Both of them happily accepted. After seeing Tianshu and Mi Yuan leave the dungeon, Qiao Yu received another system notification. The Soul Dungeon was not fully cleared yet, and leaving now would forfeit all unclaimed rewards. The system asked if he was sure he wanted to exit. Qiao Yu confirmed without hesitation. He knew the dungeon was far too mysterious, and his current strength was not enough to uncover all its secrets. He decided to come back once he was stronger. After leaving the dungeon, Qiao Yu was teleported back to the real world and immediately headed to the principal's office. Standing outside the door, he called out. The moment the principal saw Qiao Yu, he exclaimed in surprise that he never expected him to return alive. As Qiao Yu entered the office, Ji Pingyang happily jumped to his feet. He smiled with satisfaction because it was incredibly rare for a beginner necromancer to survive a dank dungeon. Ji Pingyang immediately reached out to Qiao Yu with an eager grin. Now that you're back safe, it's time to return my item. This treasure was the only reason he made it out of Soul Butterfly Lake alive. Ji Pingyang only narrowed his eyes with a knowing smile. But Qiao Yu kept a tight grip on the necklace and showed no intention of giving it back. The principal's smile slowly faded. Ji Pingyang flicked Qiao Yu on the head and scolded him for eyeing even the principal's gear. He said the necklace would be his if he could beat him. Qiao Yu then asked what the 5 mark on the equipment meant. The principal calmly explained it was the enhancement system. Equipment ranked A or higher could be strengthened with enhancement stones to boost its power. Qiao Yu quickly understood. He quietly compared it with how his green dragon crescent blade grew stronger and realized the two systems worked completely differently. Ji Pingyang looked at Qiao Yu and asked if the Hanba curse had been dealt with. Qiao Yu smiled and said it had already been lifted. The principal gave a slight nod and told him to leave if there was nothing else to discuss. Qiao Yu thanked him and quickly left the office. As soon as he walked out of the campus, Qiao Yu unexpectedly ran into Long Xiang. Long Xiang politely greeted him and called Qiao Yu his junior brother. Surprised, Qiao Yu asked how he even knew him. Long Xiang introduced himself and said he was also from Su City and had taken the same major entrance exam there. Qiao Yu instantly remembered him as the top-ranked warrior candidate he had once seen on TV. They shook hands with smiles. Long Xiang warmly said they were both from the same hometown, so Qiao Yu could ask for help anytime. He also wanted to be friends, and Qiao Yu gladly agreed. After exchanging contact information, Qiao Yu watched Long Xiang walk away. He could not help feeling this senior was a little too friendly, but the moment he turned away, Long Xiang's gentle smile disappeared. A cold and unreadable look replaced it. That night, Qiao Yu returned to his dorm and reflected on everything that had happened. The Hanba curse was gone, but the Mu seed mark still had no solution. He quietly vowed to grow stronger as soon as possible. Just then, the system panel appeared and displayed all of his personal information and equipment. The next morning, Qiao Yu was immediately stopped by teacher Zhang, who demanded an explanation for his decision. The advisor openly questioned why a necromancer had chosen the body cultivation path instead. Qiao Yu seriously replied that he did not want to be a mage who could only stand there and take hits. Without a strong body, he could not even protect himself. Teacher Zhang explained the school rules and said that even with talent, it would be extremely difficult for a necromancer to study body cultivation. Even so, Qiao Yu refused to change his mind. Outwardly, he answered with confidence, but inside, he could only sigh. If his teacher found out he could not even summon a skeleton, there would be no way to explain it. Seeing how stubborn Qiao Yu was, Teacher Zhang turned red with anger. He handed out student cards to the class and reminded everyone to keep them safe. Holding the card, Xiangyang Di curiously asked what it was used for. Teacher Zhang patiently explained. Kindle University's credit system. Everything from meals to buying equipment had to be exchanged with credits. Ma Fei immediately asked if money could be traded for credits. He even wanted to buy 100 points on the spot. Teacher Zhang rejected the idea and explained that credits could only be earned through missions or instructor evaluations. Realizing money could not solve everything here, Ma Fei could only hold his head and complain that his greatest advantage was now useless. At that moment, another instructor shouted from a distance for body cultivation class 2 to gather. Qiao Yu quickly said goodbye to Teacher Zhang and ran off, while the advisor angrily waved him away. As Qiao Yu hurried toward the gathering point, someone quietly watched his every move. It was Shen Jianshu, the professor in charge of the necromancy department, wearing his familiar round glasses. For some reason, Qiao Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his back, as if someone with hidden motives was staring right at him. At Body Cultivation Class 2, Wan Lihao, a level 35 high-rank body cultivator, stood before the new students. With a stern expression, he declared that his class had no place for the weak and that they would soon face a pressure test. He would remain where he stood. Anyone who could endure his pressure for 5 minutes without falling would earn the right to stay in the class. After hearing the rules, the students grew nervous. Someone cautiously asked what would happen if they failed. Teacher Wan smiled with confidence and said anyone who failed would be personally taken to the administration office to transfer classes. The moment he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura burst from his body. The air around them instantly became unbearably heavy. The terrifying pressure shocked every new student. Some complained the test was impossible, while others quickly suggested working together to survive it. Wan Lihao silently praised the student who took the lead. Lin Lang, a muscular young man, immediately suggested splitting into groups to help each other endure the pressure for 5 minutes. Qiao Yu stayed silent and calmly observed everything. Everyone quickly formed teams. Seeing Qiao Yu standing alone, Lin Lang invited him to join, and Qiao Yu gladly accepted. Lin Lang then asked what level Qiao Yu was and why he had chosen this major when he did not even look like a body cultivator. Qiao Yu calmly replied that he was not a body cultivator at all. He was a beginner necromancer. Hearing that answer, Lin Lang froze in disbelief. He asked again to make sure, and Qiao Yu calmly said he was a level 14 necromancer. The surrounding students burst into laughter, saying Lin Lang had terrible luck ending up with such a weak mage. Lin Lang could only sigh, while Qiao Yu remained confident. He believed his strength was no weaker than any body cultivator there. Unfortunately, no one believed him. Qiao Yu could only accept that the truth was sometimes the hardest thing to convince others of. In the end, Lin Lang decided he would protect Qiao Yu and give him time to summon undead if necessary. Right then, Teacher Wan announced that the test was officially beginning. The entire class answered in unison that they were ready. Teacher Wan nodded and immediately began the trial. A violent tiger-shaped fist strike rushed straight toward Qiao Yu. Seeing himself become the first target, Qiao Yu was caught off guard. He never expected the opening attack to be aimed at him. Just as promised, Lin Lang rushed forward to shield him and warned Qiao Yu to be careful. But the punch was far too powerful. In an instant, it forced Lin Lang to stumble backward again and again. Even Lin Lang could not stop the attack, leaving the entire class pale. Teacher Wan had planned to humble the arrogant freshman, but Qiao Yu met the punch head-on. His HP dropped from 4,630 to 3,814, yet he stood firm and quietly marveled at the power of a high-rank body cultivator. Even Teacher Wan could not hide his surprise after seeing a mage block his attack. He began to question whether Qiao Yu was really a mage, because the scene before him made no sense. Teacher Wan realized that if Qiao Yu kept standing there unharmed, his entire test would lose its purpose. So he decided to raise the difficulty and launched an even stronger second attack. Looking at the golden whirlwinds rushing toward him, Qiao Yu could only wonder what technique this was. Even so, he chose to face it head-on. After the collision, his HP dropped again to 3 for 175. The entire class fell silent. No one could believe a necromancer could endure such overwhelming power. Even Lin Lang stood frozen with shock after witnessing it. Qiao Yu endured wave after wave of razor-sharp wind blades slicing across his body like countless knives. Realizing Teacher Wan was using him as an example to intimidate the class, Qiao Yu simply smiled and mocked him. He asked if the teacher had skipped breakfast because his attacks felt so weak. Lin Lang broke into a cold sweat, quickly pulled Qiao Yu back, and warned him not to provoke Teacher Wan unless he wanted real trouble. Seeing the kid still joking around, Teacher Wan laughed, but his competitive spirit was ignited. He looked at Qiao Yu and said that if he could survive the next attack, then from this day forward, I will personally back you at Capital University. The moment he finished speaking, the third punch exploded forward, bringing a howling storm that engulfed the entire area. Wan Lihao tightened every muscle in his body until they looked like forged steel. With a loud roar, his third punch shot toward Qiao Yu with overwhelming force. Facing the terrifying attack, Qiao Yu showed no fear at all. He gritted his teeth, poured every bit of strength into his fist, and charged straight into the punch. The two forces collided with a deafening explosion. The shockwave blasted through the air as neither side gave an inch. Countless wind blades tore through Qiao Yu's flesh, covering his body with bleeding wounds. Even so, he gritted his teeth and held his ground, with both feet planted deep into the earth. In the end, Teacher Wan increased his strength and sent Qiao Yu flying dozens of meters away. Qiao Yu slammed into the ground, and a mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. Everyone watching was stunned. No one expected a simple entrance test to become this brutal. Teacher Wan sighed and told Lin Lang to bring 2 more students and take Qiao Yu to the infirmary. Even he blamed himself for getting carried away while competing with a student. But at that very moment, Teacher Wan's eyes widened as Qiao Yu pushed himself off the ground and slowly stood back up. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. His body swayed, and his legs looked ready to give out at any moment. Even so, Qiao Yu forced himself upright and took a fighting stance again. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he said through broken breaths that he had endured the punch. At the same time, his status panel showed only 240 HP remaining. The training field fell, completely silent. Everyone stood there in shock, while Lin Lang could only mutter whether this was really a necromancer. Gasping for air, Qiao Yu repeated once more that he had passed the test. He even struggled to raise one finger, clearly trying to tease the instructor again. But halfway through the motion, all his strength disappeared, and he collapsed flat onto his back. The students cried out in alarm as Qiao Yu fell to the ground. Lying motionless, he still managed to mutter a curse. Before losing consciousness completely, he vaguely heard people rushing over, and an old man scolding Wan Lihao for hitting too hard. Teacher Wan awkwardly explained that Qiao Yu had insisted on joining the body cultivation class. When Qiao Yu finally woke up, he slowly opened his eyes to a white ceiling and the strong smell of disinfectant. He quickly realized he was in the infirmary. Seeing him awake, Wan Lihao immediately walked over to check on him. Qiao Yu instinctively raised his fists in defense, but Teacher Wan only smiled and patted his shoulder. He reminded Qiao Yu of his promise that anyone who endured that punch would have his protection from now on, and he intended to keep his word. Just then, the door swung open. Professor Shen Jianshu walked in, wearing a black robe and carrying a skull-topped staff. He coldly interrupted them, saying Qiao Yu did not need Wan Lihao's protection and telling him to mind his own business. Wan Lihao immediately stood up to argue. He said Qiao Yu had passed the test and was officially a student of Body Cultivation Class 2. Hearing that, Shen Jianshu slammed his staff onto the floor and reminded him that Qiao Yu was a necromancer. Even so, Wan Lihao refused to back down. He insisted that profession did not matter, because Qiao Yu's talent and physique would make him an outstanding body cultivator. Ignoring his muscle-headed colleague, Professor Shen turned to Qiao Yu and suspiciously asked why someone with his talent would abandon the necromancer path for body cultivation. Qiao Yu scratched his head and made up an excuse, saying he had been born with divine strength and felt this path suited him better. That clumsy excuse made Professor Shen lose his temper. He blurted out that there was no such divine strength. He immediately raised his staff. The space behind him twisted violently as a dark crimson vortex appeared like a gateway to hell. From the vortex, a massive black claw with razor-sharp talons slowly reached out. The air itself seemed to tear apart as a gigantic dark dragon emerged. Its glowing crimson eyes made the entire scene terrifying. Pointing his staff at Qiao Yu, Professor Shen passionately praised the power of necromancers. He claimed they could wipe out entire armies with a wave of the hand, far surpassing the reckless fighting style of body cultivators. Hearing his profession insulted along the way, Wan Lihao merely snorted and folded his arms. After dismissing the dark dragon, Professor Shen completely changed his tone. He gently tempted Qiao Yu by promising to personally teach him every secret technique, including advanced spells. If he joined the necromancy department, one day, he too could summon a majestic dark dragon. Those words truly tempted Qiao Yu. He wished he could look that impressive too. Unfortunately, his spirit power was almost non-existent. His mana was empty, and he could not even summon a tiny skeleton, so becoming a necromancer would only make his life harder. Suppressing his regret, Qiao Yu bowed in apology, but firmly chose to remain in the body cultivation class. Realizing he could not change the stubborn student's mind, Professor Shen sighed, dismissed the vortex, and reluctantly accepted the decision. Before leaving, Professor Shen handed Qiao Yu a black card and told him to visit the faculty building if he ever changed his mind. Qiao Yu accepted it with both hands and sincerely thanked him. The professor then stepped into the strange vortex and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the black card, Qiao Yu could only sigh with regret. Necromancy was simply too tempting, but it was never meant for him. Teacher Wan was delighted that he had managed to keep his student. Smiling, he said Shen's medicine had almost completely healed Qiao Yu's injuries. He told him to report to Body Cultivation Class 2 the next morning, because he was taking everyone somewhere interesting. Qiao Yu eagerly agreed. The next morning, every student from Body Cultivation Class 2 gathered at the meeting point. Seeing the thick mist and the heavy atmosphere, Qiao Yu checked his system panel and confirmed this was a rank C dungeon. The entire forest was covered in dense fog. It looked peaceful and lush, yet it gave off an unsettling feeling. Ahead of them, a massive barrier gate slowly opened. Standing with his hands behind his back, Teacher Wan announced Today's test. Their only task was to meditate inside the dark forest until sunset. Lin Lang looked confused and asked if they only had to sit there, because it sounded too easy. Instead of answering, Wan Lihao bent down, picked up a large rock, and threw it with all his strength into the misty forest. The moment the rock crossed the barrier, countless invisible wind blades instantly shredded it into tiny fragments. Everyone turned pale after seeing that. They finally realized the real test was surviving those deadly wind blades all day, and many immediately thought they were doomed. Ignoring the students' complaints, Teacher Wan smiled and said no one would die while he was there, but the pain was something they would have to endure themselves. When someone asked about the purpose of the training, he stroked his chin and explained that the first goal was to strengthen their will. As for the second, they would understand once they entered. Lin Lang took a deep breath, volunteered to go first, and gritted his teeth as he stepped through the barrier. The instant he entered, dozens of razor-sharp wind blades slashed into him, shredding his clothes and covering his body with cuts until he cried out in pain. While enduring the relentless attacks, Lin Lang noticed his status panel changing and exclaimed in surprise. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and began cultivating, while letting the wind blades continue slicing into him. Watching from outside, Teacher Wan quietly nodded, thinking Lin Lang had both courage and determination. Now he only wanted to see how long he could last. Turning to the hesitant students, he said Lin Lang had already discovered the forest's true value and urged everyone else to enter. Before they started, he asked if anyone had less than 100 defense. Hearing that, Qiao Yu swallowed nervously and cautiously raised his hand to ask what would happen if someone's defense was below 100. Teacher Wan simply shrugged and replied that the chance of dying was not small. Noticing Qiao Yu's uneasy expression, he asked if his defense was really that low. Qiu honestly admitted that his defense was not even double digits. The answer left Teacher Wan speechless. He could not understand how someone with almost no defense had survived battles, let alone endured 3 of his punches. Qiao Yu smiled awkwardly and explained that he only had a little more HP than normal. Teacher Wan immediately asked how much was a little. Qiao Yu calmly answered, 4,630. The number completely froze Teacher Wan for several seconds. When he finally snapped out of it, his eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted and asked Qiao Yu to repeat himself. Only one thought remained in Wan Lihao's mind. How could a freshman have over 4,000 HP? Was this really a necromancer or a boss disguised as a human? While Teacher Wan was still in shock, Qiao Yu had already stepped through the barrier. The wind blades immediately struck him, but then his system panel appeared, and he finally understood what was happening. Looking at his attributes, Qiao Yu discovered that defense could increase inside this place. His defense had already risen to 6.1. Seeing the other students sitting still while enduring the wind blades, he guessed they were all training their defense just like him, so he decided to keep going. Qiao Yu found a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, and focused on cultivating. Standing outside the barrier, Teacher Wan never took his eyes off Qiao Yu. Despite having such unbelievably low defense, the boy calmly sat there as if nothing was wrong. The more he watched, the more confused he became, so he continued observing just in case something happened. The entire forest gradually fell silent. Every student focused on cultivating, leaving only the sound of the howling wind. At that moment, a giant black spider, the size of a cow, quietly lowered itself from an ancient tree behind Qiao Yu, preparing to ambush him. Teacher Wan spotted the danger at once. He turned into a streak of light, rushed through the barrier, shouted, and launched a powerful attack at the monster. His shout startled the students, making them look up in panic. Everyone was shocked by the giant spider, but Qiao Yu kept his eyes closed and continued cultivating without distraction. The system immediately scanned the target. Common monster, dark spider, level 33, HP 50,000, strength 396, defense 288, agility 345, skills, venom shock and soul drain. It preyed on humans in the dark forest. After reading the stats, Qiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. If a level 33 monster like this was only considered common, that was completely insane. In mid-air, Teacher Wan gathered all his strength into a blazing fist and smashed it straight down onto the spider's head. The devastating punch gave the monster no chance to react. Its massive body exploded on the spot, shattering into countless pieces. Hearing the explosion, Qiao Yu finally opened his eyes and looked over. He quietly took a deep breath, finally realizing just how terrifying the instructors at Capital University truly were. Teacher Wan had clearly held back a great deal during the entrance test. After killing the monster, Teacher Wan dusted off his hands and assured everyone that the danger was over, telling them to continue cultivating as usual. Then his expression turned serious, as he declared that no one would be allowed to leave before the training ended, no matter how much they suffered. Qiao Yu quickly returned to cultivating. He could not help admiring the resources of the top academy. With Teacher Wan guarding the entrance, freshmen like them could safely train inside a dangerous Rank C dungeon. Time quietly passed. After about 2 hours, many students reached their limits and staggered out of the barrier, covered in wounds after enduring the endless wind blades. Qiao Yu was also gritting his teeth to hold on. Blood seeped from wounds all over his body, and he realized his low defense would not let him survive much longer. Just then, the dormant passive skill One Seed Tree suddenly activated on its own. Strange roots immediately spread deep into the ground and silently extended throughout the forest. Opening his eyes, Qiao Yu instantly realized it was the one seed that Tong Lan had planted inside him. It was absorbing the forest's life force to restore his body. Feeling his strength slowly return, he secretly rejoiced that Tong Lan's mark had unexpectedly helped him this time. Without the silent support of the one seed, he would probably have lost this precious chance to train inside the dark forest. At the same time, somewhere else in Sioux City, Tong Lan was calmly drinking tea when she suddenly sneezed. She gently rubbed her nose as a sly smile flashed across her face. She had already sensed that the one seed had begun to awaken. Tong Lan curled her lips into a cold smile and thought to herself that once the one seed marked someone, Qiao Yu could never hide from her. She would find him sooner or later. Inside the dark forest, the one seed on Qiao Yu's neck glowed with a faint green light. It quietly absorbed spiritual energy from the forest and fed it back into his body to help him withstand the wind blades. Outside the barrier, the students who had already quit stared in disbelief at the 3 people still holding on. They could not stop praising them, especially Yu. A necromancer, a class famous for weak bodies, had endured this long. It was beyond anyone's imagination. Standing with his arms folded, Wan Lihao watched with admiration. These students truly had potential, especially Qiao Yu. He still could not understand how a mage had survived for so long. Looking at the trembling Lin Lang, he guessed the young man was about to reach his limit. Just then, the 3rd remaining student finally could not endure anymore. He struggled out of the barrier and lowered his head as he withdrew from the test. Wan Lihao looked closely and was stunned. It was not Qiao Yu. Lin Lang panted heavily, his face filled with frustration. As a body cultivator, he could not accept losing in endurance to a necromancer. Outside, the students immediately broke into discussion. Most of them had expected Qiao Yu to fall first, yet he was still calmly cultivating without showing any sign of pain. In contrast, Lin Lang's entire body was shaking after pushing far beyond his limits. Just as everyone expected, Lin Lang had finally reached his absolute limit and had no choice but to withdraw from the test. Teacher Wan walked over and patted Lin Lang on the shoulder. He told him he had already done his best. Lin Lang lowered his head to speak, but Teacher Wan waved him off and told him to treat his injuries and get some rest. Seeing Lin Lang withdraw instead, the entire class was stunned. No one expected Qiao Yu to be the last one still standing. Teacher Wan fixed his eyes on Qiao Yu, who remained motionless as countless wind blades struck him. He smiled with anticipation, eager to see where this student's true limit lay. The sun finally disappeared, and darkness covered the entire forest. Even then, Qiao Yu did not move an inch. Seeing him continue meditating, the students outside could not stop expressing their amazement. Teacher Wan nodded with approval, though a hint of regret flashed across his face. He looked up at the dark sky. The surrounding mist grew thicker, and his expression immediately turned serious. Night had fallen. Teacher Wan shouted across the forest, telling Qiao Yu to stop cultivating and come out immediately. Looking at the dark sky, he explained that once night arrived, the dark forest became extremely dangerous, and even he could not guarantee everyone's safety. Hearing that, Qiao Yu slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and simply replied that he understood. After leaving the barrier, he stretched his body and checked his status panel. He could not help marveling at the incredible effects of the dark forest. In just one day, his defense had increased by 23 points, giving him a total gain of 17 defense compared to where he started. Seeing Qiao Yu walk out with a calm expression, one student could not hide his shock. If night had not fallen, Qiao Yu probably could have lasted much longer. No one knew where his limit truly was. Teacher Wan clapped his hands to end the training session and told everyone to return and rest for the next day's practice. The following day, Qiao Yu sat alone on a stone bench in the quiet dorm courtyard. He thought to himself that thanks to the one seed, his defense had increased significantly. He planned to return to the forest and keep training. Just then, Xiezhu, Yang Xiangdi, and Ma Fei came looking for him. Zhu took the initiative and suggested that they form a guild. Qiao Yu looked surprised and asked if he was serious. Zhu immediately explained the many benefits of a guild, including exclusive dungeons, resource wars, and one important rule: guild members could not kill each other, or the system would place a worldwide bounty on the offender. After hearing everything, Qiao Yu became interested and agreed to join. However, he said he still had to attend body cultivation class, so he could not go with them yet. Seeing Qiao Yu agree, Zhu happily said they would register the guild first, and Qiao Yu should meet up with them after he finished. Qiao Yu smiled and nodded. Only after Qiao Yu left did Ma Fei reveal his ambition. He declared that forming a guild was fine, but the guild master had to be him. Yang Xiangdi immediately mocked him, saying it would be embarrassing to let the weakest member lead. Ma Fei's face instantly turned red with anger. At the same time, back in the Rank C Dark Forest, where the body cultivation class had trained the day before, Teacher Wan was inspecting the area with another professor when the man curiously asked if his class had produced a rare body cultivation genius. Teacher Wan could only smile bitterly. He admitted Qiao Yu was extraordinary, but remembering that the boy was actually a necromancer filled him with mixed emotions. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu found another quiet spot and sat down to continue enduring the wind blades for training. When he checked his status panel, he discovered his defense had reached exactly 500. No matter how long he continued training, the number never increased, proving he had reached the current limit. While wondering how to break through, the space before him suddenly rippled. Golden particles drifted out of the mysterious Rubik's Cube in his bag and slowly gathered into a complete figure. Before long, a beautiful young woman with brilliant golden hair and sleek armor appeared, floating in front of Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu was so shocked that he could only point at her and stammer, asking if she was the Machine Queen and how she had appeared here. The Machine Queen smiled gently and calmly explained that the one seed inside Qiao Yu could absorb enormous amounts of energy. That energy had allowed her to gather enough material to create a new body. Qiao Yu was completely stunned. He never expected Tang Lan's one seed to also nourish and awaken the Machine Queen. After calming down, he politely cupped his hands and asked what her plan was next. That Qiao Yu had once promised to show her the outside world, and now it was time to keep that promise. The moment she finished speaking, the Machine Queen's body erupted with brilliant light, illuminating the entire area. In the next instant, her figure dissolved into a massive stream of energy and rushed straight into Qiao Yu's body. Caught completely off guard, Qiao Yu could only let the power merge with him. Agonizing pain instantly spread through his body, as if every cell had been struck by high-voltage lightning, forcing him to clutch his chest in pain. The Machine Queen's gentle voice echoed inside his mind, telling him to relax. It would hurt at first, but the pain would soon disappear. After the light completely faded, she continued speaking through their mental link. From now on, everything Qiao Yu saw, heard, or thought would also be known to her. Qiao Yu immediately frowned, as sweat poured down his forehead. The thought of someone watching him all the time made him extremely uncomfortable. If she could read all his thoughts, he would have no secrets left. A calculating look flashed across Qiao Yu's eyes. He immediately decided to turn the situation around. Closing his eyes, he deliberately imagined a series of steamy scenes of the Machine Queen in the shower. The images were so vivid that even he blushed and nearly got a nosebleed. The trick worked perfectly. The Machine Queen's voice instantly sounded embarrassed and furious. She called him a pervert and declared that she would never read his thoughts again. Qiao Yu quietly checked his mind and found that the feeling of being watched had completely disappeared. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This round belonged to him. After settling things with the Machine Queen, Qiao Yu stood up and stretched. His defense had reached its limit, so it was time to check on Zhu and the others at the guild registration hall. Meanwhile, outside the guild plaza, the registration area had turned into complete chaos, with dust and smoke filling the air. Zhu's group had been surrounded and completely overwhelmed by people wearing bright red uniforms from the same guild. Holding his injured arm, Zhu angrily pointed at them and demanded to know why they had been targeted. The vice guild master of the Blazing Fire Guild calmly stepped forward with a blood-stained sword in hand. He explained that guilds needed honor points to level up, and every newly created guild received 1,000 points from the system as starting capital. He sneered and casually said they only wanted to defeat them and take those points. They had no intention of killing anyone. If anyone was to blame, it was their own weakness. while blocking one attack after another. Yang Xiangdi blamed himself. He believed everything started because they had named the guild God Slayer, which was far too flashy and attracted attention. Beside him, Ma Fei fought while complaining that no one had expected the system to immediately force them into a honor point battle, right after creating the guild. Yang Xiangdi quickly reassured everyone, saying he had already contacted Qiao Yu. They only needed to hold out a little longer before he arrived. Ma Fei gritted his teeth as he defended himself, and bitterly said that even if Qiao Yu was stronger than him, it would not change anything, because the gap between the two sides was simply too great. He gathered all his strength and slashed at the enemy Vice Guild Master, but his sword cut through nothing but empty air. The Vice Guild Master easily dodged the attack and laughed mockingly, asking if Ma Fei was trying to fight the wind. Before the words had even faded, he appeared behind Ma Fei like a ghost and unleashed a devastating blow to the back of his neck. Ma Fei cried out in pain before being sent flying dozens of meters away. Pinned down by the other enemies, Xiezhu could only turn his head and shout Ma Fei's name in panic. Ma Fei crashed onto the ground as the Blazing Fire Guild's Vice Guild Master stepped on his chest. Looking down, he mockingly asked whether the Guild Master was supposed to be the strongest member of the guild. The surrounding Blazing Fire Guild members burst into laughter and endlessly mocked them, saying it was ridiculous for people this weak to dare establish a guild. Trampled under his opponent's foot and constantly humiliated, Ma Fei could only grit his teeth. His eyes burned red with anger and resentment. Just when the situation reached its most critical point, Qiao Yu finally arrived, carrying an overwhelming presence that drew every eye toward him. His face was as cold as ice, and murderous intent poured from him, creating such a heavy atmosphere that everyone present shivered. The moment Yang Xiangdi saw Qiao Yu, he felt an enormous weight lift from his shoulders and excitedly shouted his name. In contrast, the Vice Guild Master still had no idea he had provoked a terrifying opponent. He merely sneered and mocked them for actually calling in reinforcements. Seeing the energy-covered gauntlets on Qiao Yu's hands, the Vice Guild Master grew interested and asked if he was also a fist fighter. Qiao Yu slowly walked forward and replied with a cold smile, "Why don't you guess?" Feeling the contempt in those words, the Vice Guild Master instantly lost his temper. He clenched his fists and gathered all his strength. Without another word, he charged forward and threw a powerful punch straight at Qiao Yu's face. Qiao Yu casually raised one hand and stopped the attack with ease. The collision of their strength created a violent shockwave. The ground cracked beneath them as dust exploded into the air. Only then did the Vice Guild Master's expression finally change. Cold sweat ran down his face as he realized his punch felt like striking an immovable mountain. Qiao Yu did not move an inch. He simply smiled and mocked him, asking if that weak punch meant he had skipped breakfast. Humiliated in front of his own men, the Vice Guild Master's forehead bulged with veins. He roared that he would kill Qiao Yu, but deep down he was horrified that even a near full-power punch could not break through Qiao Yu's defense. Refusing to give up, he unleashed 7 killing fists, throwing a relentless storm of punches. Even so, Qiao Yu stood firm like a mountain without moving at all. From the distance, Xiezhu anxiously shouted for Qiao Yu to dodge. The Blazing Fire Guild members folded their arms and sneered, convinced that no one at the same level could withstand 7 killing fists. But reality proved them completely wrong. Every single punch was nullified by Qiao Yu's defense, without causing even the slightest damage. After punching until both arms went numb, the Vice Guild Master began to panic. He could not believe he had used every technique and still failed to break through Qiao Yu's defense. Seeing Qiao Yu completely unharmed, Yang Xiangdi cheered excitedly after realizing he had grown even stronger. Those who had mocked him moments ago could only stare in disbelief. No one expected 7 killing fists to fail to leave even a scratch. In the distance, the Blazing Fire Guild Master quietly observed everything. After witnessing the scene, his expression gradually became serious. By the time the Vice Guild Master was exhausted and bent over to catch his breath, Qiao Yu was still standing there with barely a mark on his clothes. Brushing the dust from his shoulder, Qiao Yu calmly asked if his opponent was finished, then coldly declared that it was now his turn. Watching Qiao Yu slowly crack his knuckles before counterattacking, the Vice Guild Master froze. He gritted his teeth, stepped back, and raised both hands into a defensive stance. The men behind him shouted encouragement, insisting that Qiao Yu only had high defense. His attack power could not possibly be that strong as long as they avoided getting hit. Their words restored some of the Vice Guild Master's confidence. He loudly declared that he refused to believe Qiao Yu could possess both monstrous defense and terrifying strength. Qiao Yu only sneered, planted his foot, and unleashed a storm-like punch straight at his opponent's face. The instant their fists collided, the impact shook the surrounding air. With a single punch, his opponent's defense completely collapsed. The Vice Guild Master was blasted into the air as a critical damage number of over 200 appeared above him. His body slammed into the ground, slid across the dirt, and he lost consciousness. Qiao Yu calmly lowered his fist, shook his hand once, and looked at the unconscious man with a sigh. Young people these days really had no respect for the strong. Seeing their Vice Guild Master defeated in a single blow, every Blazing Fire Guild member's eyes turned red. They drew their weapons and roared as they charged toward Qiao Yu. Just as they were about to attack, a calm and steady voice stopped everyone. The Blazing Fire Guild Master, Lu Tuo, slowly stepped forward and calmly said they were no match for Qiao Yu. Hearing his order, every guild member immediately lowered their weapons and respectfully stepped back. The aura surrounding Lu Tuo alone created overwhelming pressure, making it obvious he was no ordinary opponent. Qiao Yu quietly observed him and quickly realized that Lu Tuo had already reached the intermediate rank. Lu Tuo folded his arms, offered a polite smile, and asked, "Are you the Guild Master of Godslayer Guild?" "I am Lu Tuo." Ma Fei had barely gotten back on his feet before cutting in to declare that he was the real Guild Master and that he had personally come up with the name Godslayer. Lu Tuo merely glanced at Ma Fei before ignoring him. He looked directly at Qiao Yu and proposed a duel. Whoever lost would have their entire guild admit defeat and hand over their honor points, avoiding further losses for both sides. After hearing the proposal, Xie immediately exploded in anger. He openly accused Lu Tuo of bullying the weak by having an intermediate-rank fighter challenge a beginner. He even mocked Lu Tuo by saying his skin was thicker than Yang Xiangdi's belly. Meanwhile, Ma Fei still insisted that he was the real guild master. Lu Tuo ignored all the noise. His eyes never left Qiao Yu as he waited for an answer. Qiao Yu gave a faint smile and accepted without a second of hesitation. The moment Qiao Yu agreed, Lu Tuo turned hostile and charged in at once. His first punch carried overwhelming force and razor-sharp wind pressure, forcing even Qiao Yu to step back on defense. Feeling that power, Qiao Yu immediately grew suspicious. Was this guy really just a mid-level body cultivator? Lu Tuo gave him no time to think and kept closing in with steel-like punches, each strike slicing straight toward Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu tilted his head to dodge the fatal blow, but the corner of his eye was still cut open and blood began to flow. He instantly realized the truth. This was no ordinary body cultivator, but an assassin using poisoned weapons, and his vision was already starting to blur. Seeing Qiao Yu poisoned, Xie angrily shouted and cursed Lu Tuo for bullying the weak and using hidden weapons. Lu Tuo only sneered and said that the battlefield only cared about victory or defeat. Any method that secured a win was worth using, and losers could only blame their own weakness. Without giving Qiao Yu a chance to recover, Lu Tuo unleashed Gale Fist at blinding speed. A heavy punch slammed into Qiao Yu's stomach and nearly knocked him off his feet. Right after that, countless punches rained down on him without mercy. Outside the fight, Xiju and Yang Xiangdi could only watch in frustration without interfering. Even while enduring non-stop attacks and spreading poison, Qiao Yu gritted his teeth and blocked every strike with both hands. Then Lu Tuo pulled out a short blade coated in green poison. He launched the killing blow, driving the blade straight at Qiao Yu's forehead, while Qiao Yu stood completely still. In the next instant, the blade was only millimeters from his forehead. Yet no matter how fierce Lu Tuo became, the blade was stopped by an invisible barrier. Before he could react, Qiao Yu reached through it and grabbed his wrist. With one powerful throw, Qiao Yu sent Lu Tuo flying dozens of meters away. Seeing their guild leader blown away so easily, every member of Blazing Fire Guild froze in shock. Even Lu Tuo stared in disbelief as his numb arm shook, realizing half his HP had vanished in an instant. Inside Qiao Yu's mind, the Machine Queen quietly warned him to stay careful. He simply smiled to himself. Realizing he stood no chance, Lu Tuo lowered his head and admitted defeat, but Qiao Yu had no intention of ending it there. The ring on his finger burst with crimson light. "Qiao, you looked up like a demon descending to the world, and coldly asked, 'You hurt my friend, and now you think one apology lets you walk away?'" Just as Lu Tuo turned to leave, Qiao Yu's icy voice echoed beside his ear, freezing him in place. "Things are not that easy." Startled and furious, Lu Tuo spun around and roared, "Kid, are you really trying to force a fight to the death?" Qiao Yu ignored the threat, rushed in, and drove a devastating punch straight into Lu Tuo's face to teach him a lesson. A dull impact echoed as the guild leader crashed face-first into the ground once again. The guild members were completely stunned, and cried out their leader's name in panic. Struggling back to his feet, Luotuo trembled with rage. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he growled, "You brought this on yourself." He secretly observed that the strange barrier had disappeared. It was finally time to use his trump card and make Qiao Yu pay. Taking a deep breath, Luotuo suddenly opened his mouth wide and launched another attack. 3 hair-thin needles shot from his mouth, each coated in bizarre pink poison. The 3 hidden needles flew at incredible speed, but Qiao Yu immediately knocked them away with a sweep of his hand. The needles shattered on his glove, but a drop of poison still splashed onto his arm. A burning pain spread instantly, making Qiao Yu frown and curse. "Coward, you dare use poison?" Refusing to tolerate such dirty tricks, Qiao Yu roared and charged forward, hammering Luotuo with a relentless barrage of punches. Beaten until he was dizzy, Luotuo could not find a single chance to fight back. Unable to bear the humiliation, he shouted in frustration, "I am a mid-tier player. How am I getting crushed by a rookie like you?" Using the last of his strength, Luotuo blindly unleashed Gale Fist once more. This time he held nothing back. As he punched, countless poisoned needles poured out like rain, and he roared, "Die." Facing the storm of hidden weapons, Qiao Yu could only curse under his breath. There was almost nowhere to dodge. The endless needles formed a sealed trap with Qiao Yu at the center. Luotuo was clearly going all in. As he formed hand seals, he shouted the name of his ultimate skill, Ruiji Prison Lock. Black energy fused with the poisoned needles to create a deadly cage that trapped Qiao Yu inside. Seeing his trap succeed, Luotuo leaned on one knee and laughed proudly. "No matter how strong you are, this skill locks down any warrior. After that, all I have to do is finish you." Just thinking about how close he came to losing to a rookie made him break into a cold sweat. Walking up to the restrained Qiao Yu, Luotuo sneered, "So, how does my skill feel?" He even slapped Qiao Yu across the face several times before laughing. "You were acting so tough earlier. Go ahead and talk big now." Seeing the battle turn around, his followers immediately burst into cheers. To them, a rookie like Qiao Yu had never stood a chance against a mid-tier player. Watching Qiao Yu trapped and beaten, his teammates outside grew desperate. Yang Xiangdi grabbed his head in despair, fearing even Qiao Yu could not win. Looking down at his motionless opponent with folded arms, Luotuo coldly admitted that Qiao Yu was stronger than ordinary beginners, but his combat experience was still lacking. At that moment, the corner of Qiao Yu's mouth suddenly curled into a smile as he calmly said one mocking word, "You." Luotuo froze, thinking he had misheard, and instinctively asked, "What?" Looking through the black mist, Qiao Yu calmly said, "Have you ever considered that I was never a warrior?" Those words struck Luotuo like lightning. He recalled the earlier punches and began to doubt himself. Had he misjudged Qiao Yu's class from the very beginning? But he quickly dismissed the thought. With that level of attack and defense, Qiao Yu had to be a warrior. Not wanting to waste more time, Luotuo stepped back, gathered all the black energy into his fist, and launched the finishing blow while Qiao Yu remained completely fearless. His followers cheered again, convinced that another genius would fall before their guild leader. Anyone who challenged Blazing Fire Guild was destined to lose. Seeing the danger, Xiiju and Yang Xiangdi shut their eyes in panic and desperately shouted Qiao Yu's name. Wearing a confident grin, Luotuo threw everything into one final punch. But just before it landed, Qiao Yu casually raised one hand and caught the punch as easily as grabbing a ball. Luotuo was stunned speechless. Qiao Yu tightened his grip, twisted the arm, and coldly said, "I told you already. I'm not a warrior. You refused to believe me, and now I've got you." Without giving him a chance to react, Qiao Yu drove a brutal knee straight into his weak spot, making Luotuo scream in agony. Before he could recover, Qiao Yu followed up with a crushing uppercut. Reeling from the blows, Luotuo stammered in fear, "Impossible. You were trapped by Ruiji Prison Lock. How are you still moving?" Qiao Yu grabbed him by the hair and pulled him up before saying each word clearly. "How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a warrior. I'm just a mage, with a slightly stronger body than normal." The moment he finished speaking, a storm of punches crashed into Luotuo as critical damage numbers kept appearing. While attacking, Qiao Yu calmly added, "To be exact, I'm a necromancer." Curled up on the ground, Luotuo clutched his head in despair as he finally realized who his opponent really was. The instant Luotuo whispered the words, "Necromancer," Qiao Yu gathered all his strength into one final punch. The devastating blow launched Luotuo dozens of meters away before he slammed into the ground for the 3rd time that day, sending dust everywhere. His followers rushed over in panic, desperately calling for their guild leader. The once proud guild leader now lay motionless in a crater, covered in blood and mud with foam spilling from his mouth, unable to say a single word. Qiao Yu dusted off his hands, looked at the trembling survivors, cracked his neck, and asked, "So, who's next?" Witnessing his overwhelming power, the entire group instantly dropped to their knees, repeatedly begging for mercy and admitting defeat. The system immediately announced the victory. Godslayer Guild earned Guild War points. All of Blazing Fire Guild's honor points were transferred to Godslayer. And after the update, Godslayer remained a beginner guild with 10 EXP, gained 5 EXP per hour, and now possessed 5,210 honor points. As the victory notice appeared, Yang Xiangdi rushed over with admiration in his eyes and called out to Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu relaxed his battle stance and asked if anyone was seriously hurt. Yang Xiangdi smiled and said everyone only had minor injuries that would heal in a few days. There was just one problem. Qiao Yu glanced at Shi Zhu, who was holding the shattered pieces of her shield, and immediately realized her defensive gear had been destroyed. After a moment of thought, he decided to stop training defense in Dark Forest and instead find a suitable dungeon to get her a new shield. Having made up his mind, Qiao Yu immediately contacted the Machine Queen in his mind and asked if there was a dungeon with a high chance of dropping top-quality shields. She took a sip of tea and confirmed that such a place did exist. However, she warned that with his current strength, he might not even beat the weakest monster there. His pride was instantly triggered, and he told her to just give him the location, while he handled the monsters himself. Back in reality, Qiao Yu reassured Xie not to worry about the shield. He knew of a hidden dungeon, and if they cleared it, he was certain he could get her an excellent one. Hearing that, Xie immediately grabbed Qiao Yu's sleeve and asked to come along. At the same time, the Machine Queen reminded him that the dungeon required at least 2 players to enter. With no other choice, Qiao Yu nodded and agreed to let Xie join him. Watching the two leave together toward the teleport gate, Yang Xiangdi stood behind them with a teasing grin and muttered that a lone guy and a lone girl entering a dungeon together definitely gave people something to think about. Even after walking far away, Xie still heard the teasing with her sharp hearing. She instantly blushed, turned around, and shouted at Yang Xiangdi, warning that she would sew his mouth shut after they returned. After the lively farewell, Qiao Yu and Xie entered the Drank dungeon called Underworld. Before them stood an old gloomy castle, perched on a cliff, surrounded by thick fog and bone-chilling cold. Hugging her arms against the freezing air, Xie nervously asked if Qiao Yu really wanted to continue, since this was an extremely dangerous D-rank dungeon. Qiao Yu confidently told her to leave everything to him, but deep down he remembered his miserable experience at Soul Lake and quietly swallowed. Taking the chance, he immediately contacted the Machine Queen and asked if this was the same dungeon where she claimed he could barely even beat a dog inside. Xie lowered her head in guilt, worried that without her shield she would only become a burden and might not even be able to protect herself. Qiao Yu walked over and gently patted her head with a smile. The unexpected gesture made Xie blush bright red, while he simply told her not to overthink it. Then Qiao Yu turned and reached out to touch the floating pink crystal orb before the castle gate. The massive stone gate slowly opened as the system announced that the underworld dungeon had officially begun. According to the story, this place recreated the world created by the god Hades, where every soul passed after death to face the punishments of the true underworld. Right after reading the introduction, Qiao Yu suddenly felt dizzy and blacked out. He only regained consciousness when he heard Xie repeatedly calling his name. Qiao Yu slowly opened his eyes and pushed himself back up. Looking around at the barren landscape surrounded by jagged cliffs, he blankly asked Xie where they were and whether they had been teleported somewhere else. Xie nervously looked around and said that according to legend, this was the world of the dead. She even wondered whether the two of them were considered dead now, because the atmosphere reminded her of Spirit Mountain Dungeon. Qiao Yu checked the quest details and calmly replied that it probably was not that serious. If they had entered a special state like becoming undead, the system would have notified them already. Even so, Xie was still puzzled and asked whether they had entered the underworld as living people. While they were talking, Qiao Yu suddenly noticed a glow coming from Xie's chest. A silver cross necklace had appeared around her neck, giving off a soft light. Qiao Yu stared at the cross, making Xie misunderstand his intentions. She immediately covered her chest, blushed, and called him a pervert, but Qiao Yu seriously told her to stay still so he could examine it. He stepped closer and gently touched the cross pendant hanging on her chest. After examining it carefully, Qiao Yu immediately asked if she had been wearing the necklace before entering the dungeon. Realizing he had really been inspecting it, Xie looked down in surprise and confirmed that she had never worn such a necklace before. It had only appeared after entering the dungeon. Realizing this might affect everyone, Xiezhu told Qiao Yu to check himself as well. Sure enough, Qiao Yu also found an identical cross. After comparing them, he concluded they were probably required quest items. Right then, the system revealed the dungeon's first objective: pass through the gates of hell, reach the river Acheron, and never lose the cross. Only then would the next mission unlock. It also ended with one special reminder: trust your teammate completely. Xiezhu recalled what she had read, and explained that the gates of hell were the only entrance to the underworld. According to legend, once a soul crossed those gates, it could never return. As they walked along the rocky path, Qiao Yu decided they should first head for the river Acheron, as the quest required. Walking behind him, Xiezhu looked at the dark crossroads ahead and asked which way they should go. Qiao Yu scratched his head helplessly and admitted he had no idea. Then he pointed at a faint figure ahead and said they should simply follow it. Sooner or later, it would lead them the right way. Looking closer, Xiezhu realized it was a wandering soul. Farther ahead, countless spirits silently formed a long line, all moving in the same direction. The two quietly followed the procession. At the end of the path stood a massive black stone gate that radiated overwhelming pressure. Across it were two blood-red words: Hell Gate. Hiding behind Qiao Yu, Xiezhu quietly pointed at the figures ahead and whispered if they were all dead souls. Watching the transparenting spirits slowly pass through the gate, Qiao Yu guessed they were. Standing before the enormous gate, both of them were left speechless, feeling as if they had truly reached the entrance to hell itself. At that moment, a gigantic figure appeared in the distance. It had 3 heads, and its shadow swallowed the ground beneath it. The monster immediately bit into a passing soul and swallowed it without hesitation. Its information appeared at once. It was the epic monster Cerberus, Guardian of Hell, level 289, with 6,000 HP, and the skills Devour, Poison Breath, and Regeneration. The system also noted that the 3-headed hound especially loved hunting dead souls. According to the records, anyone who trespassed at the gates of hell became Cerberus' prey. Qiao Yu immediately asked the Machine Queen if this was the dog she had mentioned before. She calmly confirmed it and reminded him that she had already warned him he was nowhere near strong enough to defeat even this creature. Xiezhu stepped closer and anxiously asked if they could really make it through when the quest only required them to pass the gates of hell. Qiao Yu stayed calm and smiled, telling her not to worry. With so many souls around, he figured Cerberus would not pay special attention to them. But the moment he finished speaking, Cerberus shot forward like lightning and swallowed Qiao Yu in one bite. It all happened so fast that Qiao Yu disappeared into the monster's stomach before Xiezhu could even react. All she could do was cry out his name in despair. At that moment, the pink gem on one of Cerberus' foreheads suddenly lit up. The next second, it opened its mouth and blasted a stream of deadly poison straight at Xiezhu. Watching her HP rapidly drop, she instantly realized how terrifying the poison was. Even as her body was being corroded, she charged forward and angrily shouted for Cerberus to give Qiao Yu back. After enduring the poison for more than 100 seconds, she suddenly awakened the A-rank passive skill, Poison Adaptation. From that moment on, the poison could no longer harm her. Xiezhu felt the change in her body and could hardly believe the poison had completely lost its effect. Cerberus seemed to go berserk and slammed the ground with tremendous force, forcing her to dodge to the side. As she evaded the attack, Xiezhu could not help feeling that something about the monster's behavior was strangely different. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped onto one of Cerberus' 3 heads. Meanwhile, inside the monster's stomach, Qiao Yu was searching for a way out. He gripped the green dragon crescent blade and jammed it sideways into Cerberus' throat. That stopped him from being swallowed any deeper. A moment later, and he really would have become its meal. Breaking through, Qiao Yu burst out of the monster. Seeing him safe, Xiezhu happily called out to him. He immediately grabbed her and urged her to run through the gate while Cerberus was still in pain. The 3-headed hound continued writhing in agony from the wound in its throat. The two of them sprinted through the gate. Before leaving, Qiao Yu looked back with regret, because the green dragon crescent blade was still lodged inside Cerberus. Only after reaching the other side did he finally stop. Xiezhu curiously looked around the new area, as the system immediately announced that the first mission was complete. The next objective was unlocked: cross the river Acheron and protect the cross. Through the thick fog, an old wooden boat slowly drifted toward them. Qiao Yu immediately pointed it out to Xiezhu. The boatman quietly docked and introduced himself in a hoarse voice. He called himself Charon, the ferryman of the river Acheron, and asked if they wished to cross to the other side. Charon said the crossing required a fare. Hearing that, Qiao Yu asked in surprise, "So money is not enough?" Qiao Yu took out an item and handed it to the ferryman. asking him to take them across the river Acheron. The moment Karen accepted it, his attitude completely changed, and he warmly invited them aboard. Around the riverbank, countless souls crowded together, crying and begging to board the boat. Charon merely snorted with contempt, treating the wandering souls like worthless beggars. He shouted for them to get out of the way, because they were unworthy of boarding, then pushed the boat away from the dock. Xiezhu curiously asked Charon why those souls did not simply swim across the river. Charon laughed and told Xiaoyu to dip his hand into the river Acheron if he wanted the answer. Out of curiosity, Xiaoyu did exactly that. The instant his hand touched the water, countless horrifying arms burst up from beneath the surface and frantically grabbed him. Xiaoyu quickly pulled his hand back and asked in shock what those things were. Charon smiled wickedly and explained that they were the souls who had failed to cross the river Acheron and were forever trapped beneath its freezing waters. Anyone or anything that fell into this river would be dragged under and become one of them. He coldly declared that the two of them would soon share the same fate. Charon's face suddenly twisted with rage. He realized Xiaoyu and Xiezhu were still alive and had even tried to fool him with an item from the living world. The moment he finished speaking, Charon swung his oar with all his strength, knocking Xiaoyu straight into the river while roaring, "Die!" Watching Xiaoyu fall into the water, Xiezhu screamed his name in panic. The moment he touched the river Acheron, Xiaoyu felt an icy darkness trying to swallow his entire body. Countless hands instantly clung to him and desperately dragged him toward the depths. At the critical moment, Xiezhu reached out and grabbed Xiaoyu's hand, desperately pulling him back. Behind them, Karen refused to stop and swung his oar again, trying to knock both of them into the river. But at that instant, a crimson shield suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. Underwater, Xiaoyu activated Corpse Ancestor Rebirth, using Xiezhu's pull to launch himself back onto the boat. Seeing him escape death, Charon could not hide his shock. Xiaoyu gave him no chance to recover and drove a powerful punch into his stomach, sending Charon flying toward the stern. After landing the blow, Xiaoyu found it strange that the ferryman was much weaker than he had expected. Even with a hole blasted through his chest, Charon roared that anyone who crossed the river alive and killed the ferryman would surely face judgment. Xiaoyu ignored every word. He followed up with one more kick and sent Charon straight into the river Acheron. The moment Charon hit the water, countless hands dragged him into the darkness below. Xiezhu nervously asked if killing the ferryman would have consequences. Xiaoyu calmly replied that this was only a dungeon, and clearing the quest was all that mattered. Just then, another boat quietly drifted toward them. Even without anyone rowing it, the vessel moved steadily across the water. As the new boat reached the shore, Xiaoyu's boat arrived at the opposite bank as well. To their surprise, the ferryman on the new boat had exactly the same face as the Charon they had just thrown into the river. Xiezhu stared in shock and called out Charon's name, while Xiaoyu was equally surprised because he thought the ferryman was already dead. The passenger on the new boat calmly explained that this Charon was not the same one as before, then asked if the two of them had just killed a ferryman. Xiaoyu briefly explained that they had only acted in self-defense because Charon had tried to throw them into the river. At the same time, he secretly guessed the man before him was at least a mid-year player, since he dared to enter such a dangerous dungeon repeatedly. The man smiled faintly and said the two rookies had fallen right into Charon's trap. Once you killed the ferryman, the first layer of the underworld ahead would become far more troublesome. Xiaoyu immediately asked what awaited them in the first layer and how it was connected to the ferryman. The man coldly replied that they were strangers, so he had no reason to share that information. But the moment he looked at Xiezhu, his attitude completely changed. He warmly said she felt strangely familiar, and if she wanted to know, he would gladly explain everything. The man explained that the first layer of the underworld was called the Hall of Judgment, where every newcomer had to stand trial for their sins. He said that since they had killed a Charon, they would most likely be convicted and cast into hell, but if they stayed with him, things would be much easier because he had cleared this dungeon many times. Hearing that, Xiezhu curiously asked why he kept returning when dungeons no longer rewarded players after being cleared multiple times. The man smiled and introduced himself as Wang Dafu, a professional dungeon guide who made a living leading others through dangerous dungeons. Xiaoyu guessed that it was a job built around earning money by escorting teams through high-risk dungeons. Wang Dafu pointed to the young woman beside him and introduced her as his client. Then he turned to Xiezhu and warmly invited her to join them. The young woman immediately became angry, complaining that she was the one paying him, yet he treated someone else with even more enthusiasm. Wang Dafu fired back without hesitation. He said his job was only to guide clients through the dungeon, not to keep them happy. If she was dissatisfied, he would gladly refund her and let her go alone. Left speechless, the young woman could only grumble and urge everyone to move on. Wang Dafu smiled at Xiezhu again and told her to stay close to him. Xiezhu looked to Qiao Yu for his opinion. After a brief moment of thought, he decided they would travel with Wang Dafu for now and see how things unfolded. Before long, the group entered the grand hall of the underworld's first layer. As they walked, Wang Dafu explained that this was the Hall of Judgment and warned everyone not to speak carelessly once inside. The massive doors opened, revealing a majestic chamber. At the highest seat sat a judge waiting for them, introducing himself as the ruler of the Hall of Judgment. Before Xiezhu could even look around, the sharp sound of a gavel echoed through the hall, ordering everyone to remain silent. The judge introduced himself as Yin Xiao, the one responsible for judging everyone who entered the first layer of hell. Wang Dafu stepped forward and told the two to watch carefully how he handled this. He respectfully gave his name, declared himself innocent, and asked the judge for a fair ruling. A beam of light from the Book of Life and Death immediately scanned Wang Dafu from head to toe. Yin Xiao noticed that Wang Dafu was holding something in his hand, but in the end still declared that no crimes were recorded and found him innocent. Returning to his spot, Wang Dafu quietly handed the mysterious stone to his client and told her to simply claim she was innocent. Thanks to that item, the young woman was also declared not guilty without any trouble. Wang Dafu turned to Qiao Yu with an apologetic look and explained that the item only had one use left. However, if Xiezhu agreed to follow him, he would save that final use for her. Xiezhu immediately refused. At that moment, Yin Xiao called for Qiao Yu to step forward. Standing before the judge, Qiao Yu calmly said, "I never had a choice before, but from now on, I want to be a good person." Wang Dafu could only shake his head with a sigh. He even thought about burning extra paper money for Qiao Yu later, because killing the ferryman alone was enough to earn a one-way trip to hell. As the light from the Book of Life and Death shone on Qiao Yu, Yin Xiao suddenly exploded with rage. The judge stared at him and declared that he was guilty of unforgivable crimes. The first charge was desecrating the remains of the dead. The second was disturbing the peace of the souls in the underworld. The third was slaughtering innocent creatures and even insulting their corpses. Hearing the endless list of charges, Wang Dafu was stunned and wondered what terrible things Qiao Yu had actually done. But Yin Xiao was not finished. He continued by accusing Qiao Yu of killing Cerberus and the ferryman Charon. Finally, Yin Xiao declared that a violent man like Qiao Yu deserved to be cast into the blood pool in the first layer of the seventh hell. A boiling sea of blood instantly surged forward to swallow him, but Qiao Yu leaped into the air and dodged it. Yin Xiao coldly continued reading the sentence, declaring that the sea of blood would burn away Qiao Yu's flesh and cleanse all his sins. But at that very moment, Corpse Ancestor Rebirth suddenly activated, sending a dark figure shooting forward. By the time Yin Xiao realized what had happened, Qiao Yu was already standing right in front of him, loudly asking what was so terrifying about the blood pool hell. Qiao Yu sneered and said, "You're just an NPC in a dungeon, yet you dare call yourself a judge of the underworld. Today I'll add one more crime to my record by beating up the judge himself." His devastating punch sent Yin Xiao flying straight into the wall behind him. Wang Dafu turned pale in shock. He never expected Qiao Yu to attack the dungeon's judge without hesitation. Then he remembered everything Qiao Yu had done so far and realized this was exactly his style. Even after being knocked away, Yin Xiao laughed with excitement. It had been a long time since anyone dared challenge a judge. As he spoke, he summoned a spear with a terrifying aura. Holding the spear, Yin Xiao coldly declared that Qiao Yu would be condemned to hell forever. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished and reappeared right in front of Qiao Yu. His surprise attack shot straight toward Qiao Yu. Even though Qiao Yu dodged the main strike, Wang Dafu was shocked to see he was still injured. Qiao Yu was secretly alarmed. Just the shockwave had badly wounded him. Even with 500 defense, the spear's power was terrifying. The queen immediately warned that Yin Xiao's weapon ignored armor. Qiao Yu quickly asked if she could help him directly. The queen refused because of the world's rules. As the boss of the Machine Kingdom, she could not interfere with another dungeon, or the system would erase her. Even so, she decided to teach Qiao Yu a brand new skill. Qiao Yu almost refused, but the queen smiled and reminded him that her heart was still inside him, so he could use it without worry. Yin Xiao unleashed a killing intent and ordered Qiao Yu to accept his punishment. He declared that he would personally send this criminal into hell. Energy from the spear instantly locked onto Qiao Yu and crushed him with overwhelming pressure. The female customer urged Wang Daifu to run, but he calmly told her to wait a little longer. Even under that crushing pressure, Qiao Yu slowly walked forward. Taju stood outside and shouted Qiao Yu's name in panic. Wang Daifu watched closely, eager to see what trump card Qiao Yu would reveal. Yin Xiao attacked first, driving the spear straight at Qiao Yu's chest. Wang Daifu thought the fight was over, but Qiao Yu suddenly caught the spearhead with his bare hand. Purple energy exploded and blasted back, sending Yin Xiao crashing into the wall and leaving it covered in cracks. Seeing Qiao Yu's power surge, Wang Daifu broke out in a cold sweat. The queen proudly asked how the new skill felt. Enduring the pain, Qiao Yu smiled and admitted it was incredibly effective. The only downside was the heavy cost. The system announced that Machine Queen's Wrath had activated, boosting his stats based on the HP he had lost. Feeling the new strength rising inside him, Qiao Yu smiled because the skill perfectly matched his fighting style. Yin Xiao slowly stood up. His status showed he was a level 26 epic NPC with an enormous HP pool. Filled with rage, Yin Xiao unleashed 8 Directions Strike, while Qiao Yu activated Mechanical Tiger Armor to face him. The two clashed again and again, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In the end, Yin Xiao used his trump card, Ultimate Strength, forcing Qiao Yu into a desperate situation. Watching his teammate get cornered, Taju could only blame himself for being too weak to help. Yin Xiao raised his spear high and spoke as if delivering the final verdict against Qiao Yu. He officially sentenced Qiao Yu to death. A terrifying wave of energy erupted and completely swallowed Qiao Yu. Taju rushed forward in panic and desperately called out Qiao Yu's name. Thick clouds of dust rolled across the battlefield and blocked everyone's view. Before the dust had fully cleared, Qiao Yu's hands slowly appeared. His once mighty mechanical tiger armor had been completely destroyed. When the dust finally settled, everyone saw Yin Xiao still standing, while Qiao Yu lay motionless at his feet. Taju trembled as he watched, convinced it was all because he had been too weak. Yin Xiao coldly turned toward the others, ready to finish them off as well. But then a hoarse voice echoed out. Qiao Yu staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from his lips, and stared at Yin Xiao with burning fighting spirit. He said his gear had been destroyed, so unless Yin Xiao dropped loot worthy of it, this battle was far from over. Yin Xiao only sneered, believing Qiao Yu getting back up would change nothing. Black energy surged once again, engulfing the entire hall before rushing toward Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu tightened his grip on his weapon. His eyes remained steady, with no intention of backing down. Their close combat erupted once more. Every collision carried terrifying force and shook the entire hall. Through the thick dust, Qiao Yu moved like lightning, dodging the judge's deadly attacks one after another. Watching from a distance, Wang Daifu shivered. He was glad he had never made an enemy of this monster. A massive explosion echoed through the hall. A huge hole was blasted through Yin Xiao's chest. Clutching the wound, he collapsed, unwilling to accept that he had fallen to someone he had sentenced. The system immediately announced that Qiao Yu had defeated an epic NPC and earned 26 free attribute points. As soon as the battle ended, Wang Daifu rushed over and showered Qiao Yu with praise. Pretending to care, he pointed out Qiao Yu's serious injuries, while secretly moving toward the soul core. But Qiao Yu immediately stopped him. His icy stare froze Wang Daifu in place. Qiao Yu warned that if Wang Daifu took one more step toward the soul core, he would not show any mercy. Knowing he had been caught, the hunter stepped back with an awkward smile and claimed he only wanted to help treat the injuries. Seeing Qiao Yu was unconvinced, he gave up. Just then, Wang Daifu's sleeve tore open, revealing a strange tattoo underneath. At a single glance, Qiao Yu recognized it as the symbol of the Bei's organization. The discovery raised countless questions. Why did Wang Daifu bear that mark? And who was he really? Could it be that leading the team into the underworld dungeon had been planned all along? If he truly belonged to Bei's, then the organization's intelligence network was terrifying. Taju hurried over to check on him. Qiao Yu nodded to reassure her, then turned his attention to the glowing soul core of the judge and reached out, curious about the reward inside. A pure blue stone emerged from the energy. It was a Grade B upgrade stone, a on-time item that could raise any equipment to Grade B and granted an extra effect. Holding the stone, Qiao Yu sighed in disappointment. What he needed now was a weapon or a shield, not something that failed to solve his immediate problem. Right then, the notification for completing the third mission appeared. The woman asked if everyone had received the next mission, and Wang Daifu nodded before signaling the group to move on. The fourth mission required the team to cross Hell, reach the Hades temple, and protect the cross. Ahead lay a blood-red sky filled with an eerie atmosphere. As they walked, Wang Daifu explained that this was the hell of gluttony, where those consumed by greed in life were imprisoned. According to him, the path was not very dangerous, as long as they did not wake the sleeping three-headed dog. Hearing that, Taju looked confused. She remembered Cerberus guarding the gates of hell, so why was it here instead? Wang Daifu laughed and explained that guarding the gate was only Cerberus' job. This place was its real home. It had no interest in the living, as long as they did not wake it. But the next moment, Qiao Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up at the cavern ceiling and immediately spotted 6 glowing red eyes, staring coldly at the group. Wang Daifu's face changed as he shouted for everyone to run because Cerberus had awakened. The entire team scattered in panic, just before the gigantic beast crashed down from above. Cerberus chased them with incredible speed, refusing to let its prey escape. As he ran, Wang Daifu was stunned. He had passed through this place many times, but Cerberus had never actively hunted the living before. Qiao Yu calmly replied that he had cut off one of Cerberus' heads before. Apparently, it still remembered the grudge. The hunter froze in disbelief. Cutting off one of Cerberus' heads was already unbelievable, yet Qiao Yu had actually survived. Seeing the danger growing, Qiao Yu told Taju to keep running. She anxiously asked what he was planning. Qiao Yu firmly answered that the monster still had something that belonged to him. He was going to get it back. Taju reluctantly agreed and said she would wait for him ahead. In the blink of an eye, the three-headed dog closed in behind Qiao Yu. He instantly turned around and threw a devastating punch at the beast. Waves of power erupted from Qiao Yu. As the air grew heavy, he coldly declared that it was time to settle their old score. Cerberus showed no fear and charged straight into the fight. Qiao Yu answered with a crushing uppercut that left the monster reeling. Without stopping, he leaped into the air and rained down hammer-like punches onto Cerberus' head. Cerberus roared in agony as its other 2 heads spewed streams of green poison. Qiao Yu frowned slightly. The beast was far tougher than he had expected. The poison burned the ground with thick smoke, while Qiao Yu's HP kept dropping. He refused to back down and growled that he would not lose to a mere dog before charging back into the fight. Spotting a massive iron chain nearby, Qiao Yu grabbed it and wrapped it tightly around Cerberus. He even stuffed part of the chain into its mouth to lock its deadly jaws shut. But a terrifying burst of power suddenly exploded, sending Qiao Yu flying into a wall. Cerberus went berserk, shattered the chains, and smashed through countless stone pillars. Qiao Yu got back up at once, gripped the chain tightly, cursed the monster, and rushed in again. He pulled with all his strength, forcing Cerberus straight toward him. His fully powered punch slammed into the giant head, then he knocked the other 2 heads down as well. Cerberus could only howl in pain as it dragged the chain and charged forward. Standing on the monster's back, Qiao Yu could not understand what it was trying to do. It looked completely insane. Elsewhere, Wang Daifu led Taju to a deserted mountain and claimed they were finally safe. He pretended to care, suggesting that Qiao Yu had probably already been eaten, and hinting that Taju should rely on him instead. She immediately became furious. Before she could reply, she froze after spotting a familiar figure riding on the monster's back in the distance. Both Wang Daifu and Tazu were stunned as Cerberus came charging like a hurricane while dragging heavy chains. The sight was beyond belief. Taju anxiously shouted, asking if Qiao Yu was all right. Qiao Yu only had time to answer with a few words before he and the monster rushed through the mountains and disappeared from sight, assuring her that he was fine. Wang Daifu's expression changed at once. He realized everything was out of control. Cerberus seemed to be dragging Qiao Yu into a deeper layer of hell. Cerberus carried Qiao Yu across jagged and dangerous rocky terrain. Along the way, it crushed every obstacle that stood in its path. At last, it stopped before a gigantic gate that radiated an overwhelming aura. A burst of crimson light engulfed Cerberus and filled it with terrifying power. The chains were crushed apart, and the beast let out a roar that shook the entire space. It hurled Qiao Yu into a rock wall, making him joke about the situation, even after the impact. Then the beast stepped closer, revealing the item it had been holding in its mouth. Qiao Yu recognized it instantly, jumped to his feet, and demanded his property back. Cerberus opened its mouth again, trying to swallow him once more, as if it wanted to imprison him forever. But at that very moment, its body suddenly trembled, as streams of red light burst out through its clenched teeth. Qiao Yu seized the chance to slash his way out, and mocked the beast with a cold smile. He sneered that swallowing him once was not enough. so it wanted to try again without learning its lesson. Strangely, Cerberus' wounds quickly healed, as though they had never existed. Qiao Yu frowned after noticing the system had not announced the kill. Last time he had cut off one head and it regenerated. Now its whole body was healing again. It seemed he had to destroy all 3 heads to finish it. He unleashed his full power and swung his blade in a relentless barrage, each slash tearing through the air toward Cerberus' heads. Watching from afar, Wang Daifu could only stare in disbelief. He never imagined the battle would turn around like this. Even he was stunned by Qiao Yu's overwhelming strength. Seeing the opportunity, Qiao Yu decided to end everything before the monster could recover. He leaped into the air, severed another head, and immediately rushed toward the last one. A violent explosion of energy erupted and engulfed the entire area. The system announced that Hades Cerberus, an epic monster, had been defeated. Qiao Yu received attribute points, experience, and leveled up. The blade in Qiao Yu's hand trembled violently before evolving into the Grade B Golden Dragon Shadow Moon Blade. It unlocked Dragon Roar Slash and gained the ability to automatically trigger a follow-up attack when blocked, while also dealing extra damage to creatures from other realms. Qiao Yu could not hide his surprise when he realized his weapon could evolve like this. Taju ran over, breathing heavily, and quickly asked if Qiao Yu was hurt. Qiao Yu smiled and said he was fine. A mere 3-headed dog was not enough to trouble him. At the same time, he obtained a special pill from the monster's soul that greatly boosted all attributes for a short time, at the cost of slightly reducing mental strength. Qiao Yu was satisfied. To him, it was a huge reward, and the side effect was almost meaningless. Wang Daifu walked over and tried to find out what Qiao Yu had obtained, but Qiao Yu calmly kept it secret while becoming even more wary of Wang Daifu's true identity. Taju seriously said she had already asked Wang Daifu, and he had never seen a cross like this before. Qiao Yu began to suspect there was a deeper meaning behind the 2 crosses and the true purpose of this dungeon. The system announced that the 4th mission was complete and revealed the final objective. Place the 2 crosses into the ceiling points inside the Hades temple, defeat the false underworld, and escape before the dungeon collapsed. Wang Daifu was stunned by the new objective, while Qiao Yu questioned the original information he had provided, since he had claimed that simply entering the Hades temple would clear the dungeon. From those contradictions, Qiao Yu realized something had been triggered and completely changed the dungeon. The woman urged everyone to keep moving without wasting time, and Wang Daifu continued leading the group into the Hades temple. Under the pale moonlight, the group stopped before the temple's enormous gate, as a suffocating atmosphere filled the air. Wang Daifu pushed the gate with all his strength, but it did not move. It was nothing like before, when a light touch had been enough to open it. Taju noticed something unusual and quickly called Qiao Yu over. 2 cross-shaped slots had appeared in the rock wall beside the gate. She insisted they had never been there before. Qiao Yu looked at the crosses he carried and realized they matched the slots perfectly. The moment both crosses were placed into the correct positions, the entire mechanism activated. The massive gate slowly opened, releasing a freezing wave of dark energy. A sudden wave of dizziness struck Qiao Yu, forcing him to shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a crimson world drenched in blood-red light. A strange man stood across from him with an eerie smile. Then the vision suddenly disappeared, snapping Qiao Yu back to reality. He realized he was standing before a gigantic stone coffin and suspected the vision had come from whoever rested inside. Taju anxiously asked if he was all right. Qiao Yu asked whether she had seen the vision, but she shook her head and said she had seen nothing. Wang Daifu stared in disbelief. He had entered this place many times before, yet he had never seen this stone coffin. Suddenly, the corpse inside the coffin revealed a sinister smile. Qiao Yu immediately stepped back, realizing this was no ordinary sight. A beam of light shot into Qiao Yu's body, and the system announced that he had obtained the S-grade item Hades King's Worm. Qiao Yu was slightly disappointed. Although it was S-grade, it was only a on-Tim-use item, and its true effect remained unknown. Taju had to call his name several times before he snapped out of it. She said he had stood frozen after touching the coffin. Qiao Yu immediately realized it had been an illusion created by the entity inside. Once the strange phenomenon disappeared, the item's information appeared, revealing it to be a Grade B stone coffin, capable of preserving a corpse forever. Wang Daifu guessed that it was very likely the coffin of the Hades King, and that this dungeon might actually be the path to the real underworld. Qiao Yu questioned why anyone would want to enter such a dangerous place, and the answer was the inheritance of the Hades King. After discovering 2 more slots beneath the coffin, Qiao Yu and Taju inserted the 2 crosses into their proper places. The entire temple shook violently as the system announced the dungeon's completion, with an A rank, awarding experience, attribute points, and a grade C magic equipment item. Taju happily accepted her new shield, but Qiao Yu noticed cracks spreading everywhere and immediately urged everyone to leave. At that moment, Wang Daifu blocked their path and shouted, demanding to know what the two of them had done inside the dungeon. He accused them of destroying his source of profit and declared that he would never let them leave. Qiao Yu angrily replied that if Wang Daifu kept causing trouble, they would all be buried when the dungeon collapsed, so he needed to calm down. But Wang Daifu had completely lost control. He laughed like a madman, saying life and death no longer mattered because his way of making money had been destroyed. The woman with them reacted in shock. Without another word, Wang Daifu threw a powerful punch that sent her flying while muttering in annoyance. She slammed into a stone pillar and instantly lost consciousness. Qiao Yu looked at him coldly and asked if this had been his true goal all along. Wang Daifu sneered and admitted he no longer had any reason to hide it. He smiled with interest and asked Qiao Yu to explain his deduction. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu said that Wang Daifu was a member of the Bei's organization. Wang Daifu burst into laughter and admitted that his superiors had assigned him to capture Qiao Yu. He then asked when his cover had been blown. Qiao Yu calmly pointed to the Bei's tattoo. The simple answer left Wang Daifu speechless. Qiao Yu then pressed him again, asking whether the two crosses had also come from Bei's. Wang Daifu's aura erupted and spread across the area, sealing off every escape route. He sneered, admitted Qiao Yu was right, and declared there was no way out today. Qiao Yu remained calm and asked one final question. If the goal was only to capture him, why destroy the entire dungeon? Wang Daifu grinned and openly admitted that destroying the dungeon would erase every trace, making it impossible for anyone outside to track Qiao Yu. He explained that if Qiao Yu disappeared, Ji Pingyang would certainly launch a massive search. But once the dungeon collapsed, every clue would vanish with it. Qiao Yu nodded, understanding the plan, but mocked Wang Daifu for being overly confident if he thought he could capture him with his current strength. Wang Daifu only gave a mysterious smile, as though everything was already under his control. The next second, he rushed forward at incredible speed and landed a heavy punch on Qiao Yu, causing his HP to plummet. Qiao Yu was shocked by the unbelievable speed. It was so fast that even he could barely react. Wang Daifu's cold laughter echoed right beside his ear, filled with open contempt. Taju charged just in time, blocking the next attack with her newly obtained shield while warning Qiao Yu to be careful. Wang Daifu stared at the shield, unable to hide the greed in his eyes. He admitted they had been incredibly lucky to obtain high-grade equipment from such a low-level dungeon, then declared that he would take it for himself. Taju tightened her grip on the shield. With determined eyes, she challenged him head-on and vowed not to hide behind Qiao Yu anymore. The shield's recoil force knocked Wang Daifu backward, and he barely managed to keep his balance. Qiao Yu could not hide his surprise at Taju's sudden burst of power. She remained standing in front of him and continued provoking their opponent. Wang Daifu laughed with disdain, saying two low-level players had no chance against someone of his level. He accelerated again, closing the distance so quickly that Taju could barely keep up. In an instant, he circled behind her and attacked. With a cold smile, he aimed straight for her weakness, knowing she was trying to protect Qiao Yu. Taju took the hit and staggered, making Qiao Yu immediately shout a warning. In the critical moment, Taju swallowed the soul, chasing Great Tonic Pill without hesitation. Its medicinal power exploded, releasing a violent surge of energy that enveloped Qiao Yu in an extreme enhancement. Before Wang Daifu could adapt, Qiao Yu threw a devastating punch that blasted him backward. After forcing the enemy back, Qiao Yu immediately turned to check on Taju. Enduring the pain, Taju said she could still keep going. But Wang Daifu charged back into the fight, forcing Taju to defend with everything she had, despite her exhaustion. Qiao Yu stepped in front of her and focused all his strength on blocking the attack. Wang Daifu was surprised to see the shield beginning to weaken and slowly fade away. Taju tried to say something, but Qiao Yu interrupted her, telling her to fall back and rest while he handled the rest. He drew out his staff as the light from the high-grade equipment flared, greatly boosting both his spirit and skill damage. Wang Daifu froze in confusion. He could not understand Qiao Yu's new fighting style and wondered why a necromancer fought like this. Qiao Yu gave no answer and immediately launched another attack, forcing Wang Daifu to dodge non-stop. As he retreated, Wang Daifu mocked him by saying necromancers were not meant for close combat, but Qiao Yu answered only with another ruthless strike. He poured his power into Dragon Roar Combo Slash, sending a sweeping strike that blasted Wang Daifu backward. Wang Daifu began to panic as he realized Qiao Yu's speed and strength had increased dramatically. He could not understand how a supposedly weak Necromancer could unleash such overwhelming attacks. Empowered by both his equipment and the pill, Qiao Yu relentlessly pressured his opponent with a non-stop barrage, leaving Wang Daifu completely on the defensive. The hunter desperately raised his weapon to block, but his arms were visibly weakening, and he could no longer keep up with the pace of the battle. Every slash from Qiao Yu ripped through the air, crushing Wang Daifu, little by little. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Wang Daifu shouted in panic, desperately bringing up the Bei's organization, and even mentioning Qiao Yu's parents in an attempt to shake his resolve. He desperately begged for his life, claiming that killing him would mean never learning Bei's secrets, while trying to stall with threats and promises. Qiao Yu remained unmoved and unleashed his full power for the finishing blow. Before dying, Wang Daifu could only curse him, declaring that the Bei's organization would never let Qiao Yu go. The moment he died, the impact carved a massive crater into the center of the hall. Looking at the lifeless body, Qiao Yu sighed in frustration. If Wang Daifu had talked sooner, things might have ended differently, because his skill could not be stopped halfway. Just then, a mocking laugh echoed from behind, calling Wang Daifu nothing more than a useless pawn. The woman who had traveled with them suddenly restrained Taju, revealing herself as the real accomplice. Qiao Yu froze, realizing the situation had completely changed, and directly asked if she was with the Bei's organization. She casually admitted it, and even seemed amused by his reaction. After removing her mask, Qiao Yu immediately recognized her as Hua Zi. Hua Zi smiled, surprised that Qiao Yu still remembered her. Keeping his composure, Qiao Yu demanded that she release Taju before they continued talking. Hua Zi immediately refused, calling the request childish and impossible. She reminded him that he had escaped countless pursuers before, but this time there would be no escape. Qiao Yu told himself that this time he had to change the outcome and avoid repeating the past. Hua Zi revealed that she was a level 35 assassin and warned him that resisting would only make things worse. Qiao Yu instantly realized the overwhelming gap in strength. After quickly assessing the situation, he admitted to himself that victory was nearly impossible. Hua Zi teased him, noticing that he had begun to waver. She offered him a deal, saying that if he cooperated, she might overlook their past grudges. As the temple shook violently, Qiao Yu pretended to agree in order to buy time. At the same time, he questioned why Bei's would destroy an entire low-level dungeon just to capture him. Hua Zi admitted that Qiao Yu was no ordinary beginner. His ability to fight far above his level was exactly why Bei's wanted to recruit him. Qiao Yu tried to contact someone, but received no response, leaving him to rely on himself. When Hua Zi relaxed her guard to escort Taju away, an opening finally appeared. Qiao Yu immediately signaled a counterattack, and Taju broke free with perfect timing. Qiao Yu slashed at Hua Zi, but she effortlessly dodged the attack. She coldly declared that if he kept resisting, she would cripple his limbs before taking him away. Hua Zi launched another strike, but Taju blocked it with her shield and refused to back down. Hua Zi smirked, clearly entertained by their determination. Then she delivered a powerful kick that sent Taju flying. Qiao Yu rushed in to protect his teammate while trying to regain control of the battle. He focused on gathering power for Dragon Roar Combo Slash to turn the fight around. But Hua Zi's speed far exceeded his expectations. She closed the distance and thrust straight at him before he could react. Hua Zi coldly declared that she had already crippled part of his body and would continue. Even while wounded, Qiao Yu joked back, buying himself a little more time. Hua Zi responded with an amused smile, as though she were merely playing with her prey. She unleashed a relentless sword combo that shattered all of Qiao Yu's defenses, then appeared behind him and struck him to the ground. Hua Zi stopped and looked down at him with pity, asking why he insisted on resisting instead of surrendering from the start. Without giving him a chance to fight back, Hua Zi kicked him hard and sent him crashing into the stone coffin. Trapped inside, Qiao Yu was horrified to find that he could no longer move. The coffin seemed to suppress all of his power. A strange drowsiness spread through him, slowly swallowing his consciousness. Hua Zi leaned down and whispered coldly, wishing him a good sleep. When he woke up, everything would belong to their world. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed through the hall, ordering Hua Zi to release Qiao Yu immediately. Hua Zi turned around and froze as she saw that Tazu's aura had completely changed. Blue flames ignited across her shield, leaving Huazi stunned. She could hardly believe it was the underworld flame. One of Taju's eyes glowed with brilliant blue light as she coldly repeated her demand. Even while trapped, Qiao Yu sensed the familiar aura and knew it was truly Taju, filling him with hope. Power spread from the shield, covering the entire temple in a dark blue radiance filled with overwhelming pressure. Huazi immediately realized this power was extraordinary. She suspected the shield was far beyond ordinary Grade A equipment and was connected to the underworld flame. In the middle of the chaos, Qiao Yu tried to speak, but Zuozhu had completely changed, and her aura was far more terrifying than before. She charged into battle, completely overwhelmed Huazi, and left her badly wounded, forcing her to admit her opponent was far too dangerous. The entire temple disappeared into a hazy green mist as the violent clash of power tore the space apart. Qiao Yu desperately kept calling Zuozhu's name until she returned, sat beside him, and gently assured him she was still here. She told him Huazi had escaped, and the situation was under control for now. Zuozhu gently stroked his hair, her voice trembling as she apologized, because she could no longer stay by his side. Qiao Yu panicked and begged her to free him from the coffin, but Zuozhu only placed a gentle kiss on his forehead as her final farewell. Through her tears, she said she had watched over him for a long time and had so much left to say, but time had run out, the dungeon was collapsing, and she would send him away. A brilliant green light burst out as a space portal opened and pushed Qiao Yu out at the very last moment. Before losing consciousness, he saw Zuozhu covered in strange markings, with one arm gone and a glowing green eye filled with something unnatural. She left him with one final message and told him to keep living well. Qiao Yu woke up in the hospital and overheard Ma Fei and Xiang Yangdi arguing about hiding the truth. When he asked, they lied and claimed he had been injured in a drunken accident. He felt something was wrong, as if an important part of his memory had disappeared. Elsewhere, Huazi knelt before a mysterious figure and reported that the mission had failed because of the appearance of the fire of the underworld. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu checked his status and discovered he had reached LV-17 with greatly improved stats, but every memory of someone important had completely vanished. Long Xiang came to visit and invited him to join the World Martial Arts Tournament, a competition for young geniuses with an enormous reward. He explained that everyone had to clear a special qualifying dungeon first, instantly putting Qiao Yu on guard. Just then, a loud scream echoed from the hospital hallway. The door flew open, and two people walked in, leaving Qiao Yu frozen because he could not tell which one was the real Xiang Yangdi. He stared at Ma Fei in shock and asked what had happened because nothing made sense. Xiang Yangdi finally admitted the truth that he had never been in an accident but had been dragged into a dungeon. No one knew exactly what had happened inside, only that he was found unconscious. When Qiao Yu asked for the dungeon's name, the answer made him fall silent. False Underworld. The moment he heard that name, his mind felt completely empty, as if something important had been erased forever. Xiang Yangdi went on to explain that they were investigating the same guild known as the Hunter Guild. The guild specialized in escorting people through dungeons, and one of its members, Wang Dafu, had also disappeared inside that same dungeon. The guild leader proposed working together to investigate the false underworld, where every mystery had begun. Ma Fei had firmly rejected the offer without showing any respect, and the conflict quickly exploded. Xiang Yangdi explained that the guild kept pushing too far until dozens of members surrounded and attacked them. Ma Fei suffered the worst injuries, his entire body covered in bruises, and Qiao Yu slammed his hand against the bed in anger after hearing the story. He immediately made up his mind and declared they should go straight to the guild and settle everything. Xiang Yangdi quickly stopped him and warned that the guild had over 100 members, including many high-level players, so fighting them head-on would be a terrible idea. Qiao Yu's eyes turned cold as he argued that not everyone there was strong, and they could simply pick the weaker targets. Ma Fei immediately agreed and angrily declared he would never swallow this humiliation. Fired up, the three of them left the hospital and headed straight for the guild to settle the score. At the Hunter Guild headquarters, a group of people was already waiting with mocking smiles. The subordinates kept flattering a young man they called Young Master Huang, while ridiculing the two men from the earlier clash. Huang Ying raised his hand to stop them and dismissed the matter with contempt, saying those two were not worth worrying about, and that finding Wang Dafu was the real priority. He ordered his men to continue the search and find Wang Dafu no matter what, dead or alive. As the subordinates prepared to leave, someone asked about his protection, but Huang Ying laughed and claimed no one in this area would dare touch him. Everyone immediately agreed that his safety was beyond question, before quickly dispersing to carry out their orders. Once he was alone, Huang Ying suddenly ran into Qiao Yu's group and looked at them with open contempt, recognizing them as the ones beaten before. He mocked them for daring to come back for revenge, and warned them to learn the Hunter Guild's power before making another move. Qiao Yu calmly replied that if Huang Ying apologized, things could still end peacefully. Huang Ying burst into laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke, claiming beating people was his right and required no apology. He proudly boasted that his father was the guild leader, so his words carried absolute authority. Qiao Yu smirked and teased Ma Fei, saying this was what real showing off looked like. Ma Fei quickly argued back, saying he had never been that arrogant, and Huang Ying was the one putting on a show. Furious at being treated like a joke, Huang Ying roared that they were asking to die. Qiao Yu gave him no time to speak and rushed forward with a powerful punch. The punch landed cleanly, sending Huang Ying flying onto the ground before he could react. He shouted in disbelief, unable to believe anyone would dare attack the Hunter Guild's young master. Xiang Yangdi threw in another sarcastic remark, making the tension even worse. Huang Ying's killing intent exploded as he roared that the three of them had chosen the wrong person to provoke. He stepped back and summoned a gigantic warhammer, larger than his own body, releasing an overwhelming aura. Without hesitation, Huang Ying swung the massive hammer down, determined to crush his enemy on the spot. Qiao Yu quietly judged that this arrogant young master was far stronger than he looked. Before Huang Ying could close the distance, Qiao Yu unleashed a powerful slash that forced him to dodge in a hurry. Huang Ying began feeling the pressure, unable to understand how a newcomer could possess such overwhelming combat strength. He immediately activated a skill, creating a pool of strange energy mud to trap his opponent. Qiao Yu calmly countered with a precise sword technique, breaking the attack and forcing the backlash onto Huang Ying. Looking at the blood on his hand, Huang Ying smiled with murderous intent and began recounting his bloody past as a warning. He revealed that he had once been ambushed inside a dungeon when he was only 18. After surviving, he took brutal revenge, tortured the attacker, and forced him to eat his own flesh until he lost his mind. Since then, no one had dared injure him again. He concluded that today, he would give the three of them the same special treatment. Qiao Yu coldly cut him off and told him to worry about saving his own life instead of making threats. Huang Ying remained arrogant, claiming the three of them were not even worthy of stopping him, as he unleashed a high-level blood technique. Qiao Yu leaped into the air and openly challenged him, eager to test his true strength. A devastating slash crashed down from above, shattering the ground beneath Huang Ying. Huang Ying's face darkened as he admitted he had underestimated his opponent and decided to fight with everything he had. He blasted through the broken ground and charged upward, pouring all his power into his war mace. A blazing red pillar of light shot into the sky as an overwhelming aura spread across the battlefield. The immense energy was then compressed into a single point. The blood chaos hammer descended from above, targeting Qiao Yu with devastating force. Huang Ying roared that this was the end. The ground exploded, and thick dust covered the entire battlefield. He laughed wildly, convinced victory was already his. But a cold voice came from behind him as Qiao Yu declared it was now his turn. A thunderous punch slammed into Huang Ying, leaving him dazed and his face badly twisted. Enraged, he screamed that he would take revenge using all of his father's power. Before he could finish, another blow knocked him unconscious, and he collapsed on the spot. Xiang Yangdi cheered with excitement, while Ma Fei asked what they should do with him. Qiao Yu casually lifted Huang Ying like a sack and said the Hunter Guild would be coming soon, so the group quickly left. Not long afterward, members of the Hunter Guild arrived and immediately realized something serious had happened when they saw the blood. Back at headquarters, Guildmaster Huang Shujiang slammed the table in fury after learning his son had disappeared. He immediately ordered a full search for the culprit and swore to crush whoever was responsible. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu's group continued retreating with Huang Ying, who woke up halfway through the journey. Still arrogant, Huang Ying warned that if they released him, the Hunter Guild might spare them. Otherwise, they would face endless revenge. Qiao Yu casually threw him onto the ground and declared that he was now nothing more than a prisoner with no right to negotiate. Huang Ying panicked and immediately tried using his father as a threat. Ma Fei and Xiang Yangdi instantly mocked him, throwing all of his earlier arrogance back in his face. Ma Fei even grinned with satisfaction, happy that he finally had the chance to pay Huang Ying back. Just as Xiang Yangdi was about to keep mocking him, A sudden attack ripped through the air, forcing everyone to retreat. Qiao Yu immediately became alert, realizing a powerful enemy had arrived. An energy spear appeared, and the butler Sakli calmly stepped forward. Huang Ying instantly lit up with excitement and shouted for help. Sakli reassured him and declared that he would personally deal with the three intruders. He ordered them to surrender now if they wanted to avoid even worse injuries. Xiangyang Di charged first, hoping to create an opening. A massive spell exploded, but Sakli stood his ground without moving an inch. Qiao Yu quietly judged his strength and realized this opponent was no ordinary fighter. Sakli tightened his grip on the spear, declared he would finish them himself if they resisted, and prepared to attack. Blinding light erupted across the area, and within the radiance, Qing Guang was asked whether he had detected the hidden enemies. A barrier of light energy rose up and completely blocked every incoming attack. Sakli swung his blade with overwhelming force, sending the entire group flying backward with a single strike. Qiao Yu was blasted away by the impact and could not hide his shock at such terrifying power. Sakli smiled with amusement, looked down on them like insects, and declared the battle was already over. Xiangyang Di refused to back down and deliberately mocked Ma Fei to ignite the fighting spirit of the entire team. The gap in strength became obvious. Compared to Zuka, Ma Fei was sent flying by a single blow without any chance to resist. The insults kept coming until Ma Fei was treated like complete trash in the enemy's eyes. His pride finally snapped, his killing intent exploded, and he charged forward with surging power. Sakli was briefly shaken by the unexpected sword intent, and for a moment, he almost seemed to pray for someone to protect him. Xiangyang Di joined forces with Ma Fei and unleashed an earth explosion technique that shattered Sakla's defense and slammed him into a wall. Qiao, you quickly realized the enemy was still standing and was gathering power for one final desperate attack. A violent headache suddenly struck Qiao Yu, causing him to collapse as his teammates rushed over in panic. Lost in fragments of memory, he muttered about someone who had always stood in front of him to face every danger before deciding they had to retreat. Ma Fei grabbed Huang Ying and dragged him away as they escaped, ignoring his desperate screams for help. Sakli immediately chased after them, his holy light sweeping across the streets with crushing pressure. Reaching the gates of King Dio Siener University, Qiao Yu's group rushed inside in search of safety. The students inside were stunned to see a Hunter Guild member being dragged away like a prisoner. Sakli kicked aside the guard blocking his path and stormed into the campus like a man possessed. While fleeing, the group ran into teacher Wan Lihao and urgently warned him about the danger approaching from behind. Wan Lihao turned around with killing intent in his eyes, refusing to believe anyone would dare hunt students inside the school. Without another word, he threw a devastating punch that shattered the holy barrier and blasted Sakli away. The old butler lay motionless on the ground, horrified by the unimaginable strength of this prestigious academy. Wan Lihao coldly demanded that Sakli reveal his identity and the reason for invading the campus. When no answer came, he warned that he would kill him on the spot if he stayed silent. At that moment, the Hunter Guild's forces arrived in massive numbers, creating an even more dangerous standoff. Huang Shujiang roared for everyone to stop immediately and release his people. Wan Lihao remained completely unfazed and refused to back down. Huang Shujiang continued threatening that everyone would pay the price if they refused. Principal Ji Pingyang simply responded with a single word before launching a devastating punch straight at the target. Realizing the situation had turned against him, Huang Shujiang panicked and desperately called for his allies. Wan Lihao sneered as his overwhelming aura surged, openly challenging anyone to face him head-on. Huang Shujiang ordered the attack, and every guild member rushed forward to crush their enemies. Wan Lihao immediately activated his ultimate technique, unleashing explosive power across the battlefield. A massive wave of energy swept through like a storm, blowing every subordinate away like leaves in a hurricane. The overwhelming display left everyone terrified until one person finally recognized him as the legendary battle maniac Wan Lihao, who had vanished long ago. Someone else could hardly believe it, and questioned whether that legendary figure was really standing before them. The witness confirmed it with a trembling voice, recalling how Wan Lihao had once single-handedly defeated a top swordsman and declaring that he was born for battle. Huang Shujiang's face darkened as he coldly spoke the name Battle Maniac Wan Lihao, wondering how the man was still alive. Wan Lihao burst into laughter and admitted that not only had he survived, but he was grateful these people had given him a chance to fight at full strength again after years of being stuck as a teacher. Refusing to let him enjoy the moment, Huang Shujiang immediately unleashed a deadly secret technique. Thick black energy poured out and wrapped around the massive weapon in his hand, giving it a sinister aura. His giant mace crashed down with terrifying force, tearing through the air inside the black mist as it aimed to crush Wan Lihao completely. When the dust settled, Wan Lihao was still standing exactly where he had been, without moving an inch. A young guild member began doubting the battle maniac's legendary reputation, but a veteran quickly warned him not to jump to conclusions. Just as predicted, Wan Lihao's aura exploded once again as true energy covered his body like living battle armor. A gigantic tiger phantom slowly appeared behind him, unleashing crushing pressure across the battlefield. Without hesitation, he became a streak of light and charged straight at Huang Shujiang with unbelievable speed. Huang Shujiang hurriedly raised his mace to block, but the overwhelming force still blasted him backward. Even after being driven back, he forced a mocking smile, as if he still had everything under control. Wan Lihao only grew more excited with every exchange, his fighting spirit rising higher the longer the battle continued. In the middle of the chaos, a strange heartbeat echoed through the battlefield, making him pause for a brief moment. Across from him, Huang Shujiang slowly dragged his heavy weapon across the ground while preparing his next attack. Killing intent and destructive energy gathered around the mace, leaving Xiangyang Di frozen under the immense pressure. Ma Fei also watched nervously, following every movement as the weapon accumulated more power. Huang Shujiang's aura erupted so fiercely that even the Hunter Guild members retreated in panic, realizing he truly intended to wipe everyone out. Wan Lihao merely sneered, saying an attack like that was nowhere near enough to kill him. He openly taunted Huang Shujiang and motioned for him to come at him if he dared. Just as the tension reached its peak, a gigantic sword descended from the sky and split the battlefield in two. The impact shattered the ground, and the sword's overwhelming aura stopped everyone from making another move. Several people cried out in fear, sensing that even touching its killing intent would be enough to lose their lives. Wan Lihao simply snorted with contempt, while Huang Shujiang became even more furious at the sudden interruption. Someone recognized it as the S-rank weapon Kan Wu sword, a legendary treasure belonging to the greatest sword cultivator alive. Qiao Yu also sensed a strangely familiar aura and began wondering who the sword's true owner was. The mystery was quickly solved as Ji Pingyang, the principal of Jingdu University, finally appeared. His icy gaze swept across the battlefield as he demanded an explanation, warning that otherwise he would erase the entire Hunter Guild. One reckless subordinate immediately shouted back, refusing to believe he was capable of such a feat. Before Huang Shujiang could react, the situation slipped completely out of control, leaving him no choice but to order a retreat. At that very moment, the principal was suddenly bound by a powerful magical treasure and temporarily restrained. The attacker laughed proudly, claiming his treasure had completely sealed the principal, and escape was impossible. Unlike his opponent's excitement, the principal calmly raised a single finger. The binding instantly shattered into countless pieces, as though it had never existed. The attacker froze in disbelief, as his high-grade treasure was destroyed with effortless ease. A terrifying surge of power swept over him, and he managed only a desperate scream before being completely crushed. Watching an elite fighter die from a single casual move, the guild members panicked and realized they were facing the greatest sword cultivator. The principal coldly turned to Huang Shujiang and demanded a proper explanation once again. Huang Shujiang awkwardly defended himself, saying the university's students had kidnapped his son, forcing him to bring his men there. The principal smirked with sarcasm and said that was the excuse they had come up with for invading Jingdu University. Huang Shujiang immediately softened his tone and proposed a deal. If his son was returned, both sides would forget everything, and he would withdraw every member of the Hunter Guild. The principal's killing intent exploded like a storm as he coldly gave them two choices: leave now or die where they stood. Ma Fei watched in complete admiration, feeling as if he had finally witnessed true sword mastery and realizing how insignificant he had been before. Forced into a corner, Huang Shujiang still tried to save face and questioned why Ji Pingyang was acting so ruthlessly despite their status. The principal frowned and fired back, asking whether Huang Shujiang had thought about reason before storming into the school and attacking students. Huang Shujiang argued that the students had kidnapped his son first, leaving him no choice. Xiangyang Di immediately stepped in and denied the claim, insisting the Hunter Guild had started everything. The principal coldly admitted he was not interested in fairness. He simply stood with his students, regardless of who was right or wrong. That blunt answer left Huang Shujiang speechless. Realizing the principal truly intended to kill him, Huang Shujiang swallowed his anger and ordered a retreat. Just then, Qiao Yu suddenly stopped them and refused to let them leave so easily. He proposed a trade, casually lifting Huang Ying like a hostage while stating his terms. Huang Shujiang angrily accused him of extortion and demanded to hear the conditions. Qiao Yu asked for one of Huang Shujiang's treasured items in exchange for Huang Ying. Huang Shujiang immediately refused. He declared that it was a reinforced rank piece of equipment and would never hand it over. Huang Ying could only stand there in silence, humiliated and completely hopeless. Qiao Yu lowered his demand and asked for a complete C-rank equipment set instead. After gritting his teeth, Huang Shujiang finally accepted the deal. Even then, Qiao Yu kept the upper hand and demanded the equipment first before releasing the hostage. After glancing at the principal standing behind Qiao Yu, Huang Shujiang reluctantly threw over a full equipment set. Only after receiving the gear did Qiao Yu release Huang Ying. Once the Hunter Guild had withdrawn, the principal immediately scolded the students for provoking a powerful organization while they were still too weak. Ma Fei tried to explain, but the principal cut him off, saying right and wrong did not matter because powerful enemies would never show mercy. He reminded them that strength ruled this world, then criticized Qiao Yu for reacting too slowly and allowing the enemy to reach the school. The principal recalled his younger days and said that if it had been him back then, Huang Shujiang would never have walked away alive. Watching the principal leave, the group could only admire his overwhelming presence. Back at the dormitory, they laid out the spoils, and Qiao Yu told everyone to choose 2 items each without arguing. They checked the equipment, including speed boots that allowed quick short-range retreats and a silver lion helmet that boosted defense and blocked one fatal hit, though its long cooldown made it less impressive. Xiangyang Di was thrilled with the haul and asked Qiao Yu what he planned to do next. Qiao Yu replied that he would keep attending classes while searching for his lost memories because he felt they were incredibly important. The next day, students everywhere were talking about the principal's true strength. Someone recalled how he had once defeated the Serpent King alone, inside a dungeon, with only a few sword strikes, leaving everyone even more amazed. Wan Lihao called for silence and told the students to settle down. He announced the beginning of the second training phase, explaining that this time the focus would be agility instead of pure defense and strength. Wan Lihao stressed that lacking speed was the same as standing still and waiting to become a living target. He explained that body cultivation became extremely difficult at higher levels because true masters had to balance attack, defense, and speed, making peak experts incredibly rare. Qiao Yu became excited because speed was exactly what he lacked, making this training perfect for him. Wan Lihao led the entire class into a C-rank dungeon called Deep Sea Abyss. The moment they entered, they found themselves on a tiny island surrounded by an endless ocean. Qiao Yu frowned as he looked at the stone pillars, rising above the raging waves. He quickly guessed the training would involve jumping across the water. Wan Lihao explained the rules. Anyone who crossed the stone pillars and reached the mountain on the other side within 5 minutes would pass. A closer look revealed that the pillars had been badly eroded by the sea, making it difficult even to stand still, let alone move across them. The challenge demanded speed, reflexes, and perfect judgment. The instructor asked who wanted to go first. Lin Lang immediately volunteered, but the moment he stepped out, he nearly lost his balance several times, making everyone stay on guard. Even so, he pushed forward across the stone pillars, and the smooth start made some students think it would be easy. Suddenly, a spear-like fish shot out of the sea. Lin Lang dodged in panic but lost his footing and fell into the water. Wan Lihao coldly ordered him to swim back on his own. After a hard struggle, it took him 15 minutes to crawl back to shore, completely exhausted. Instructor Wan explained they were gray needlefish. Anyone moving across the water would be attacked because the sea was their territory. One trembling student asked how many were down there. The instructor smiled and said there was a massive nest with around 100,000 of them. The whole class fell silent after hearing that terrifying number. Instructor Wan added that whoever finished first would receive a special reward. Everyone instantly got fired up and rushed to claim first place. The students charged forward together. Lin Lang quickly jumped onto a stone pillar and confidently declared victory would be his. Another student caught up and challenged him, but Lin Lang shoved him back without mercy. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu stayed still and observed before activating his power and bursting forward so fast that even Instructor Wan glanced over. He quickly took the lead and moved across the stone pillars like an unstoppable gust of wind. The students behind could only stare in shock at his unbelievable speed. One student, clinging to a pillar, shouted for him to stay away because it could not support two people. But Qiao Yu never slowed down. He tapped the pillar once and launched away, leaving the other students several pillars behind in an instant. Everyone behind him gasped at his impossible speed. Qiao Yu silently evaluated his new boots. They were clearly boosting his movement speed, and the system displayed the equipment details again. Up ahead, Lin Lang kept striking the gray needlefish as they leaped from the water to clear a path. The students behind were stunned because they never expected that approach. At that moment, the Machine Queen suddenly appeared and warned him of an enormous danger ahead. Qiao Yu was startled and asked if she had just returned. She replied that she had never left and had been watching the whole time. He immediately asked about the danger ahead and also questioned her about the collapse of the false Ming Realm dungeon. After a brief silence, the Machine Queen said she did not know everything. She only knew that when the dungeon collapsed, the will of a powerful entity discovered her, forcing her into hibernation to survive. However, she confirmed that Qiao Yu's lost memories were no accident. Someone had erased them, and that person was a girl named Zuo Zhu who sealed his memories. The name made Qiao Yu freeze, as rage and helplessness surged through him, while he searched for the reason behind her actions. All that bottled up emotion exploded, and Qiao Yu vented it on the gray needlefish, charging toward him. Every punch and kick smashed through the air, sending the fish flying as they screeched in the churning water. The students watching from afar were horrified. They could not understand why Qiao Yu had become so violent, and even Wan Lihao frowned because this was only supposed to be a reflex training exercise. But Qiao Yu ignored every stare. His mind was consumed by anger and unanswered questions. At last, he asked the Machine Queen if there was a way to break the memory seal, and she answered yes. Hearing that, Qiao Yu urged her to tell him immediately, but she hesitated and said they first needed to find something important. When Qiao Yu demanded to know what it was, she answered, the ghost eye. Even with a splitting headache, he kept asking about its origin. Before she could say more, Qiao Yu's consciousness was cut off. His body lost control and plunged into the sea, sinking among the vicious gray needlefish as the Machine Queen's calls faded into silence. Deep beneath the freezing water, a mysterious woman suddenly appeared and gently took his hand. She pulled Qiao Yu out of the deep water and carried him away from danger. When he woke up, he was lying on a white hospital bed. Looking at the familiar hospital ceiling, Qiao Yu muttered in exhaustion that he had ended up in the hospital again. Just then, Shi Xiaorong walked in and asked about his condition. Qiao Yu was surprised to see her there. She explained that Ma Fei and Xiang Yangdi had informed her, so she arrived just in time. She then handed Qiao Yu a cup of water and reminded him it was still hot. He quietly thanked her. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and someone stormed into the room without warning, startling them both. The man shouted in jealousy after seeing Xiaorong taking care of Qiao Yu and immediately rushed forward to attack him. But Xiaorong stepped in front of Qiao Yu and firmly ordered him to stop acting so irrationally. That only made him angrier as he mocked Qiao Yu, claiming he was too weak to stand beside her. Xiaorong refused to argue and simply told him to leave the room. Enraged, he challenged Qiao Yu to a duel, saying the loser had to disappear from Xiaorong's life. After listening to all the shouting, Qiao Yu calmly asked who he even was. The man proudly introduced himself as Lu Yanheng, the strongest genius from Kanglong Capital Normal University. Qiao Yu paused for a moment, surprised that someone like this came from the famous university, known for its female students. Xiaorong quietly advised him not to take the bait because Lu Yanheng had a terrible personality, but was genuinely powerful. Qiao Yu nodded, then clearly explained that he had never been the one pursuing Xiaorong and wanted to avoid any misunderstanding. Lu Yanheng immediately started flattering Xiaorong, insisting Qiao Yu was unworthy and that only he deserved to stand beside her. Fed up with his fantasy, she bluntly told him to shut up and get out. Right in the middle of the tension, Qiao Yu calmly interrupted and pointed out that Xiaorong had actually been the one who came to see him, leaving Lu Yanheng speechless. Qiao Yu kept adding fuel to the fire by describing how she had cared for him, brought him water, and stayed by his side from before he fell asleep until he woke up, making Lu Yanheng even more furious. He even made up a few extra insults about Lu Yanheng's appearance and attitude, pushing him to the edge, while Xiaorong blushed in embarrassment after being dragged into the story. Lu Yanheng completely lost control and threw a punch straight at Qiao Yu. Before the punch could land, an ice wall rose between them. Xiao Rong had created it to protect Qiao Yu while ordering Lu Yanheng to stop immediately. To keep things from getting worse, Qiao Yu quickly called security while Lu Yanheng continued provoking him and demanded a duel after he recovered. Even as two security guards dragged him away, Lu Yanheng kept shouting insults and demanding a one-and-one fight. Once everything settled down, Xiao Rong apologized on his behalf and explained that Lu Yanheng had been obsessively following her for a long time. Qiao Yu simply smiled and said he would handle it himself. Their duel was scheduled inside a special arena dungeon where no one could be killed, and victory was decided when an opponent's health dropped to the minimum limit. News of the match quickly spread, and the crowd was shocked that a freshman like Qiao Yu would be facing the famous third-year student Lu Yanheng. Spectators soon started placing bets, and the arena felt like a real gambling hall, with the odds heavily favoring Lu Yanheng. Lu Yanheng stepped onto the field and confidently announced that he was a mid-heavy warrior, making it clear he did not take his opponent seriously. Qiao Yu calmly gave his own introduction as a beginner necromancer, without showing the slightest sign of pressure. The entire arena fell silent after hearing the overwhelming gap between them. Moments later, the crowd exploded into discussion. Most believed the matchup was completely unfair, and some even regretted betting on the wrong side. A few people still tried to stay optimistic, saying Qiao Yu might have a chance if he kept his distance and relied on summoned undead. Lu Yanheng laughed in contempt and declared that a weak mage like Qiao Yu was basically asking to die by challenging him head-on. Seeing Lu Yanheng constantly shifting his position, Qiao Yu decided to strike first. He ignored magic completely and charged straight in with nothing but his physical strength, despite the huge gap between them. Lu Yanheng stared in disbelief, wondering if this fool really intended to run in and take a beating. At the same time, he worried that accidentally killing Qiao Yu would bring endless trouble. The entire audience was utterly confused. A mage charging into close combat against a heavily built warrior? Some people even rubbed their eyes, while others complained that they had already lost their betting money. Xiao Rong sat quietly in the stands with a faint smile. She knew everyone had completely underestimated Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu's punch tore through the air, while Lu Yanheng hesitated between dodging and taking the hit. He assumed a mage could not possibly hit that hard. Before that thought even finished, a heavy impact echoed across the arena. The punch crashed into his face like a sledgehammer. Lu Yanheng's face twisted as he was launched into the air, spun several times, and skidded across the ground. Only after he stopped moving did the audience recover from the shock. The entire arena erupted. A beginner mage had sent an experienced warrior flying dozens of meters with a single punch. Some even wondered if the academy was raising monsters. Countless theories appeared at once. Some insisted Qiao Yu had cheated by hiding his real class to fool his opponent. Others even demanded their betting money back. Another group mocked Lu Yanheng instead, saying a mid-year fighter getting knocked down by a freshman was simply embarrassing, and they even taunted him to get up and keep fighting. After quite a while, Lu Yanheng finally staggered back to his feet, and every eye in the arena locked onto him. Once he steadied himself, his swollen face had lost every trace of arrogance. Killing intent surged from him as he growled that he would show Qiao Yu his true strength. Qiao Yu moved in for another strike, but this time his opponent was fully prepared. Lu Yanheng seized the chance and grabbed Qiao Yu's wrist with a smug grin, convinced victory was already his. However, Qiao Yu had already gathered power into his free hand, refusing to let his opponent pin him down completely. The second punch flew out, but was instantly blocked by Lu Yanheng's other arm. The two became locked in a pure test of strength with no tricks, only a brutal struggle of raw power. Then, without warning, a third arm grew from Lu Yanheng's back, leaving the entire audience stunned. The new arm swung immediately and slammed straight into Qiao Yu's face before he could react. The arena exploded with excitement. This was Lu Yanheng's signature technique, 3 heads, 6 arms. Qiao Yu was knocked back several meters as thick black energy began pouring from Lu Yanheng's body. Qiao Yu slowly climbed back up, rubbed the sore spot, and muttered in confusion about the bizarre technique he had just witnessed. Before he could figure it out, Lu Yanheng charged again, with all 3 arms swinging wildly, smiling with complete confidence as he pressed the attack. But in the very next moment, the battle turned around. Golden light engulfed Qiao Yu as he rushed forward, holding the Staff of Wisdom, like a divine being descending from the heavens. Lu Yanheng froze for a split second in shock before instinctively raising all 3 arms to defend. The blow crashed down like thunder, forcing him onto both knees. If it had landed on his head, his health would have been wiped out instantly. Qiao Yu tried to pull back the staff, but it was locked in place and would not budge. The situation became a dangerous trap. Letting go meant losing his advantage, while holding on left him open to a counterattack. Realizing the opportunity, Lu Yanheng sprang back up while gripping the staff with 2 arms, and gathered all his strength into the 3rd arm for a deadly counterstrike. Everything unfolded exactly as Lu Yanheng expected. With his weapon pinned, Qiao Yu's side was completely exposed. A devastating punch landed, sending him flying like a torn leaf in a violent storm. Qiao Yu's body scraped across the dungeon floor, carving a deep winding trench. Rocks exploded into the air. Dust filled the battlefield, and the heavy impact echoed throughout the arena. Most spectators believed the match was over because a fragile mage should never have survived that hit. But as the dust settled, Qiao Yu staggered back to his feet. His Silver Lion helm had activated just in time, boosting his head defense and blocking one fatal blow. With its 24-hour cooldown now triggered, it had barely saved his life. Even Qiao Yu admitted this opponent was far stronger than he had expected, and he had almost lost for real. Lu Yanheng stared in disbelief for a moment, before muttering that Qiao Yu's physical strength was absolutely abnormal and had to be at least 500 points. The entire arena erupted again. A mage with over 500 strength? The idea was so absurd that many people questioned their own eyes. Lu Yanheng's body transformed again as a 4th arm emerged. His aura grew even heavier while he walked forward and explained that attribute points were only part of the equation, because true power depended on the conversion rate. He kept talking, mocking Qiao Yu for having high stats but terrible efficiency. With the same amount of strength, a skilled fighter could unleash its full power, while an amateur wasted most of it. To him, that was Qiao Yu's biggest weakness. Hearing that, Qiao Yu suddenly understood, so that was why his attacks had always felt weaker than they should have. Qiao Yu looked up with a relaxed smile. He calmly thanked Lu Yanheng for the explanation, then said he would test it out right away. Without another word, Qiao Yu threw a punch at himself. The system instantly responded as a special berserk state from the Machine Queen's innate ability activated, releasing a violent surge of energy. His combat state instantly shifted into berserk, and his entire aura transformed. Deep violet energy wrapped around his body, and Qiao Xiao's eyes blazed like burning flames. Heat and pressure distorted the air around him as he became a true fighting machine. Only one thought remained in his mind. He did not need perfect efficiency. As long as he had enough power, he would crush everything. The strange ring on Qiao Yu's finger suddenly lit up and pulsed with energy. He slammed his foot into the ground, shattering the arena floor, then shot toward his opponent like a bolt of lightning. His opening move was still a simple punch, but its power had increased dramatically. Lu Yanheng panicked and crossed all 4 arms to block it. But in the next instant, Qiao Yu disappeared from his sight. Using his explosive speed, Qiao Yu circled behind him in a flash. A storm of punches rained down so quickly that Lu Yanheng's 4-arm defense was always one step too slow and kept getting broken through. Finishing the combo, Qiao Yu unleashed a devastating uppercut that launched Lu Yanheng high into the air before he crashed down like a meteor. The arena floor shattered again, and dust swallowed the battlefield. As the dust settled, Qiao Yu stood at the center, surrounded by a dazzling purple aura. The entire arena fell silent before exploding in disbelief. A mage had completely overpowered a mid-tier warrior with nothing but his fists, shattering every bit of common sense. Beneath the shattered arena floor, Lu Yanheng still refused to fall. He crawled out of the rubble covered in blood and growled that he could never lose to a nobody, especially while representing Kanglong Normal University. His body transformed again. Black energy erupted as if tearing apart his limits, and 2 more arms grew from his sides, completing his 6-arm form. His killing intent spread across the battlefield like a violent storm. Seeing the change, Qiao Yu took half a step back and shifted into a defensive stance, ready for the next attack. This was Lu Yanheng's ultimate trump card, 3 heads, 6 arms. He normally would not use it so easily, but Qiao Yu had clearly pushed him to his limit. He admitted through gritted teeth that he had been forced to reveal everything much earlier than expected. Lu Yanheng charged forward while hovering in the air, his twisted grin filled with killing intent. He roared as all 6 fists clenched and rained down non-stop like a violent storm. The audience held their breath, expecting Qiao Yu to dodge or counterattack. Instead, he stood completely still and endured every hit like a living punching bag. His body trembled as system warnings showed his status dropping rapidly. Even under the relentless assault, Qiao Yu never took a single step back. He used his own body to extend his berserk state. Meanwhile, Lu Yanheng became more frenzied with every punch. laughing as he declared victory was already his. He gathered every last bit of strength into one final finishing blow. But at the decisive moment, Qiao Yu suddenly reached out and calmly caught the deadly punch with one hand. Lu Yanheng froze with his eyes wide open, unable to believe what had just happened. Qiao Yu's aura had completely changed. His berserk state reached its absolute peak, and killing intent exploded from his body. His crimson eyes looked like those of a wild beast as he coldly declared that the fight was over. Qiao Yu glanced at all of Lu Yanheng's arms and said they looked like too many, so he would trim a few off. Lu Yanheng's confidence instantly disappeared as he stammered in panic. A slash flashed through the air like it had torn space itself apart, and blood sprayed across the ground. One of Lu Yanheng's extra arms fell onto the cold stone floor. The agony made him scream as his entire body convulsed. His killing intent instantly turned into overwhelming terror. Before he could recover, Qiao Yu flashed past like a ghost and struck again, severing another extra arm in an instant. With 2 extra arms gone, the 3-head 6 arms technique completely collapsed. Lu Yanheng could only scream in agony, no longer able to put up any meaningful resistance. The entire arena erupted. Everyone was stunned that a mage had crushed a warrior through sheer brute force. In a distant corner, a man dressed in black quietly watched the fight. His white hair stood out beneath his cold green eyes as he smiled, as if he had finally found what he had been searching for. On the battlefield, Lu Yanheng stared at Qiao Yu in absolute terror. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and his whole body trembled. In his eyes, Qiao Yu was no longer a freshman, but a ruthless killing machine. The overwhelming killing intent nearly suffocated him, leaving only one icy verdict echoing in his mind. As Qiao Yu unleashed the finishing blow, Lu Yanheng barely managed to raise his remaining arms to defend. The punch shattered his guard and slammed straight into his body, ending the fight once and for all. The strike carried terrifying destructive power. Lu Yanheng's body shook violently as if it were being torn apart from within. He was blasted into the air before crashing down like a meteor, creating a massive crater on impact. When the dust settled, the sight was pitiful. Lu Yanheng lay motionless at the bottom of the crater, with torn clothes, blood covering his face, and only the faintest breath remaining. The system quickly confirmed that his life force had nearly reached zero. Qiao Yu landed calmly, as though nothing had happened. The entire arena fell silent in disbelief. A first-year beginner mage had defeated a mid-year warrior, who had even competed on the world stage. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some believed what they had witnessed, while others simply could not accept it. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu quietly turned and walked away, leaving the crater and his unconscious opponent behind. Faint traces of purple energy still lingered around him, making his back look both overwhelming and impossible to read. Many eyes followed him with a mix of confusion, caution, and unease. But just as he neared the exit, Qiao Yu's body suddenly reacted violently, as though every last bit of strength had been drained away. A surge of energy burst out of his body as the Machine Queen's rage state finally overloaded after the prolonged battle. Qiao Yu immediately realized he had reached his absolute limit. The system instantly issued a warning. Berserk mode had been forcibly cancelled, and a mysterious side effect activated, leaving his body completely unable to move for a period of time. Qiao Yu only managed to mutter a quiet curse before collapsing to the ground, with no feeling left in his limbs. Before he hit the floor, someone suddenly appeared and caught him. Through his fading consciousness, Qiao Yu struggled to open his eyes and weakly asked who it was. But his memories and senses had become too blurred to tell whether the person was friend or foe. Before he could react again, a powerful force struck him, and his consciousness faded completely. The last thing Qiao Yu saw before darkness swallowed him was the mysterious woman's meaningful smile and her whisper, "I finally found you." When Qiao Yu woke up, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed inside a spacious and luxurious room, decorated in a soft feminine style filled with plush toys. He immediately realized this was no ordinary place, and wondered where he had been taken. As he pieced together his memories, he recalled collapsing after the duel and being knocked out and taken away by an unfamiliar woman. Just then, the door opened, and 2 maids entered with respectful bows, addressing him with a strange title. Qiao Yu immediately became wary and demanded to know where he was and why they were calling him that. Without waiting for an explanation, he jumped out of bed and tried to leave, but the 2 maids stopped him, saying he could not go anywhere without the young lady's permission. That title only confused Qiao Yu even more. His bewildered reaction left the 2 maids confused as well, and they even wondered if he had lost his memory. Refusing to stay any longer, Qiao Yu rushed straight for the door. but the moment he opened it, he walked straight into someone who had already been waiting outside. The two stood facing each other in silence for a brief moment. It was Tang Lan, the woman who had brought him here. She calmly looked at him and asked if he was fully awake. The instant Qiao Yu recognized her, he realized she was the one who had abducted him. Tang Lan smiled faintly, completely unsurprised, and said that meeting again had only been a matter of time. She gestured for the two maids to leave. They immediately obeyed, closed the door, and left the two of them alone. With no one else in the room, Qiao Yu got straight to the point and demanded to know her true purpose. Tang Lan remained perfectly calm and said she would explain everything step by step. She raised one hand, and a tiny sprout suddenly emerged from Qiao Yu's neck, slowly growing upward. The sprout quickly grew into a small branch and strangely bloomed into two pure white flowers. Qiao Yu stood still and watched. Since he had no idea what kind of power it was, he did not resist. Tang Lan gently picked the two flowers, and the sprout on his neck vanished without a trace. Qiao Yu frowned and directly asked what she wanted and why everyone here called him young master. Tang Lan calmly replied that she was the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Since he was her husband, he naturally became the family's young master. The moment Qiao Yu heard the word husband, he instantly stepped back into a fighting stance. He snapped that the last incident was not even settled, and now she had kidnapped him to force a marriage. What kind of joke was this? Tang Lan immediately lost her temper. She coldly blamed him for ruining her grand plan, which led to this situation. Otherwise, she would never have bothered kidnapping him. Qiao Yu refused to back down. He argued that ruining her plan was simply to save his own life, and being dragged into this marriage had nothing to do with him. Tang Lan sighed and explained. The Tang family had a strict rule. Anyone who failed to reach a certain cultivation level before turning 25 would be forced into a political marriage. She had planned to break through with a special ritual at the Butterfly Soul Lake, but Qiao Yu ruined everything. She added that if she could find the one recognized as her destined chosen one, she would no longer be forced into the marriage, even without meeting the strength requirement. Hearing that, Qiao Yu finally understood. She wanted to use him as a shield to escape the family's arranged marriage. He firmly refused, saying he had no time for this game. Tang Lan simply crossed her arms and calmly asked if he was sure he wanted to walk away now. She casually dropped another shocking bomb. The entire Tang family already believed he was their future son-in-law, and she had even told them she was carrying his child. If he left now, he would be seen as breaking the engagement and become the target of the entire Tang family and their allies. Realizing he had been cornered, Qiao Yu slammed his fist against the door and gritted his teeth. He admitted she was unbelievably calculating. Tang Lan quickly grabbed his arm and pretended to act weak. She said being her husband was hardly a bad deal. Plenty of people wished for the chance, but could never get it. Qiao Yu was not moved. He shook off her hand and told her to stop the act. He agreed to help solve the marriage issue, but once it was over, they would go their separate ways. Tang Lan smiled, satisfied that she had achieved her goal. The deal was simple. He would help her deal with the engagement, and she would set him free afterward. Even though they reached an agreement, Qiao Yu still felt he had been dragged into her script from the very beginning. This had clearly been a carefully planned trap. Before leaving, Tang Lan told him to get ready for the family banquet that night, because she would come to pick him up. Just as she turned to leave, Qiao Yu suddenly pulled her back and pinned her against the door. The sudden closeness caught Tang Lan off guard. Her eyes wavered as she nervously asked what he was doing. Qiao Yu smiled with a challenging look and said that, for now, he was still her husband in name, so she had no right to order him around. Under his intense gaze, Tang Lan immediately grew tense. She warned him that this was Tang family territory and told him not to go too far. But the more flustered she became, the more he gained the upper hand. Qiao Yu stepped even closer, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. He stared straight at her and forced her back against the wall with no way to escape. Tang Lan finally snapped and called him completely insane. After saying that, she hurried away, leaving Qiao Yu standing there with a sigh as he realized another headache had just begun. That evening at the Tang family estate, Tang Lan waited outside his room and urged him to hurry. Qiao Yu replied that he was ready and opened the door. The moment the door opened, Tang Lan froze as her eyes locked onto him. Qiao Yu stepped out in a perfectly tailored suit with neatly styled hair, looking nothing like his usual self. He carried himself with the elegance of a true young noble, leaving even Tang Lan briefly stunned before she quickly hid her reaction. The two entered the luxurious Tang family hall, where rows of servants bowed respectfully and greeted them as eldest miss and young master. Before meeting the elders, Tang Lan reminded him to be careful and follow her signals. Qiao Yu nodded to show he understood. Waiting ahead was a graceful and elegant woman, Kong Yun, Tang Lan's mother. The moment she saw her daughter, she warmly smiled and called her over. Tang Lan brought Qiao Yu before her mother and introduced him. Qiao Yu immediately bowed with perfect manners, remaining polite while keeping his confidence. He quickly complimented her, saying she looked so young that he thought she was Tang Lan's older sister. Kong Yun burst into laughter, while Tang Lan instantly frowned when he casually called her Laner. Unlike Kong Yun's warm attitude, the man beside her kept a stern expression, carefully sizing Qiao Yu up from head to toe. Qiao Yu stepped forward with complete confidence, greeted the man, and naturally mistook him for Tang Lan's grandfather. Both Kong Yun and Tang Lan froze. Tang Lan immediately corrected him, saying this was her father, Tang Dingshan, not her grandfather. Realizing his mistake, Qiao Yu quickly apologized and blamed it on only getting a quick look, all while keeping a respectful attitude. Tang Dingshan said nothing, but his eyes turned cold, making it obvious he was not impressed with his future son-in-law. Seeing Qiao Yu pushing the act too far, Tang Lan quickly told him to behave. Meanwhile, he stayed calm on the outside while secretly planning to throw the banquet into chaos. The tense atmosphere was broken when an elderly man appeared. Tang Lan immediately became serious. It was Tang Wumo, the head of the Tang family, and her grandfather. Everyone in the mansion immediately bowed. Tang Dingshan and Kong Yun lowered their heads respectfully, and Tang Lan also greeted her grandfather. Qiao Yu instantly realized the old man was no ordinary figure. Even after being introduced, he refused to bow and simply stood tall, meeting the old man's gaze head-on. Tang Wumo stared right back, his sharp eyes clashing directly with Qiao Yu's. His aura suddenly erupted, filling the room with invisible pressure that made the air feel unbearably heavy. Almost everyone was forced to lower their heads under the overwhelming pressure. Only Qiao Yu remained standing, without the slightest hesitation. Suddenly, Tang Wumo withdrew his aura and burst into laughter. He praised Qiao Yu's spirit, saying the young man reminded him of himself in his younger days. Tang Lan quickly explained that Qiao Yu came from an ordinary background and was unfamiliar with noble etiquette. Tang Wumo simply waved it off and told everyone to begin the banquet. During the meal, Qiao Yu put his own plan into motion. He ate with absolutely no table manners, deliberately acting crude to ruin his image in front of the Tang family. Only after every dish was gone did Qiao Yu finally stop, stretch comfortably, and leave Tang Lan, wishing she could disappear on the spot. Once he finished eating, Tang Wumo announced that everyone should leave because he wanted to speak with Qiao Yu alone, shocking the entire family. Tang Dingshan immediately objected, worried that Qiao Yu should not be left alone with the family head. Tang Wumo simply repeated his order in a cold voice and demanded that everyone leave immediately. No one dared disobey the family head. Tang Lan got up and left, but she still looked back at Qiao Yu with concern. He quietly signaled that everything was under control. Once they were alone, Tang Wumo poured some tea and calmly began speaking. He told Qiao Yu there was no need to be on guard because he meant no harm. He also admitted he had already guessed that Tang Lan only brought him here to stage a fake relationship. With a sigh, he said she had become stubborn after being spoiled since childhood, but she was not a bad person. Qiao Yu only sneered inwardly. He remembered Tang Lan being willing to use a sacrificial ritual just to gain more power, so calling her harmless felt like a huge understatement. Even if the sacrifice was no saint, her actions had still been ruthless. Tang Wumo finally revealed his real purpose. He wanted Qiao Yu to help the Tang family by competing in the Qingdou family tournament, where only participants under 25 were allowed. The Tang family's younger generation was severely lacking, leaving Tang Lan as their only capable fighter, so he wanted Qiao Yu to represent them. After hearing everything, Qiao Yu felt like he had been dragged into someone else's game. He immediately refused, making it clear he wanted no part in the Tang family's power struggle. Tang Wumo continued persuading him, saying his status as Tang Lan's husband made him fully qualified to compete. He also offered a reward. If Qiao Yu agreed, he would be allowed to enter the Tang family's sacred land, where its greatest inheritance and deepest secrets were kept. That offer made Qiao Yu hesitate. As one of the four great families, the Tang family undoubtedly possessed priceless resources and inheritances. He began thinking much more seriously about it. Tang Wumu slowly spun his teacup and admitted in a heavy voice that he had been pushed into a corner. If the Tang family lost the tournament, they would lose their place among the four great families. He could not allow generations of family legacy to collapse under his watch. He finished his cup and added that the Tang family had thoroughly investigated Qiao Yu, especially his combat performance at Kindle University, which was why they trusted him. Knowing he could not refuse completely, Qiao Yu set one condition. He would join the tournament, but he would not risk his life for the Tang family. Tang Wumo looked relieved, feeling that his goal had been achieved. He thanked Qiao Yu and told him to get some rest before the days ahead. Qiao Yu nodded, stood up, and left the room. The moment the door closed, Tang Wuma's kind expression disappeared, replaced by a cold and calculating gaze. As soon as Qiao Yu reached the hall, Tang Lan rushed over and bombarded him with questions, worried he had caused trouble with her grandfather. She stayed close behind him, repeatedly asking what had happened inside. Qiao Yu turned around with a teasing smile and claimed that her grandfather had just decided he would replace him from now on. Tang Lan instantly lost her temper and yelled at him to stop joking around in the Tang family estate. She warned that careless words would bring serious consequences. Qiao Yu stepped closer and continued provoking her, even daring her to make a move. He also hinted that whatever happened in the room should stay secret, or things would become even more troublesome. Tang Lan was both curious about his half-serious joke and so annoyed that she wanted to settle the score on the spot. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly changed her attitude. She moved closer, softened her voice, and almost begged Qiao Yu to tell her the truth. Hearing her sweetly call him Big Brother made Qiao Yu shiver. He finally admitted that her grandfather had asked him to represent the Tang family in the upcoming tournament. Tang Lan immediately asked if he had really agreed, and he simply shrugged. Tang Lan could not understand why someone who had been forced here would accept so easily. She even started wondering if it had something to do with her. Qiao Yu immediately cut her off, told her to stop imagining things, and walked away, leaving her fuming. A few days later, after all the key members had gathered, the Tang family officially assembled its full lineup. The elderly leader glanced at Qiao Yu, nodded after confirming everyone was present, and signaled the group to depart. Following his lead, the team quickly headed toward a place known as Chuanling Mountain. This was the center of power in the region, where major events involving the four great families, Tang, Qin, Ji, and Xiao, were held. The atmosphere inside the grand hall was already tense and hostile. As soon as Tang Wumo entered, he offered a polite greeting, but Xiao Tians of the Xiao family immediately mocked the Tang family for arriving late just to show off. Tang Wumo refused to back down and replied that if Xiao Tians had a problem, they could settle it on the arena right now. Xiao Tians grew even more aggressive, openly threatening the Tang family status after the tournament. Tang Wumo calmly answered in front of everyone, while Qin Qianshui suddenly noticed a familiar figure and felt puzzled. After taking a closer look, she convinced herself she must have been mistaken. Someone like that could not possibly appear in the Tang family's elite team. On the high platform, the chief referee stepped forward and officially announced the start of the ceremony, calling the representatives to the stage. Qiao Yu and the Tang family's elite members calmly stepped forward. Across from them, the teams from the Qin, Ji, and Xiao families also took their positions. The moment Qin Qianshui saw Qiao Yu's face clearly, she froze in complete shock and could not believe her eyes. Members of the Xiao and Ji families also began whispering, wondering why an unfamiliar young man was standing with the Tang family. Just as the referee was about to begin, Xiao Tian suddenly interrupted and demanded a halt because he had an objection. He pointed directly at Qiao Yu and loudly questioned his identity, claiming he was not a member of the Tang family and had no right to compete. Standing among the crowd, Qin Qianshui could not hide her curiosity, as she wondered what role Qiao Yu actually held within the Tang family. Tang Wumo stepped forward and clearly explained that Qiao Yu was family through marriage, making him fully qualified to represent the Tang family. Hearing that, Xiao Tians burst into mocking laughter, calling the explanation ridiculous. He even sneered that the Tang family had to drag a young outsider into the team just to save face. The Ji family head joined in, ridiculing the Tang family for casually accepting an outsider as a son-in-law. He sarcastically remarked that anyone could just pick up a talented youth and adopt him if that was allowed. Another elder chimed in, pointing out that Qiao Yu and Tang Lan stood far apart like complete strangers, nothing like a couple preparing to get married. Backed into a corner, Tang Wumo quietly asked Qiao Yu to act like a loving couple with Tang Lan and silence the critics. Qiao Yu refused on the spot, saying he had agreed to fight, not to fake romance. With no other choice, Tang Wumo gritted his teeth and asked what it would take for Qiao Yu to cooperate. Qiao Yu gave a simple answer. If he had to act, he wanted a bigger reward. After thinking it over, Tang Wumo accepted another condition from Qiao Yu and sealed the deal. The moment they reached an agreement, Qiao Yu completely changed his attitude. He walked over to Tang Lan, pulled her close, wrapped one arm around her waist, and tightly held her hand like a real couple. he did not stop there. He leaned in with a loving gaze that left Tonglan frozen with her heart racing. Then he lightly kissed her cheek, leaving her completely stunned, while Qiao Yu quietly admitted to himself that he might have overacted. Xiao Tiance was furious after seeing the scene, but he had no way to argue. Moments later, the contestant board appeared, revealing that Xiao Yu was only a level 17 beginner mage. The Xiao family immediately erupted in disbelief that someone at the beginner level would dare enter the tournament. Another man laughed with contempt, saying that low-level contestants were still allowed to compete, so there was nothing against the rules. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tiance mocked the Tang family even harder, saying they were so desperate that they had filled their lineup with a mere beginner mage, just to make up the numbers. Chief referee Jin Yishu immediately demanded silence and ordered everyone not involved to leave the area as the teleportation gate was about to open. The rules were announced once again. Ghost Mountain contained 4 ghost eyes, and whichever family claimed the most would earn a place among the 4 great families. After a quick look, Qiao Yu realized every opposing team had at least 3 intermediate experts, while the Tang family was clearly the weakest. As he analyzed the situation, Qiao Yu suddenly paused when he heard about the ghost eyes. Something about them told him this mission was far more complicated than it seemed. From the high platform, Jin Yishu officially activated the ritual and opened the portal leading into the Ghost Mountain dungeon. Every contestant was instantly pulled into the swirling portal and disappeared into the dungeon. Beneath the platform, an old man urged the referee to bring out the divine artifact so everyone could watch what was happening inside. Jin Yishu nodded and produced a massive bronze mirror. The mirror lit up and displayed everything inside the dungeon, like a giant live broadcast. Inside Ghost Mountain, endless darkness and thick fog covered every corner, creating an icy and suffocating atmosphere. One contestant had barely stepped onto a cliff when he saw something terrifying below. He screamed in panic and fell straight into the abyss. Qiao Yu arrived just in time to witness the scene. After looking around, he judged the ghostly fog to be extremely dangerous. This was no easy place to survive, but there was still a chance to turn things around. Outside the arena, the horrifying scene on the mirror stunned the audience. The victim's family cried in despair, while others could only remind them that once someone entered Ghost Mountain before the fog cleared, survival was almost impossible. Not long after entering the dungeon, someone in the audience noticed something unusual. The entire Tang family team had somehow gathered in the same location, making many suspect they had unbelievable luck. Watching from above, Tang Wumo looked pleased, as if everything had gone according to plan. Tong Lan could hardly take her eyes off Qiao Yu on the giant screen. But Tong Wuma's satisfaction did not last long. The next scene made him crush his teacup as killing intent burst from him. Inside the dungeon, Qiao Yu had just met up with his teammates when a young man and woman blocked his path. The young man immediately confirmed his identity. Without waiting for an answer, he introduced himself as Tong Ocean. He accused Qiao Yu of using dirty tricks to win over Tong Lan and the Tong family head, then declared that Qiao Yu would obey his orders throughout the mission. Qiao Yu frowned and calmly asked one question. Why should he listen to him? Tong Aoshin laughed with contempt and declared that he was the strongest member of the team as an intermediate cultivator. Naturally, the command belonged to him, and no one had the right to challenge it. The young woman beside him joined in, mocking Qiao Yu as nothing more than a freeloader who did not deserve a place on the team. Qiao Yu simply sighed. Not wanting to waste time arguing, he agreed to stay in the rear and provide support, only to be looked down on as a coward. Watching through the mirror, Tong Wumo trembled with rage. He could not believe that after giving clear instructions before entering the dungeon, someone still dared to defy Qiao Yu, leaving him furious. Inside the dungeon, Tong Aoshin quickly took command and ordered the entire team to move at once to seize the ghost eyes before the other families. Walking at the back, Qiao Yu quietly planned his next move, figuring out how to achieve his own goals, while still helping the Tong family with only 4 ghost eyes available. As they ventured deeper into the gloomy forest, the group suddenly spotted an old woman sitting silently on a large rock, staring into the thick fog. The blonde girl immediately became alert, signaling everyone to slow down. She whispered that the old woman might be a dungeon guide NPC and warned them not to provoke her. The team quietly walked past, thinking nothing would happen. The blonde girl even let out a relieved sigh. But the next moment, the old woman suddenly opened her eyes and muttered a chilling warning about the ghost fog hell, sounding like a curse of death. The entire group tensed up. The blonde girl cautiously asked what those words meant, but the atmosphere had already turned ice cold. The old woman let out a strange laugh. She refused to say more, and only warned them that real ghosts existed in this place. It was no joke. Before she could continue, Qiao Yu instantly drew the golden dragon moon seal blade. Its light ripped through the fog as he pressed the blade against her neck and coldly demanded the whole truth or she would die. His swift and ruthless action left the entire team frozen in shock before anyone could react. Outside, Tang Wumo turned to Tang Lan and asked if Qiao Yu had always been this aggressive. She could only give an awkward smile without answering. The old woman remained silent, staring directly at Qiao Yu with an eerie gaze, showing no fear at all. Seeing that she refused to cooperate, Qiao Yu calmly reached toward her face and warned her to stop pretending before things got worse. The other 3 teammates became extremely nervous. Qiao Yu acted nothing like the useless freeloader they had imagined. The moment he moved, he attacked without hesitation. Cornered, the old woman finally fought back. She opened her mouth and released distorted, piercing screams, as if calling something inhuman. Qiao Yu smirked, as though he had expected everything. He simply said she had brought this upon herself. He immediately launched another assault, each strike clean and decisive, showing absolutely no mercy. After beating her until she could no longer resist, Qiao Yu lifted her into the air with one hand and coldly asked if she was finally ready to talk. The old woman finally gave in, begging him to stop and agreeing to reveal everything. Qiao Yu instantly changed his attitude, gently set her down, and kindly remarked that cooperating earlier would have saved her the pain before asking for all the information. Trembling with fear, the old woman explained the legend of the ghost fog, the boundary between the world of the living and the dead, where countless souls were trapped by overwhelming resentment and could never move on. The ghostly mist covering the mountain was where those spirits gathered. The moment they sensed living energy, they would immediately appear and attack intruders. Qiao Yu silently stared into the distance, carefully processing everything he had just heard. From within the dense fog came endless cries and hateful whispers that sounded as though they rose from hell itself. Countless ghostly figures suddenly appeared before him, but an AI female voice instantly pulled him back to reality. Breaking free from the illusion, Qiao Yu gasped for breath. He realized this place had an incredibly powerful mental influence. Even from a distance, his mind had been attacked. It was far more dangerous than he had expected. After calming himself, he turned back to the old woman and asked if she knew anything else. She shook her head, insisting she had already told him everything. Qiao Yu raised his blade again to pressure her, making the old woman panic before she finally stammered out something about a ghost eye. Watching through the mirror, the audience was stunned. Qiao Yu was practically forcing a quest NPC to reveal information through brute force. Tang Wumo looked completely puzzled. He turned to Tang Lan and asked why a mage fought more like a butcher. She could only sigh because she had no explanation. Back inside the dungeon, Qiao Yu reassured the old woman that as long as she cooperated, he would not hurt her again. Terrified, she confessed that she only knew the location of one of the 4 ghost eyes and nothing about the others. That ghost eye had been sealed inside a ghost monk, and the only way to obtain it was to defeat him. Qiao Yu frowned and asked for confirmation. The old woman nodded and explained that the ghost monk had once been a revered monk who entered Ghost Mountain to save the trapped souls, only to be corrupted by ghostly energy in the end. Long ago, he had entered Ghost Mountain wearing sacred robes and carrying holy relics, determined to rescue every suffering spirit. At first, his Buddha's light illuminated the entire mountain, but the overwhelming resentment eventually consumed everything, until even the image of the Buddha was swallowed by the ghostly fog. After that disaster, the great monk fell into darkness and became a ghost monk, losing the righteous heart he once had. He now lived inside an abandoned temple on Ghost Mountain. To defeat him, a weapon had to build up immense killing intent to resist his ghostly aura. After hearing everything, Qiao Yu sheathed his blade and walked away. For now, he chose to believe the old woman and headed toward the abandoned temple to verify her story. What Qiao Yu did not notice was that the old woman's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes filled with hatred as she secretly swore revenge for the beating she had just taken. While pretending to be weak, she quietly summoned a pair of jagged green claws, preparing a deadly sneak attack from behind. But nothing escaped Qiao Yu's senses. He instantly turned around, gripped his blade, and fixed her with an icy stare, making it clear he had seen through her plan. His words made the old woman freeze in shock. She never expected her deception to be exposed. Without giving her time to react, Qiao Yu casually swung his blade. A single flash ended everything as her scream echoed through the forest. The system immediately announced that Qiao Yu had defeated a special NPC. The Golden Dragon Moon Seal Blade gained 1 point of killing intent. Its upgrade progress reached 1 out of 100, and a hidden magical effect would unlock at 100. Learning the new mechanic, Qiao Yu realized it was a straightforward way to strengthen his weapon, giving him another clear objective. Finished with the matter, he calmly put away his blade, as though nothing had happened. The 3 teammates who witnessed everything stood frozen in disbelief. The blonde girl stumbled backward in panic, while Tang Aoshin felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly warned Qiao Yu not to act recklessly. Qiao Yu let out a faint laugh and jokingly remarked that teammates would never slaughter one another, but his words only made everyone even more uneasy. That vague statement pushed the fear of all 3 teammates even higher. None of them could tell what Qiao Yu was really thinking. By this point, Tang Aoshin had completely lost his earlier arrogance. He became much more cautious, formally introduced the rest of the team, and politely invited Qiao Yu to continue traveling with them. The group resumed moving through the silent foggy forest. Strange noises echoed from time to time, keeping everyone tense, while Qiao Yu casually strolled behind them, as if he were out for a walk. Even the smallest sound startled Tang Xiaoxiao, while Tang Otian kept reassuring the team and urging everyone forward. Outside the arena, the audience began discussing the situation. Some praised Tang Aoshin for being cautious and experienced, saying he was well suited to lead the team through a dangerous place like Ghost Mountain. Suddenly, everyone in the square was drawn to an unexpected scene on the giant screen, leaving the entire crowd stunned. Instead of hiding, Qiao Yu deliberately made noise, laughing as he openly taunted the ghosts. He was using himself as bait to farm, killing intent for his weapon. Tang Aoshin immediately panicked and shouted for Qiao Yu to stop, warning that he would attract every ghost in the area. Before he could finish speaking, a small ghost suddenly burst out from the bushes. It charged straight at Qiao Yu with incredible speed, opening its mouth to devour him, but he had been waiting for exactly that moment. Qiao Yu smoothly sidestepped the attack with a grin, then swung his blade in one clean motion, splitting the ghost in half. The system immediately announced another point of killing intent for his weapon. That single attack was like kicking a hornet's nest. Countless small ghosts poured out of the bushes and thick fog, filling the entire area as endless crimson eyes locked onto the group. Tang Aoshin turned pale, furious and terrified. He blamed Qiao Yu for bringing every monster in the area straight to them. Qiao Yu reacted the exact opposite way. His eyes lit up with excitement as if he had discovered a treasure, seeing the charging ghosts as nothing more than fuel for his weapon. The swarm of small ghosts screamed as they rushed forward like starving beasts, driven by the urge to tear apart every living thing in sight. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Qiao Yu tightened his grip on his great blade. Instead of retreating, his fighting spirit only grew stronger. He charged straight into the heart of the ghost swarm. Every slash tore through the fog, crushing ghost after ghost with overwhelming, killing intent. The more he killed, the stronger he became, and his blade turned into a raging storm that swept away everything in its path. As piles of ghost corpses dissolved into mist, the system announced that the energy bar had reached its limit and evolution had begun. The Golden Dragon Moon Seal Blade completed its first stage of enhancement. Its damage against spiritual beings increased dramatically. It granted additional power to its wielder, and its overwhelming aura erupted, suppressing even the surrounding ghostly fog. The remaining ghosts sensed the terrifying aura and instantly panicked, fleeing in every direction as if they had encountered their natural predator. The 3 members of the Tang family team stood frozen, unable to tell who was really the hunter and who was the prey anymore. Outside the arena, the audience also fell silent at the chaotic scene, while Tang Wumo looked extremely pleased and praised Qiao Yu's true potential. Inside the dungeon, Qiao Yu wasted no time and chased after the fleeing ghosts, looking determined not to let a single one escape. The ghosts screamed in terror as they ran. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the forest, followed by a powerful spell that sealed every escape route. A young Taoist in flowing robes appeared and unleashed flaming talismans that formed a blazing barrier, burning every trapped ghost to ashes. Qiao Yu froze on the spot, grinding his teeth as all those precious points went up in flames. The newcomer introduced himself as Zhang Erhe, a righteous, young Taoist, and stepped forward to ask the Tang family team about their situation. The audience quickly recognized him and remarked that recruiting someone like him would greatly reduce the dungeon's difficulty. They also marveled at the Tang family's unbelievable luck. Xiao Taiance watched with growing frustration, unwilling to accept that everything seemed to be going in the Tang family's favor. Inside the dungeon, Tang Aotian immediately thanked Zhang Erhe, while the young Taoist advised everyone to leave the mountain because it was far too dangerous. Standing behind them, Qiao Yu could only glare at the pile of burned ghosts with obvious annoyance. Tang Aotian quickly explained why they had to continue their mission and persuaded Zhang Erhe to travel with them. Deep down, he was delighted that someone strong enough to keep Qiao Yu in check had finally joined the team. The sky was swallowed by darkness, and the constant cries of crows made the atmosphere even more unsettling as the five of them cautiously followed a narrow trail deeper into the mountain. When they reached a path blocked by thick thorn bushes, Tang Long stopped and reported there was no way forward. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately grabbed Tang Aotian in fear and nervously asked if they really had to climb such a dangerous mountain. Tang Aotian calmly reassured her with a confident smile, promising to protect her. His words only made Tang Xiaoxiao cling to him even more. While the two continued their little romantic moment, Qiao Yu watched with complete boredom and casually warned them not to scream too loudly if they got into trouble, because it would only annoy him. With that, Qiao Yu stepped forward and swung his blade in a wide arc. A brilliant golden slash exploded outward, cutting down every thorn bush and opening a straight path into the forest. Zhang Erhe stared in amazement and exclaimed that the blade carried an incredibly heavy killing intent. Curious, he asked if Qiao Yu had once worked as a butcher because no ordinary weapon could carry such dense, killing intent. Qiao Yu casually replied that he used to slaughter pigs. Zhang Erhe fell silent. Deep down, he knew that answer could not possibly explain such overwhelming killing intent. Thanks to Qiao Yu's powerful strike, every obstacle on the path was cleared away, allowing the group to quickly advance toward the heart of Ghost Mountain. Tang Aotian noticed footprints on the trail ahead and immediately concluded that another team had already passed through. He urged everyone to speed up. As they continued forward, Zhang Erhe suddenly stopped. His expression changed as he pointed toward the dark forest on the right and warned everyone that something was wrong. Following his gaze, the group was horrified to find corpses scattered everywhere. Fresh blood covered the ground, and the signs showed they had been attacked only moments ago. Tang Xiaoxiao covered her mouth in horror, realizing the victims were likely members of the other families. She could not imagine what kind of creature had caused such a massacre. Zhang Erhe clasped his hands and recited a prayer for the fallen, before solemnly telling everyone to keep moving, because they could not afford to stop. At that very moment, a dark figure slowly rose from the pile of corpses. Its glowing red eyes burned like hot coals as it chewed on a human arm before turning its gaze toward the group. Tang Xiaoxiao nearly collapsed from fear, while even Tang Aotian stepped back and nervously asked Zhang Erhe whether that thing was human or ghost. Before anyone could answer, Qiao Yu shot forward like an arrow. His eyes shone with excitement as he declared that it did not matter what it was, because he would cut it down first. The monster roared furiously. Its massive body and razor-sharp claws lunged toward Qiao Yu, ready to tear him apart. But it had chosen the wrong opponent. Qiao Yu calmly swung his blade, splitting the monster in half with a single clean strike. The system immediately awarded another point of killing intent, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. After witnessing the entire fight, Zhang Erhe quietly revised his opinion and confirmed that Qiao Yu's strength was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao was completely terrified and begged to retreat, but Tang Aotian stubbornly insisted on pressing forward to find the ghost eye, no matter the cost. In the dead of night, a sorrowful song echoed through the darkness, like it came from an old opera stage. Tang Aotian instantly went on alert and warned everyone to stay sharp. The haunting song drifted through the fog, sometimes near and sometimes far, luring the group deeper into Ghost Mountain. While everyone struggled to locate the eerie voice, they unknowingly walked into a massive trap. Beneath Xiao Xiao, water suddenly burst from the ground as if something had shattered the earth below. She screamed for Aotian as the flood quickly surrounded her. Within moments, the entire forest was submerged, leaving the group standing waist-deep in endless water. Aotian grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and calmly told her to stay close, and not panic because he would handle everything. But not far behind Aotian, a pale human head slowly emerged from the freezing water. Xiao Xiao turned deathly pale and pointed behind her boyfriend with trembling hands, trying to warn him that something was right behind him. A female ghost in a blood-stained red wedding dress hovered behind Aotian's neck. Her tangled hair hung low, and her ghostly white face was filled with hatred. A chilling aura swept over him. Aotian spun around in shock, but there was nothing there. Relieved, he assumed Xiao Xiao was hallucinating from fear. Zhang Erhe frowned when he heard about the female ghost, while Xiao Xiao became even more terrified, as if she alone could see the ghost among the crowd. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhang Er quickly formed hand seals and cast a protective barrier around the entire group. He activated his heavenly eye, golden light flashing across the water, as he searched for anything unusual, but strangely he found nothing. In truth, the female ghost was incredibly powerful. She could hide herself, block even the heavenly eye, and waited for the perfect moment to strike the most dangerous opponent. An invisible wave of ghostly resentment pierced the barrier and struck Zhang Erhe's heavenly eye, forcing him to stop in agony. Zhang Erhe staggered back while clutching his face as blood poured from his eyes. He endured the pain and horror, unable to believe his eyes had been destroyed before he even saw his enemy. Only Zhao Du remained fully alert from start to finish. He gripped his weapon tightly and kept scanning the water with an angry glare, searching for the hidden enemy. Now blind, Zhang Erhe was forced to use his ultimate technique. He took out a yellow talisman, bit his finger to draw a blood seal, recited an ancient incantation, and poured all his spiritual power into one final attack. The talisman burst into flames and unleashed a massive sound wave that spread across the flooded forest. The energy wave struck the hidden female ghost, forcing her into the open as she screamed in pain. The ghost instantly charged straight at Zhang Er with terrifying speed. Even without his sight, Zhang Erhe sensed the overwhelming killing intent rushing toward him. Before he could react, razor-sharp claws pierced his chest, making him cough up blood and collapse. Even as unbearable pain tore through his body, Zhang Erhe forced himself to finish the final forbidden incantation and poured every last bit of willpower into one decisive strike. In the next instant, a gigantic bolt of heavenly lightning crashed from the sky and split the female ghost in half in a blinding flash. Ocean immediately cheered with excitement, convinced that Zhang Erhe truly lived up to his reputation by summoning heavenly lightning to destroy the evil ghost.